fucking trolls, man. I just wanna chill. I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis. Tip me so I can catch up on back taxes. Making large stacks, refunding chargebacks in my lap. Sounds like hack, 50-bit here, 50-bit there, 50-bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50-bit here, 50-bit there, 50-bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. Really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. Really that money. Really that money. That money. I'm the one had a successful channel. I'm the one who just filed for bankruptcy. I'm the one who didn't pay my taxes. I'm the one, me, Reed.
It's time to take a look at, well, time to go and now that he's finished with all this, kind of speed through seeing what he's actually done with all of this. Oh, do I want... All right, let me check raw fill real quick. I don't think raw fill has it. I don't think he keeps them up that long. He might. Let's see if we do. No, he does not. That's always the problem with raw fill. He doesn't keep them up long enough for me to, you know, be able to do these things. To pull it from his Odyssey, I guess. Oh. Do that. Anyway. But I also don't want to deal with his music. Ah, fuck it. You know what? There ain't going to be enough good stuff in here. Anyway, all right. Oh, this is late night. I know I haven't done this in a bit. I broke my own rules. I decided, I guess I'll just do this. Let's see. Where's my VLC? Okay, let's shrink that down, right? And now we'll just... Well, let's see what we can do here. There we go. Oh. This way you don't have to hear this bullshit. God, his music sucks. Forgot how bad his music sucks. Now that he's got that AI shit. Oh my god. Okay, let's... You know what? Fuck it. All right. I think I can. Let me see. Yeah. All right. Hold on. I'm calling an audible. I ain't. All right. Let's see. I'm just gonna download them from Rothville. Motherfucker. You don't want to let me download that shit. Huh? Okay. I wasn't asking nicely. Oh. Oh, Odyssey, what are you doing, buddy? You trying to fuck me? Yeah, I don't like getting fucked like that. Ugh. Okay. Guess I'll just show fucking that. I'll just get off of VLC. We'll do this for a little bit until my thing is like, oh no. Yeah, it goes like that's like what? No. We can move fast. All right, I guess let's see. Is the that's quartering 3, quartering 4. What is it's like a day or so before. Anyway, yeah, this is gonna be a great fucking day. All right, capture 3 REEE-Stream. There we go. Let's just start.
I return to live reacting here on DSP React. How is everyone this evening? I hope I find you well. We're going to be building up attendance for like 20 minutes. If you're watching this as an on-demand video on the channel,
I hate when he does this whole, we're going to build up an audience. It's like, Phil, you already, like, how long were you fucking, like you already did 10 minutes. Like, that's what your fucking intro music's supposed to be, is to build up the audience. At this point, we should just be going.
feel free to scoot ahead like 20 minutes or so, but I'm going to start with the actual meat of the stream around 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, which is 20 minutes from now, and we're going to be going for around 2 hours. So, what's up, everybody? Good evening. Welcome. What I'd like to do is to get you all kind of caught up on how things are going with this departure for me, because as you know, I haven't been doing a lot of this kind of content as of late. Last year, almost year and a half, I've been focusing almost solely on gameplay over on my DSP gaming channel. Honestly, I had a good time doing this last week when we did the first premiere stream, which was the first hour of the Joon the King documentary about the quartering, going through his early history and all of that. I actually found it, interesting. I didn't know anything about Jeremy in that regard at all, and so to go through that was a good kind of round.
Hold on, I forgot to actually click link address. Give me that one. So I can actually get the last one. I'm being dumb.
Right?
Hey,
Tonight,
Sonic Jaded,
we're going to
how's
go
it
through
going?
another hour or so of it, where we're going to go when he actually became the quartering on YouTube and his content and all of that. Obviously, I feel like that's going to be a lot more meaningful to what's going on today than what we did last time. But the thing is, you kind of have to go through that, right, before you can get to the meat of the stuff.
The weird thing about this is the fact that
a lot of you showed up, a lot of you engaged, and heck, a lot of you supported the stream. So I said, hey, as long as that continues, I'm willing to do this kind of variety content. Okay, I'm not going to do it all the time. I'm going to do it when it's pertinent.
The thing about it, Phil, is that the stuff before is needed to give context to stuff that's happening later on, to show that this isn't the first time he's done it, and to show him having a pattern of, I'm just going to do, enjoying people reacting to the new games. Oh, what new games? What new games are folks reacting to? But like, for Phil, the one from the Supermassive devs. Oh, what was that one? Was that the one that was on, who did that? Somebody I know streamed that and liked that, if I recall correctly. Was it Anne? It might have been Anne. Oh. Oh, directive 8020. Okay. Oh, that one I remember seeing Phil try. He was having trouble with that one. All right, let's get back here. We got a ways to go. Odyssey? Odyssey, buddy, you want to get going? Odyssey, freeze. Odyssey, don't freeze. Come on.
The whole situation here with a lot of things going on, and I think I enjoyed doing it. Now, I'll be honest, there was one disappointment, and that was that I actually had my editor work on a abridged version, because the last stream, if you don't know, was about 2.5 hours long, out of which around 2 solid hours was reacting to the documentary.
Odyssey as a wind-up?
Really
oh,
and a lot of the time
goodness.
just watching, and you want to hear my comments, not necessarily just hear me watching the documentary. So I had my editor cut it down.
I think I might just
added clips and things.
go back to VLC, and because I did kind of download that.
As the stream. Usually if I do a raw.
But the problem is, raw Phil doesn't keep the raw stuff up on YouTube, which I understand.
Really well. This has actually been happening over on my DSP gaming channel over the last month to month and a half. We've been highlighting news stories off of my podcast or moments of gameplay that stood out, and the highlights have done really well. But in this
no,
case,
they haven't.
The stream itself from part 1, I believe, has like maybe
the best you've ever gotten from the editor is 13,000 views on a channel that had 200,000 subscribers. That is awful.
So FYI, probably not going to be highlights of this one. This one I'll just leave the raw stream on the channel. So if you're watching this on demand, thank you for watching it. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Give me a sec. You are gonna see it. All right. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna move a few things in here. Let's see. And then we're gonna try this again, but this time with VLC. There we go. Now let's it doesn't want to do that. Come on. Open multiple files. We're gonna move, then we're gonna these. There we go.
Here on DSP Reacts. How is everyone this evening?
Okay.
I hope I
you should be able to hear him now.
Building up attendance for like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
you're watching this
you never knows it's super on track it down raw. Yeah.
Feel free to scoot ahead like 20 minutes or so, but I'm gonna start with the actual meat of the stream around 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, which is 20 minutes from now, and we're gonna be going for round 2. What's up, everybody? Good evening. Welcome. What I'd like to do is to get you all kind of caught up on how things are going with this departure for me, because as you know, I haven't been doing a lot of this kind of content as of late. Last year, almost year and a half, I've been focusing almost solely on gameplay over on my DSP gaming channel. Honestly, I had a good time doing this last week when we did the first premiere stream, which was the first hour of the years ago. Yes, people who usually see a YouTube short don't then go to the channel and watch the raw footage there, which is my main content. If all I was making was shorts, then making shorts would benefit me. Does that make sense?
This is the thing, Phil. Most streamers have a VOD channel.
So why would I make a short that's just going to lead them to a channel that
they'll have like an edited channel and a VOD channel? Maybe if you did that.
Literally, none of them helped the channel at all. The only thing I can say is at least it wasn't a total waste of time. Reason being, I use those shorts now as part of my highlights reel that I'll play when I take breaks and stuff. So it does have some use. It wasn't like, oh, I wasted all that time doing it. But man, it really didn't help the channel whatsoever with all the effort that went into them. And that's disappointing. Stepdad, thank you for a second gifted sub here tonight. It looks like Stepdad re-gifted a sub to Matt
the
TV,
thing about it is he expects all this stuff to, you know, make him super viral. Right, it's like, no.
One more minute here, and we're actually going to start with the react, okay? So let's actually get set up for it. Let's get everything set up for it. Here we go, everybody.
Nobody else is going to be able to do this because the fact is, no one can really edit his things into anything any good because it's like you can't really edit. You can't really make chicken salad out of chicken shit.
If this stream does well tonight, we will continue. We will do this again on Tuesday night, and again on Thursday night will probably be the conclusion based on the pacing.
Again,
okay.
We're gonna hold. We're gonna hold this hostage. We're gonna put a gun to its head.
So, to recap, what happened last time? If you did not see the first stream, or you want just a quick refresher, the entire first hour of the Joon King documentary about the quartering is before he was the quartering. It's all his backstory of him going to school and him starting these businesses, selling some of them off, using that to go into a different business. I mean, this
did you not see the subtitle of this? 20 years of grifting, Phil.
Social networking for gamers.
It's showing the fact that he's been doing this for a long time.
At the end of all of this, which was around 2016, so about 10 years ago, what Jeremy realized is that the way that he was getting the most engagement and interaction and attention on himself on the internet was by being an asshole. I mean, there's really no other way to state it. He's acting like an asshole to people. He's causing drama and problems, getting into arguments, and all of a sudden, the attention of the internet is on him. And he's like, oh, so doing this kind of like attention farming is getting people to watch. So why don't I continue with this kind of attention?
Well, it's more the fact that he whines and cries that he's an asshole, and when they clap back at him, he whines and cries and be like, my channel is under attack by the woke left. Wah! Like, and that's kind of how he's been.
Right? And he did, like, if you could see, he actually went from being a guy that was focused mostly on Magic the Gathering to instead doing content that was more like culture wars and stuff like that. And that's actually where we're beginning tonight. This is exactly where we had frozen this last week, was on this still frame. Okay? So all I'm gonna do is read this. I have no idea what this is, okay? So apparently this is literally what's going on live in his studio or whatever. This camera is reading this. Thank you for your purchase. Sargon of Akkad, if that's how you say it, I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it, would like to personally thank you for your purchase of one vial of his ahem. What's funny is that vial is spelled wrong and the ahem is spelled wrong. Each batch is handmade and adheres to the strictest possible quality guidelines. We hope you enjoy your ahem and have a wonderful day. Don't forget you can gift your Sargon of Akkad ahem to friends and family. It makes great a stocking stuffer. I think this is a joke, is it not? Like, this isn't real. Was this
oh my
some kind of a
I
joke
think it's a joke
that they
like,
performed?
I'm sorry, that's enough for me to say.
And he thought this was
that, man, I wish I had a triangle. That's a fucking autism alert. Like, I think it's a joke. I mean, personally, like, yeah, you said the vial and semen are not spelled correctly. Almost like it's a fucking joke. Look at, he didn't even read the PS. You can subscribe to the Load of the Month Club. For just $50, you'll get a brand new load each month discreetly delivered to your home. Most painstakingly extracted from one of England's many monuments bathroom stall. Like, it's a fucking joke. And he's like, I think it's a joke. Phil, you need to go to therapy and actually get an autism diagnosis because you are autistic. If you couldn't figure out that's a joke.
a skit that people would like. And even just listen down here. You can subscribe to our of the Month Club, where for $49.99 you get a brand new each month, discreetly delivered to your home that was painstakingly extracted at one of England's many monumental bathroom stalls. Like, what? So I guess this was supposed to be funny. It seems like it's a joke, right? All right, here we go.
It seems like it's a joke. He's literally, I almost feel like someone has to tell him if something's a joke.
I don't know if you use it to season or what, but here goes nothing.
So this is supposed to be a joke.
Can't say I've ever tasted anything like that before. It's almost like when you have Cinnamon Toast Crunch and you have just the cinnamon and milk at the bottom of the bowl.
That was a video titled Sargon of Akkad's Semen Taste Test. Sargon of Akkad is a creator who makes similar videos to Jeremy. He is someone that Jeremy greatly admired. Admired enough to make this strange, sarcastic video because Coach Red Pill, a creator in the same space as Jeremy, commented about such a thing.
Rip Coach Red Pill.
Actually stated, really.
By the way, is the volume...
Why am I punishing myself with this?
I just want to be sure that you guys
because...
hear well. And I'm having problems already with the chat is already crashing. Now I'm starting to
hate myself.
Or
you know, I'll be like stupid because I've lost control of my life.
And I have no idea why. So I have to keep refreshing it. Hopefully, it doesn't keep doing it all night. Okay.
Keep sucking on Sargon's dick, boy. V says that Sargon's cum tastes awfully good. So does it?
Jeremy is not one to save face or cut his losses. This exchange.
Oh, and that was Coach Red Pill's a Janny for him.
Reveal otherwise private information. On May 21st, 2018, Jeremy and Coach Red Pill confronted each other on a live stream.
So now we're already all the way up to 2018. So it did do like a time skip there. Oh, I assume a couple years where he was focusing on being the quartering at this point. Okay. By the way, just interesting. We got Mundane Matt down there. We've got the Ralph retort, that's Ethan Ralph, right? So this is just a space.
Rosarius.
I've been aware that it exists. I have absolutely no involvement with it. I don't want to be in this internet.
Rosarius ain't gonna save you now. You might as well just inter yourself into a fucking dreadnought at this point.
To me, it seems like you do this when you don't really have positive content to put out there that will get any kind of attention. So you just constantly quarrel with others, you bicker with others, you slam on others, you get into these culture war arguments, and if someone doesn't agree with you, all of a sudden you call them like a, you know, your enemy and stuff like that. It seems like it's been around for a long time. I've been out of it. I just cover games, you know what I mean? Yeah, every once in a while I like dabble and react, I'll do a review or something, you know. It wasn't until, you know, recently, in the last few years, that I started doing more podcasting and this kind of
Oh, no, Phil. Like, you don't get to go... Phil, you fucking called out motherfuckers. Like, what is the iJustine thing? You know? You fucking called out iJustine. The Lex things. Like, Phil, like, you did this, and you did some really shitty things. Let's just be completely honest. That stuff that he said about Lex was like, what the fuck? Like, that was like, Jesus Christ, Phil. Calm the fuck down. Because fucking Iron Chef Sakai decided, hey, you know what? He's gonna simp to someone who's doing squats. Yeah. He's doing this because it's fun to dunk on Jer, and Jer won't really clap back at him because Jer's got bigger fish to fry. Again, riding your viewership. Part of it is just it Phil's a coward. Apparently, even now, he doesn't even go out for his days off, from what it seems like. He gets his groceries delivered. I don't think he leaves the house. I think he is literally afraid. Like, that's why he's got the corner team. He's like, the detractors are in the walls. It's like a Vietnam version. Charlie's in the trees.
And then started crossing over into this kind of content with other people. I have no desire
with LTG, he knows Dale will say something.
Okay, but it seems like this has been around now for a while, and holy
Jer
crap,
won't say anything because
there's entire people who their entire internet presence is this. If there's a day without drama, they have nothing to do, you know? So here you go.
I'll go wife to wife with you. I'll go bang. Okay.
And it's funny that he's going on when he had that fucking softball interview with
How many children?
Wait a minute.
With Jer years ago.
Did it pop up or was it off the screen? I think the pop-up went off the screen here. Hold on one second. Oh yeah, it screwed up. There we are. Mozzie, thank you for $5. I appreciate that.
I love that he has this
over here. I'm gonna have to fix this later. I'll scoot that over there. Thank you, Mozzie, for $5. And Mozzie says
that gif of him like
hold on.
Fucking 20 years ago, where he had his buzz cut hair and he looked more like a potato.
And the kind words, I appreciate that. Okay. All right, hopefully we got all the bugs worked out now, and we can continue on without further interruption. Not to say that I'm upset that you supported me. I'm just saying.
The casino won't even cover DSP much anymore.
4 by 3 different women. Okay, so you're a shitty dad. Congratulations.
There's nothing.
Red Pill also compared their subscriber count. Most importantly, the two compared their estimated net worth.
How many figures? Net, probably low sevens. Okay. At 35. At 35. Okay, good.
Jeremy claimed to be a millionaire. This would not be the last time he would flaunt his wealth, but it was the first time and perhaps the only time that Jeremy provided information on his.
You gotta react, Phil?
This information is dangerous when put alongside any would-be desperate plea for financial assistance. For the moment, it would drown under a sea of noise. For the present,
I was gonna say, definitely, if he's the kind of guy who's always like, oh, something went wrong and I need your support, rally behind me, pledge to my Patreon. If he then reveals to the internet he's a millionaire, that could be a big detriment to his, methodology of how he raises funds.
Save the house, Phil. It is truly baffling how he is missing the fact that he has done all this stuff. That thing is what he did for the whole save the house. Ask for thousands and thousands of dollars to pay these back taxes or he's going to lose his house. And, say it's all going to go to the back taxes. And then guess what? It doesn't. And Joon had to fucking call him out on it. That kid is speed ran interest in DSP, not even 2 years, and they don't give one fuck about him. Not even the triangle comes out. The problem is that Phil at this point is trying it, and this is something he's done for years, trying to make his content boring on purpose so that the detractors don't have anything. But he doesn't really understand that means that he doesn't have much of a fan base that he can really leech off of anymore. Like, as things become harder and harder out there, it's going to get worse and worse. And the way that he fucking treats his whales, they eventually leave. I mean, he put Dunsfelder on a fucking milk carton or some shit. Who was it? One of the brothers who got the Dutch brothers. That was the Dutch brothers. Remember, they got a bit offended when he made some kind of off-color Easter joke or something like that. They got offended and fucked off. Jade's just skipping streams. Yeah. He's just like, I know, like, bye. But part of this is because Phil believes that the streams and the chat should entertain him. Like, he has got this so fucking ass backwards, and people have told him, you watch a streamer. I love Corona, but I don't watch a lot of her streams because, one, she speaks Japanese. I don't fucking know anything about Japanese. Like, Jade has another streamer he's watching? Okay. Oh, that's interesting. He must be. I'm guessing so. I'm guessing he must have something that he's watching.
Funds, you know. Expand Dong. Thank you for a membership. Good to see you. I remember that you used to be on this channel all the time. It's good to see you back for reacting, and thank you for
That's not the real Expand Dong. That's not the real one. I think the real one ever gave money. If not, Dinga's got some explaining to do. Good clips is what makes a budding streamer and keeps the long-running ones in the forefront. Yeah, definitely, Aquasaber. But that's the problem. Phil doesn't get that. And so his edited stuff is just still like 30 fucking minutes and stuff like that. Yeah, his clips are ack, stupid game, I didn't do that, and having no interest in playing the games. Like, I saw this little Poems, I think Pass put this, he was playing Pokemon today. And he's still having trouble knowing, he's still calling it stone type Pokemon when it's rock type. I know that's a little anal retentive, you can't really change, you know, there's called rock type. But he also is like, wait, is rock type weak to water? You're playing fucking Fire Red, a remake of Gen 1, where you learn that rock is weak to water in the first fucking gym. Stone type, bird type, plant type, fish type. Yeah, it's like, no, it's rock. It's like, what the fuck? Like, how are you going to be able to keep saying, like, how are you going to be, like, because eventually people are going to call you, you're a fake fucking Pokemon fan. You keep saying, oh, I play all these Pokemon games. You don't even know what the fucking types are. You don't know type differentials. But rock and water is like, and I know I'm a Gen 1 motherfucker, but I'm not as old as DSP. Like, DSP, if you played Pokemon in Gen 1, you knew rock was weak to water. Yeah. I mean, and I'll get it. I'll say this. I get confused with some of them. Like, I didn't play for so long. For me, like, I don't know all the things that, like, I basically played Gen 1 and I didn't really pick it up again till a lot later. I kind of got out of Pokemon, so I didn't pick it up till a lot later. So knowing everything for, like, I know most of Dark, I know most of Steel. Fairy is the one that always trips me up. Knowing what is effective against Fairy, what's not effective against Fairy, that one always kind of trips me up. But I muddle through it. I think I know Poison, I think, is effective against Fairy, but the other stuff I'm not sure. But yeah, but you're right, Oxy. He needs the game to tell him when attacks are super before attacking. Like he needs someone. And then I look in the picture of it, he's got a Dragonite that has Surf and Fly. Why did you put 2 HMs on a Dragonite? Why? Dragonite is his HM slave? What? Like, what HMs did he put on Charizard? What did he put on that Charizard? You know, hearing more of this just makes me just like, oh, I'm always slow at this and I don't want to do another one. But it's like, I'm feeling like, God, you make it fly. Like, here's the thing. Like, I get Surf if it was a water Pokemon. If it's a Blastoise and you give it Surf, okay. Surf's got a little more accuracy than Hydro Pump. That motherfucker put Strength on his starter. Strength. I mean, the only way that would get even more pathetic is if he put fucking Flash on that. I'm just gonna put that. I'm just gonna put this here because this is that's a whoa, buddy, right there. Fucking putting Fly for Charizard. I don't like it. Now I will admit I did put Fly on some of my legendary birds because, like, Articuno had Peck. That's all it had. At least Zapdos had Drill Peck. Like, yeah, Fly on a Pidgeot, cool. Dig for a Nidoking could be worse. I mean, he didn't need to do it for the Nidoking because the fact is he could get a Diglett and at level like 19 or whatever, it gets Dig. But, and yeah, maybe, you know, me putting that when I was a kid, putting it, you know, Fly on an Articuno might not have been the wisest idea. But I don't remember a whole lot of flying TMs, and Peck is not that great of a flying move. But it was like, I think it was Peck, Fly, Ice Beam, and Blizzard is what I used. And mostly I just use Ice Beam. I think I put, I think I upped the PP on that.
Upping your membership here. Thank you, thank you. Okay.
Was mid-2018.
Yeah, Surf on Dragonite does not need Dragonite doesn't need Surf. Like, I know in the yellow edition, Dragonite, I believe, has Thunder, Hyper Beam, Fire Blast, and Hydro Pump that Lance puts on his Dragonite. I'll tell you, I remember playing that. That Dragonite was a son of a bitch. Oh, fuck. It was like, oh, you want to bring out your Articuno for this? Guess what? I'm just going to throw Fire Blast at it. Hope you're fast enough. I wonder if he actually has gone and caught Mewtwo yet.
SJWs, a derisive umbrella term used to describe indignant, unruly adults. Jeremy was able to recenter the frustration pop culture enthusiasts felt in their hobbies, such as comic books, towards these SJWs. While Jeremy failed to move the conversation, if anything made tensions worse, he was successful in growing the quartering, going from 1.5 million views a month to 7 million by August. Then
Whoa. He went from 1.5 million to 7 million views in 4 months. Oh, wow. And then again to 11 million in November. So this guy, exponential growth the moment that he started getting into the culture wars against SJWs. That's wild growth. I mean, that's insane.
Phil,
Even
I
me,
thought
when
you
I
weren't
was
Mr.
popular, I had
Views.
growth. I never had that level of exponential growth. That's wild.
To over 10 million views a month, nearing the end of 2018. During this time, Jeremy started the podcast channel The Incredible Salt Mine with 2 other creators. Stories told in these episodes would haunt him far into the future. This
Rip the Incredible Salt Mine that has been killed between when this came out and when this documentary came out. Ripped that. Jared decided to burn that to the ground. Pissed off fucking Bear and Dankula with that.
specific story only made possible due to a chat member donating $500.
Somebody just fucking donated $500. I have to tell the story about how I shit my pants now.
Oh, you do?
Why would you ever say that? Like, if you got drunk one night and shit your pants, you know what? Don't tell anybody. Take it to the grave. Nobody needs to know that shit.
For the record, I just became aware of this. Thank you, Guitar Player.
Bill's
This is part of the
boring like
ongoing
every
controversy of the quartering. Apparently, yesterday, the quartering deleted this entire podcast series from his channel and erased it from the internet. And then he claimed that, I guess, it was a mistake. It was an error that his editor did, and he didn't mean to tell them to do that. It was a complete mistake, and he wants them to be re-uploaded, but he didn't archive them. So if anyone has them, send them so he can re-upload them. That literally happened 24 hours ago. It was called TISM, TISM. And I was like, what is that, like a reference to autism or something? No, it's the Incredible Salt Mine is what it was called. I didn't know that until right now. Now I know what the show actually stood for. So and apparently his former co-hosts on that show, who we're hearing from right now are really upset with him for doing that. I think one of his name Count Dankula and the other is called Bear or something like that. Or
yeah, do you see there's a bear in the closet? Yeah, there's Dankula in the corner right here. There's Bear. I mean, come on. And yeah, no, the fact is they're pissed because the fact is all chat interactions from that are gone. Hold on. Excuse me. Sorry. You don't need to hear me sneeze. But all these were streams. So all the chat interactions, all the chat itself, all gone. Just no archive. He actually I think he also destroyed the BitChute archive. And part of that is because I think he put the shitting it. Jeremy cannot handle being, fucking made fun of. He stopped his Snorlax from learning Hyper Beam. Okay. I don't know why. He's a fucking normal type. It's the strongest normal attack. Anything that can learn Hyper Beam is gonna fucking know Hyper Beam in my book.
Bearing or something like that. I guess they're really upset with him because he was understanding that was their cooperative work and they were going to leave that up like forever for it to be watched and enjoyed, and they don't have backups of it. So if he deletes it, that's it. It can't ever be watched again. So yeah, pretty crazy. Guitar Player, thank you for $5. I appreciate the $5 super chat. Okay. So he's going to tell a story, huh?
Body Slam, Yawn, Shadow Ball,
maybe 34.
So hang on, what was that a couple of years ago?
Not Rest?
Yeah. I'm 36.
Okay.
So yeah,
we
did it. The memory
what
is
about
vivid.
Rest?
We're at Walmart. We had just eaten. My wife.
Why Shadow Ball?
I guess
That's a
he
ghost
was under the
type
impression if he
move.
said it's going to take a $500 contribution, no one would do $500, then someone did. All right, hold on. Let's think about this. If someone does a $500 contribution right now, what story could I tell you? What story have I never told you that I could tell you that you'd actually like? Let me think about this. Because I've shared so much in the past about my past. Let me see here. By the way, thank you so much to First.
He got rid of Rest? Okay, Phil. Yep. And he's reading the info on HamBone just to repeat everything he's learned. Yeah, there's no actual analysis here. And what he doesn't understand is he also takes everything Jer said at face value. Everyone knows that the editor thing was a fucking lie. And that what it was, he was fucking drunk off his ass and in a pissy mood and decided to delete it so that his shitting his pants story gets hidden. just like everything, he does this kind of spur of the moment and then wakes up and finds that, oh, there's consequences to his, consequences have actions, pimp. Shadow Ball is Garbo when not on ghosts. Yeah. Yawn is okay for stalling. Body Slam is good for... Body Slam's not too bad. Body Slam's fine because I think that doesn't Body Slam take into account the weight of the Pokemon? Maybe? I can't remember. Shadow Ball, yeah. Like... You can just tell if he was to go up and play folks with his party, he would just get decimated because he always picks the wrong things because he expects his chat to do everything for him. I honestly am beginning to wonder. Huck was a Pokemon fan. I honestly am now beginning to wonder if like how much of the stuff did he just he never did chores around the house. Like he would just weaponize that fucking incompetence. But for Phil, who says he's played a lot of Pokemon games, says he's a fan of the series, he doesn't know anything. If you can't understand basic type, type matchups, yeah.
First name 20, who just gifted a sub to the community over on Kick. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much for the support. Now I just got to figure out my what $500 story to offer you guys. I just got a $5 tip. Someone just did a $5 tip and said, "Oh, you're back. Are you alternating between your channels to stream?" I am for now because this is React content, and I really don't want to do long form React content on my gaming channel. But all the gaming stays over there.
How about you tell the fact that May 1st was not the first time that you've basically masturbated in public and people have caught you. Like there's that. And the thing about it, Sonic Jada, is that some of the stuff is just, it's easy stuff. Like, the thing about I don't know, I never played the remakes, so I don't know if the bug with Ghost Pokemon against Psychic still exists in Fire Red and Leaf Green, because the thing was, in Gen 1, well, they were supposed to be weak, Ghost was supposed to be strong against Psychics. There was a bug that it was instead not fucking effective at all. I'm sorry. What? Strength, Fly, Flamethrower, Dig. Why would you put Dig? Why would you ever put Dig on a fucking fire Pokemon? Like, that makes no sense at all. Like, Flamethrower, okay, but like where's Fire Spin? Because that'll go 2 to 5 times and basically keeps your enemy occupied so they can't do anything. Yeah, on a flyer too. Why would you like there are very few, like, fucking hell, like, not on a flyer. That makes no sense at all. You don't have Fire Spin. You don't have Fire Blast. Like here's the thing. If it was Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Fire Spin, Fly, I'd be like, I guess, yeah, because it does have flying, but like Fire Blast is much stronger. Like Fire Spin is, as I gotten older, I'm like, no, Fire Spin was definitely a very effective thing to use. If you can get that off, you get free, you can basically do other things, and he's kind of stuck there. Like he had to get the TM for Fire Blast. I wonder if he just threw it in the PC. I didn't want that.
And long form reacting like this will be here on this channel. So thank you like this will be here on this channel. So thank you whoever that was. There was no name attached. Thank you for the anonymous $5. I appreciate that. Okay.
I almost want him to do more runs, this time with like a Bulbasaur and a Squirtle. Do those runs, and I want to see what he puts on them. He'll put Cut on a Bulbasaur. Now, when I was a kid, I did that, and I immediately regret it. It's like, I should never have done that. And I redid everything, and it's like, okay, I'm not doing that again. Like, I messed up, and I knew. I was just like, wait, no, I did the wrong thing. First time I played Pokemon, I was a dent. Like, my Bulbasaur, I didn't give it Razor Leaf because I was stupid. Should have gave it Razor Leaf. I gave it Cut. See, I was just being stupid. But I know I've learned better to do that. Not to do that.
Let me think of. I'm gonna think of a story, a $500 story for you guys tonight. Okay, but let's continue with the documentary first.
And like, you know, when you're gonna have a, I would say, watery shit, you can kind of tell like your stomach kind of gurgles, and
it's called the bubble guts, Jeremy. The bubble guts. What happens is you have a gaseous buildup inside of your intestinal tract, and you know that it's going to force everything out at a rapid pace, and it's not going to be well controlled whatsoever. If you try to hold it in, it causes extreme gastrointestinal pain. The bubble guts. Very common thing that happens if you eat bad food.
Yeah,
you know it's gonna be.
I mean, a lot of times you can, like, you ever have that? You can hold it in for a little bit and be like, okay, let's go and find a bathroom real quick. And the fact is, you could probably hold it in long enough to get to the bathroom and get to the stall and then just do that. What the fuck? Yeah, he talks at length about the bubble gut. It is the bubble guts. I think it's bubble gut. I think it's because you have one gut, but I don't know. My thing is, you know, you have something like that, you can kind of feel, clench, and hope, and just, you know, hope you get there. And if not, say to no one.
Be bad. Well, we're grocery shopping, and it starts to hit me. I'm like, oh, I got shit. We're in the front of the store by the vegetables. The bathrooms are way in the back, or in the front of the store, like on the other side, looking for avocados. And then it's like, oh shit, it's time.
I'm sorry, like, that sounds like a medical condition. Like, even if I've ever had food poisoning, it has never been that bad. It's been like normally I can at least get like a my gut ref will give me a 2-minute warning. I'm like, all right, let's stop everything there. And like, yes, there's normally nowadays most modern grocery stores, you're going to have customer service. It's going to have some bathrooms, and you probably, the older ones always had the bathrooms in the back for anybody working in the back. There were bathrooms there. So the fact is that if you could feel it, oh, like you could probably get the length of an aisle in like a minute or so. You're telling me you can't just jog at a leisurely pace? You're just going to like, oh, all on the fucking floor. Get the fucking people who work fucking minimum wage. Gotta put the powdery shit on there. Oh, yuck.
And my mind immediately goes in like slow motion where I'm doing the calculation. I realize at this moment that there's a real possibility I might.
He's like the meme of the woman with all the math equations in his head, just like do. Calculating. Like, sir, if this happens, here's the calculation. Go. And the way you fucking you just leave your wife at the cart and you go. You move as fast as your fat ass can take you, and you just hope you make it in time. All right? You know, just don't fucking knock people over and you should be all right. All right? And if this is something that especially happens, maybe you should always know where the bathrooms are at any point in time, you know?
Shit my pants, because it was just like fucking happening. I start thinking, well, if it happens, I don't want it to be up front by all the checkouts where everybody sees me. So I decide to take the longer route to the back because I know I can kind of duck through.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Did they say this was the story of him shitting his pants at a Walmart? Is that what he said? I think that's what I caught earlier, right? This is a Walmart story. Am I correct? Because if this is him at a Walmart, if he's a millionaire, why does he shop at Walmart?
Phil. Just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean, like, fucking hell, Phil. If you have a lot of money, you want to save money. If he's been going to Walmart for decades beforehand, he's not going to then go to super bougie store. It's fucking Wisconsin. You have a beer store, a cheese store, and the Walmart. That's it. Like, fucking hell, dude. Like, this really shows you how Phil believes that, Phil doesn't buy any of those, like, store brand stuff. He doesn't buy, like, store brand groceries. Like, it doesn't matter who the fuck you are. Like, if I'm buying pasta, fuck, I'm buying the fucking store brand shit. Unless I'm at, unless I was at, like, a nice, little mom and pop place, near where my parents live, and they had some of the really good pasta. Then I'm like, you know what? I'll treat myself and have some of that. But other time, nope, store brand. That's good enough for me. It's $1 for a pound of pasta. Hell yeah. He really hates on, like, my thing is this, he hates on Walmart, but does he hate on shit like Target? As my thing is this, like, okay, there are some things that Walmart did years and years ago that I do not like. Locking their employees in at night. Them trying to kill all the unions, but you know what? Target did that too. A lot of the big box stores do a lot of the same things. Like, and to be honest, I like Target over Walmart, but I will admit, Target is just Walmart painted red. I know that. I just happen to like their selection a little bit more. I don't buy electronics from Walmart because I have heard that they will do like exclusive things with suppliers and purposefully cheap out. So what you think is the same model as that you can get at like Best Buy or whatever is actually an even worse version, which I don't like. I find that to be something I dislike about them. But I mean, if your Walmart has a grocery store and you've been using it for years, okay, just go for it. If you like the grocery store, go with it. I don't do that because I didn't really have any Walmart grocery stores growing up. And I got a grocery store not too far from where I am. A chain I've used, my family has used since I was very little. So I'm like, okay, I'll just keep doing that. It is what it is. Like there's Safeway brands or Kroger brands. Like I used to live in a place where it was Kroger and I'm like, okay, like that's the thing. It is what it is, Got no issue with Kroger, got no issue with Safeway. They're the grocery stores, I do try to, there is a butcher shop not too far away from me that's independent owned. And I do try to shop there a little bit more just because they got better meats. And I do like supporting more local things because they get it from like local, farms and stuff like that. I'm trying to be a little bit more on that, but that's me. And if you can't do it, it's okay. Like I don't buy everything from there. I bought a lot of bacon from there. Okay, on the weekend, a shitload of bacon, and it came in those. And I just all right. I'm putting some of this shit in the freezer.
If you're a millionaire, you go to the nice local grocery store that has the higher grade fruits and vegetables and the locally cut meats and everything that's fresher and better. You don't shop at Walmart. You shop at
no one cares. Okay. Oh, like maybe they shop at Walmart, maybe because they'll go to Walmart at the 2 a.m. and they'll go in because they just want to see some shit. Like, oh, we want to see the wildlife. Like, yeah, as I said, I shop at the butcher shop because it had better meats. However, I also know it's more expensive. I understand that not everybody can do that. And the milk's better because they get it from a more, it's one of those not as pasteurized in the glass bottles, and I like it more. And I understand I'm going to pay for it more. Yeah, this goes to Whole Foods just for free. Yeah, Whole Foods and Trader Joe's for frozen shit. Yeah, I don't even buy, like, I go to this stuff to get meat and to get dairy. Like, they have a little bit of vegetables, but I don't do veg. No, I'll get regular grocery store for the vegetables. Like, fucking hell. Like, for frozen snack pizzas, this motherfucker's going to fucking Trader Joe's and Whole Foods. Like, listen, Whole Foods has some of those glass bottle milks, which, you know, they're closer to where I live. I think the milk tastes better because it's not as pasteurized as much. It is pasteurized a little bit. It ain't no raw milk, dude. But I also understand that not everybody gonna do that. Same type of people who shop at Walmart also eat White Castle. Well, and White Castle would explain why Jeremy had the shits at Walmart. I don't eat White Castle. That stuff. It's like Taco Bell. It does no. My GI systems has told me years ago, no, we reject this stuff. And if you try, we want to turn it into a fucking. We're gonna turn your GI tract into a fucking like water slide for it. White Castle instead of Culver's. I have heard about Culver's. I've heard a lot about Culver's. There isn't a Culver's near me. Now, I will say this. If I'm feeling like I really want to treat myself, I will take the trek and go to a Buc-ee's. Go to the Buc-ee's and get me the sandwich at the Buc-ee's. But Bucker is next to one of the greatest fast food chains that goes to White Castle. I have heard that Culver's is really, really good. Like, luckily nowhere near a Buc-ee's. Yeah, I get you. Buc-ee's is nice, but it is not a go every time. It's like, you know what? I want to treat myself. I'll say I've had their chopped brisket sandwiches. They're like barbecue like they chop the brisket up and they put it with barbecue sauce. Oh, that's just good. That's just good. Now, personally, what's closer to me, there's a Sheetz and a Wawa. And I'll tell you this, if you're near Sheetz and a Wawa and it's like 2 a.m., you need a sandwich, that's some good shit. They have quality sandwiches at 24 hours. So I like that. Personally, I like Wawa a little more than Sheetz, but that's kind of a personal opinion. But both are good. As I've worked nights. You know, I have worked nights in, night shifts in my life. And sometimes you just need something to get you through the night. And it's late. Let's say the McDonald's is closed, the Checkers is closed. Fuck, what do you get? Go to Wawa or go to Sheetz and get a sandwich. And get a warm sandwich. Oh, I'll tell you, there's nothing better.
Walmart if you're broke. I'm very confused right now.
Like don't shit on. Here's the thing about it. Yes, people who have money tend to flaunt money, but guess what? Some people will still be frugal. 11 p.m., you want a burger.
Now.
I have to be very careful about burgers and stuff because I'm trying to lose weight. So if I get a burger, I'd have to make it myself. But I have a George Foreman grill, so I can make one myself.
Like the clothes.
Like if I was to go, I'd probably go to a Wendy's. But Wendy's is so expensive nowadays, and they're not as good as they used to be. It sucks. But I gotta say this. McDonald's are like the McDonald's near me ain't that great, so I don't go there. I can't do Carl's Jr. I've tried it and it makes me sick. It just does. I'm not saying it's bad. Like the burgers are great. It's just something in there just does not agree with me. So I stay away from Carl Jr.'s. But they had some good. They do have some good burgers. I would like Wendy's. Wendy's are gonna probably be the spicy chicken sandwich. I cannot listen. You get me a good. I'll be a slut for a good spicy chicken sandwich. In and out, or In and Out, because you know what? I was in California for a family event, and I had In-N-Out Burger for the first time. I don't think they're as good as Whataburger, but for the price that I paid for it, I recommend. I recommend it for the. I paid $10 for a combo, a burger, fries, and a drink. You know what? In this economy, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. And it was a fine burger. But I will say this. I am glad I do not live anywhere near a Whataburger. Holy shit, if I lived anywhere near a Whataburger, oh god, if I died, they'd have to freaking break a fucking wall down from my apartment just to roll my fat ass out there. Yeah. Whatever, I gotta stay away. It's like, Whataburger. Now, I don't like I don't do fried eggs. I do scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs on that burger. It was just like, it was like looking into the fucking portal from 2001: A Space Odyssey. I was just like, yeah, first casual. Wendy, as far as the casual choice is Wendy's. I like Wendy's. A bit overrated, but great for value. Yes, I think I would agree with it. People were saying it's better than fucking Whataburger. I don't agree, but great for value. I have no issue. I would, if I'm back in California, yeah, I'll have In-N-Out. That's not a problem. Making your own burgers is so much better. You get the sauce just the way you like it. Do for a limited burger, yeah. But yeah,
why isn't he at Whole Foods or Trader Joe's again? Why is he at Walmart?
Clothing and like the automobile section, people aren't
again like, oh, we Trader Joe. God, motherfucker. He even the fucking grocery store has to be a status symbol. Like, who cares if you shop at Walmart, dude? Who cares?
Gonna see me in case.
Oh, my stream is lagging, guys. You're absolutely right. We had a frame drop right there. I'll pause for a second. We'll see if it comes back. It looks like it may be coming back. It looks like it was just a momentary thing. Nope, now it might be dipping again. This happens from time to time. Usually it doesn't last more than like a handful of minutes. I don't think it's a DDoS attack, because if it was a DDoS attack, I'd actually lose my internet connection entirely. So I don't think that that's the case. I think if we wait a minute, it will solidify and we'll be able to continue. I hope.
You have shit
Let's
internet.
See. My apologies. This happens every once in a while, but it's actually a rarity that it does happen. It's not mine. It's the ISP sometimes. I think we might be actually.
Oh, that's right. Why immediately go to a DDoS? Because that way he can blame something else and not his bad internet. Because the thing about it is, it's his shitty internet. It's always his shitty internet. Like, oh wow, I had some drop frames too. Huh. I just looked at that. Oh wow. Not. Yeah, it's his business class network. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's always, he's always got this, oh, he's got to do the business, like, the business class network is not for streaming. He doesn't understand if he just gets the highest consumer grade one, or maybe even talk to Comcast, say, listen, I'm a streamer. I need something that is going to be high level that I can stream at. It would actually solve a lot of his problems, but he's too stupid to do that. Business class. Oh, that's better. It's like, no, it isn't. Like, I think he has issues because he's hitting his natural limit of upload.
Better right now, so we'll continue. If it happens again, let me know if it happens again, so I can pause. That way we're not losing part of the react. Okay? Okay, here we go.
The inevitable happens. I hit the shoe section, which you guys haven't been at Walmart, but the shoe section, you're about halfway. You can see the bathrooms. The second I see the bathrooms,
yeah, every Walmart's different.
Radar. And I'm like, okay, it's happening now. I'm starting to think, okay, if I have to shit in the store, where is the best place to shit in a Walmart? Because I'm not going to make it. I knew it for a fact I wasn't going to make it. So I cut down the shoe aisle, because nobody shops for shoes at Walmart. And then
So was this story worth $500, do you think? Was it really worth $500, especially because he's like a millionaire? Was it really worth it for this story to be out there?
Yeah, this is
I'm just saying, it's pretty embarrassing, you know?
I decided myself to shitting my pants in a Walmart at this point.
And
I'm thinking,
and $500 split amongst 3 people, because it's a 3-person show, right? So I'm sure they're each getting a cut, so he didn't even get the whole $500.
Okay, so my wife's gonna have to find me like some sweatpants or something. I'm going to shoot. And
it's a
at that
YouTube
moment,
thing, so YouTube
came
already
out.
gets their cut.
started running down my leg.
Yeah.
And I like, oh my god, you know what? I'd rather than like kneel and accept my fate, I'm fucking going for it.
I
So
think the casino might have said, this is the thing where, you know, waterboarding wouldn't have got this out of me.
It's running down my leg now to where it's like at my
This
sock.
is a story you take to your grave.
And, I'm running like clenched butt, and I get into the bathroom.
Were you
and
leaving
that-
a trail? Were you leaving a
Yeah,
trail?
there was a little bit. There was a little bit on the ground when I was walking back. Yeah. There are a couple spots. Yeah, and so I get into the bathroom. I
Yeah,
open the
he's
bathroom
laughing
door,
at Jared more
and
than... Yeah, because
I'm
Jared
thinking,
can't
I'm
tell a
always taking my
funny
pants off,
story. He
because
doesn't
I'm
know
thinking,
how
all right,
to.
My underwear, it's over. The underwear, those aren't coming home with me. But if I can save my pants, because I'm 6'5", 6'6", and a big dude. I'm not finding pants on the rack at the store. So I'm like, I gotta save my pants. So I burst into the bathroom. My pants are already half off. Shit's coming out of down my leg. There's a fucking dude at the urinal, and he whips his head around. I said, dude, I'm shitting myself. Sorry. And there was shit all over the floor.
Why did you need to know that?
Yeah, I was taking my pants off. I thought he should know. And it wasn't like...
Dude, I'm shitting myself. Sorry.
Yeah. And,
You know what?
Well, I guess Bardic is enjoying the story. Thanks for 100 kicks, Bardic.
No. We're I think we need a I think we need let's see.
We understand why you're frustrated. Healthcare costs
I
keep
understand your
rising,
frustration.
and paychecks aren't keeping up.
We need a little bit of a break. Let's have some fun. I know. I need to get my Aqua Saber. I need to get my ad block working a little bit better. It just don't work as well.
Like, what up? Here comes a big fart. Nah, I just dumped. I did a shit at a Walmart. Poop on the floor. Sure takes some beating. The people like, damn, buddy, what you eating? Wading in ankle deep. Headed to the sit down. Dressed in all white, but now everything's turning brown. Washing off in the sink. Guy standing next to me. Probably should have closed his mouth. Flex a poop flying free. Piss. Oh shit, there's a taco truck, friends. I'm gonna poop my pants. Only got $25 in my pocket. I'm pooping, looking for a toilet. This is fucking gruesome. I'm gonna poop my pants. Only got $25 in my pocket. I'm pooping, looking for a toilet. This is fucking gruesome.
That RTU AI thing is a lot thinner than RTU.
I took a big ass dump on the grip shop, that's my show.
Rick Carl. This is why he wears brown. Bring me my brown pants.
Like, here's the thing. I've told some embarrassing stories about myself over the years, too. But nothing about, like, being in public and stuff like this happening. There's a pretty embarrassing story I told about when I was a teenager. And my friends, I was already drinking, and my friends insisted that I smoke weed while I was already buzzed from drinking. And I was like, nah, I'm good. And they basically peer pressured me into smoking this weed while I was drinking. And somehow, it hit me, and I had this really adverse reaction where I was so sick to my stomach, and I was coming out both ends. All right? But the story is, like, I'm at a house, you know.
I'm sorry, what? Bill? Why would you say that? Like, you know, I mean, I'm sure everybody's got a story where they get sick enough that it comes out both ends. But you know what? I don't want to, nobody needs to know that. No one, it's like the only people who need to know that maybe would be a doctor. Like, you tell your doctor if you're getting sick and it's coming out both ends. They should probably know. But you know what? The internet doesn't need to know that. Okay?
I wasn't at Walmart doing this in front of people.
Also, I'm sorry. Weed made you that sick? Fucking bullshit. I don't believe it was the weed. I think he wasn't just drinking, he was pounding the drinks, in my opinion. That motherfucker was just pounding. Worst interaction with booze and weed, got high for a grand total of 50 minutes, then passed out for 6 hours. Yeah, and then you probably have a fucking hangover from hell. Like, yeah, like,
And for the record, I just want to address something. Jersey Kid in chat says $1 million is not special anymore. Certainly not enough to stop working or shopping at Walmart. Working, I will agree with you. Shopping at Walmart is complete nonsense. I have not shopped at Walmart once in my life, except for one time in the early 2010s. Walmart had these Street Fighter joysticks on sale. They were the only place that had them, and I ordered them and picked them up there and just went home and, you know, modded them. That's
you fucking no, bullshit, liar, Jacques. You fucking pre-ordered your fucking Switch 2s from Walmart, if I recall correctly. You did that. I'm not a big fan of Walmart either, but I would have fucking did that if I had to do it. I got mine from Best Buy, but you know what? I had them. I had Target, I had GameStop, I had Best Buy, I had Walmart. Like, yeah. Like Switch 2, tried the PS5, like, I'm sorry, no. Oh, just because whether you, one of them got canceled. You shopped at Walmart, you fucking liar. Hold on, wait a minute. I forgot I had a fucking...
Why the fuck you lying?
Yeah, why the fuck you lying? Don't lie.
what I was doing. I've never once, as a normal customer, walked through the front door of Walmart and shopped the store in my entire life. Nor will I. Like, I have absolutely no desire to do that. I know what kind of a company they are. I don't stand for them. I know what goes down at Walmart. Like, I would never shop there ever. I have so many other alternative choices of places that I can go. And by the way, yeah, they're all a little bit more expensive, but they're not bank breaking. To me, someone who absolutely forces themselves to go to Walmart is you're just trying to stretch your money to the maximum. There is an entire group of people in this country that have to shop at Walmart because they can't afford to shop anywhere else.
Like, you're trying to stretch your money to the maximum. Bill, are you saying that that's a bad thing? There is nothing wrong with wanting to save a little money. You'll go to Fred Meyer, who's owned by Target, in a heartbeat. Yeah, like, the fact is, he probably shop at Target, even though Target is basically just red Walmart. Like, yeah.
I'm not faulting those people. I'm saying if you're a millionaire, you don't shop at Walmart. There's a million other alternative places you could be shopping that are better places to shop quality-wise and just a million reasons why, okay? I would never be at Walmart with my family, period. But that's me. Other people can disagree. That's fine.
Yeah, here you go, Simfel. The rich are greedy with their money. They're still looking for deals, too. Like, he is acting like he's just above. We shop ethically and not like poor people.
I would not be at Walmart, so.
Fucking
okay.
hell.
Wait, is this over? It's over. I get into the stall. Thank God no one was there. Otherwise, I was going to sit on the trash can. And what's left just exits.
Store brands mean you're poor. Overly urban individual.
Now I'm looking down. My pants are in the middle of the Walmart bathroom with several spots of shit. There's shit all over the floor in the bathroom. And this...
Did the guy just scurry in, or is he...
No, dude, this guy is a fucking hero. Okay?
I feel so bad for whatever...
I don't know if he worked there.
Janitor, they probably... Whatever associate they have on minimum wage who had to clean that bathroom.
Yeah,
like, fuck off,
I got you,
Jer.
He's like, no one's coming in. So then I begin a long cleaning process of having to take a 6'5", 300-pound man taking a bath in a Walmart sink because I had shit all over me. And at no point, by the way, does my wife turned one way, saw me picking out avocados. 30 minutes later, she gets a text from me. I shit myself. She had no idea. She had fucking no idea where I went. She thought I was like mad and I left. It was like, because, you know, obviously I'm like, look, I got to handle this. When you're covered in your own fecal matter.
She's just following the trailer shit like fucking Hansel and Gretel.
She had no idea where I even went. By the time I get cleaned up, I'm like...
I mean, I wish I would have something to comment here, but I really don't. Like, it's just embarrassing story. I'm sure he really regretted telling the story for $500, which he didn't even keep all of. But that's about all I have to say about it.
What's going on. And I had like 30 missed calls, 20, 30 missed calls from her. She had no fucking idea. By the time I get back to my wife, she's fucking pissed because she had to do all the grocery shopping by herself. I'm like, but I shit myself. And she's like, well, you're not driving in my car. So she like, there was obviously still
you walk
on
home.
my pants. They were like fine, but there was some splatter.
Though the stream podcast where Jeremy told his story only got 30,000 views, retellings of the story would get considerably more viewership. On the topic of viewership, Jeremy began uploading 2 videos a day and began his crusade against celebrity Brie Larson.
Okay, now remember, on the last React, one of the things that we notably, broke out of there is that he seems to hyperfixate on a particular person, and like a bull seeing red, charges forward, attacking that person endlessly. And it causes internet drama, internet stirring up. Some people back him, some people are against him, but it gets him the attention he's seeking, and apparently it makes him the money he's seeking, right? So in this case, I think this is almost him taking what he did in the Magic the Gathering community, okay, and taking it to an exponentially bigger level. Because in Magic the Gathering, a random cosplayer, it's not going to give you that much attention if you talk about a cosplayer, except within the Magic community. But if you go after a mainstream actress who's going to be acting in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right, and you're going to constantly be attacking that one person, that's going to get you some kind of infamy.
Who played Captain Marvel and Captain Marvel.
Yeah, why do you approach
Jeremy covered the release of Captain Marvel while commenting on Brie Larson's own controversial comments. In his career, he's made 270 videos on the topic of mentioning Brie Larson.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
All right, I'm going to say this.
He did the same
thing. That does
thing.
sound kind of excessive and maybe obsessive.
He may regret it,
However,
but at least he was
if I weren't me, I would be like, that's crazy.
That.
But I have people who literally make multiple videos about me a day. So in 1 year, they've already probably made somewhere between 600 to 1,000 videos about me in 1 year. And it's more than one person that does that. And I'm nobody. You have to understand that. Like, I'm a small-time creator, right? Little guy. Right now, I have 177 viewers on YouTube. And maybe how many do I have on Kick right now? 94? Or
Phil? It doesn't matter that you're a small-time creator. The fact is, for years you lied about needing all this money that was just going into your WWE champions addiction. You lied. You basically lie and manipulate your dents into doing this. You shit on everybody. You are a terrible human being. The fact is that now I saw on the you watch YouTube videos of people going to the zoo instead of taking your wife out for a nice date, out for like a day date, going to the zoo or going to like, an aquarium or something like that. So that, you can spend time together. No, instead you spend time together stuck in your house. Like, she only basically leaves the fucking house to go to work. Like, what the fuck? Like, that, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm just going to say that, like, if you heard it from someone else or from other people, it would sound kind of abusive. Like, you don't let her go to anywhere else and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah. Thinks watching travel vlogs is vacation. No, it's because he doesn't want to. He was, I'm successful. No, he's a fucking broke boy. Like, you could see the money's drying up. He is getting scared. So that what he does is he tries to say, he's trying to say, like, I'm not owned. And we just see him slowly, over 18 years, turn into that corn cob. And that's the thing. Yeah, but to Phil, when we ran on him, he feels attacked. Yeah, well, because we're attacking him for stuff that he's doing. Like, Broside Phil attacks him because the fact is he's tried to go on this like health and weight and this like muscular arc, even though he's not muscular at all. He wants to make it look like that, but he said he maxed out on fucking sit-ups. No, you just keep doing more, okay? Actual vacation is a waste of money that could go to WrestleMania. Yeah, but an actual vacation, go see the fucking world. Go do something, Take your wife on a fucking honeymoon that she has never had. You've never given her a vacation since she married your fat ass. Instead, you've done nothing to help her. She works fucking retail, you're like, oh, she tries to get, office and reception jobs, but she didn't have the experience. At no point did you probably ever think of, I don't know, giving her night classes, because the fact is, from Leanna, you don't want her to have friends outside because those friends will be like, this guy's really weird and not in a good way. Like, that, this honestly does feel like a financially abusive relationship. And he's got nothing. And he is he is hoping, because he's hoping that at next year, 2027, that's 7 years, he'll have access to credit again. And he is going to refinance that home and burn through all his money. Hopefully that he will then, because he's hoping his parents will just drop dead, he can get all that inheritance money. I'm hoping a lot of that goes to the cousin. I hope he has to split it.
Is that not correct? 94. So I've got like 260, 270 viewers. That's my average stream. And I got these nut jobs who obsess about me. He's doing this to someone who's a real actress and a real celebrity. Therefore, he's probably getting exponentially even more interest and views on this content than anything that, that would be even done about me. In fact, just taking a look at this page here, he's got a video, 22nd of April, 2019, 6.9 million views. The Avengers cast savagely roasts Brie Larson about her lies about doing, so who even cares? He made 7 million views on a video about her. So of course she's going to keep making the videos, right? This guy's probably made hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million, off of talking about this woman.
He made so much money covering her that he dedicated a new show.
You sound jealous of doing that. You sound like you're jealous of Jer for doing that. Like, that sounded like he actually was fucking jealous of that. Not, oh, you know what, he's just as bad as my detractors. Almost just like, fuck, why didn't I do that? Why didn't I get into that? Like, but here's the thing, Phil. Like, yeah, he went on it. And then even, I think, like, part of this was that he was getting into that and he basically was getting a lot of boomers. A lot of boomers, he got onto their YouTube thing, and that was what he was getting a lot of, So you're just like Brie Larson, but a friendless failure. There's videos about you, but with millions of views.
To her.
There you go.
Before I go to bed too, just a little ritual. Appreciate you. Just want to hear too. Appreciate you.
Jeremy covered other evolving stories, such as the exploitation of Stan Lee and the fall of Anita Sarkeesian, yet neither of these were as lucrative as his coverage of Brie Larson. As with any of his other videos, Jeremy often poorly summarized articles, sometimes missing key information that made the point of his video moot. For example, there is this video uploaded in 2021. Jeremy often poorly summarized articles, sometimes missing key information that made the point of his
Motherfucker wearing a Carhartt hat. That's a fucking stolen Carhartt valor right there. All right. Like, no, get that fucking Carhartt hat off your head. All right. You've never fucking worked. Like, you're like those motherfuckers who like, I want to buy vintage Carhartt. No, fuck you. All right. Vintage Carhartt is one thing, but until you see someone who's like had the same Carhartt hoodie for 30 goddamn years, you could see it. And that thing is just like, I'm as strong as the day I got bought, motherfucker. You can't kill me. Our heart will be around for the heat death of the fucking universe. But no, this guy who's never worked, any manual labor the day in his fucking life, never worked outside. What the fuck do you have, Carhartt?
Video moot. For example, there is this video uploaded in 2021. The headline partly reads, on-screen killer Michael Myers is branded homophobic for murdering a gay couple in new film. But horror fans argue it is a sign of equality. This is an article about several tweets.
I would think that this is like ironic, satire, but it's not.
Quote, the Twitter user later added, if it wasn't already clear enough, this tweet was a joke, so please stop attacking me, unquote. Not only is this in the article Jeremy is reading, it is on screen while he is contradicting it. It does not end there.
I got so many people like outright stating very obviously fake, false information, like so easily researchable, and then stating it so emotionally as fact that it made me think like these people are actually insane.
As profitable as it was for Jeremy to monetize nonsense outrage and antagonize others on YouTube or Twitter, back in 2018, some posts would have lasting consequences that outweighed any monetary gain or support. On June 30th, 2018, in response to Matt Fantastic alleging someone was being predatory, Jeremy, as he did with Mark Rosewater, claimed, quote, someone once told me Matt Fantastic did some horrible things with young boys. He should pay for what he did. Listen and believe me, unquote.
Now, you read the post. Nothing like slandering a man with no evidence at all. Let me try it. So he's outright saying, what I'm about to say is fake, but let me try it and see what happens. Uh-oh.
Like...
This is the window he punched in. After
are you fucking...
Continue to punch.
I'm sorry, was he fucking smiling at someone basically slandering... Jeremy slandering someone on the internet, calling them a fucking pedophile? Did I miss it? Hold on. Yeah, nothing like slandering a man with no evidence at all. Josh, codenames Josh is a predatory sex killer. Like,
a man with no evidence at all. Let me try it. So he's outright saying, what I'm about to say is fake, but let me try it and see what happens. Uh-oh.
And look, he's smart. Like, dude, like, what the fuck? Jeremy, what the fuck? Like, one, you just don't fucking do that. Like, that's the kind of shit that's like, that shit's heinous, and anybody who fucking starts, false blaming people or, like that, I got no respect for you. Like, yeah, I know. People will claim that Phil is that, but they'll also use the evidence that Pandalee was 17 and he might have been talking to her before she turned 18. So, hey, there's a theory. Also, the whole defending Derek and stuff like that. You're like, that ain't good. Duper's delight. He knows he's going to get away with lying about someone. Yeah.
This is the window he punched in after not being able to continue to punch me. Here's some witnesses. Hey, did that guy just ask my name and then start assaulting me?
Yeah, he actually said, hey, are you Jeremy Hambley? And he said, yeah, and he goes, fuck you, and reached over and started punching you in the head.
I don't know if you saw the YouTube footage, but
Like,
just got
I
here to
thought you were
Gen Con
6'5".
2018,
How did they punch you in the
hanging out
head?
with basically Gen Con royalty.
On August 2nd, 2018, Jeremy was assaulted at a bar near Gen Con, a convention he was attending. Jeremy explains the assailant asked him to verify who he was before striking him repeatedly on the back of his head, then fled before the police could be called. Jeremy also alleges that the bar initially refused to call the police.
Look at this shirt. Fucking rip my shirt. Wait, hold on.
Oh, they ripped my shirt!
My arm.
Dude, you got assaulted. No one gives a fuck about a ripped fucking shirt. Like, if some motherfucker was fucking, if I was at a bar and someone like was just punching me in the back of the head, you know what? I don't think I'd give a shit if my shirt got ripped. It would probably be, fuck, how do I get this guy to stop punching me in the back of the head? And or how do I get something to defend myself? Like, what the fuck? And because it's Gen Con, it doesn't have to be about his quartering content. It could also have been about his Magic the Gathering content.
Bleeding.
I don't know.
Here, let me put it this way. Can you see that? That's just from me trying to pull away from this guy. Like, he probably thinks he's so fucking woke. And he's gonna go tell his buddies how cool he was, right? For attacking somebody when they weren't even looking.
Quote, I'm keeping a lower profile, but I'm straight chillin' doing fine. Telling stories about me online is what it is. No charges. I haven't fled the con/state. I'm drinking beers, playing games, and doing business with my friends. Unquote. Matt Fantastic, the assailant who was identified the same day of the attack, ended his post with #PunchNazis. On the 4th, Jeremy commented on the widespread coverage of his assault, remarking on the support he was receiving and vowing to pursue legal action. And though he initially wanted to prematurely leave Gen Con in fear of another assault, he made the decision to remain for his previously appropriated time. With
Like, the thing about the internet is, what was it Mike Tyson said? That the internet made things so that, people weren't afraid to get punched in the face. And I'm not saying what Matt Fantastic did was right or wrong. Because, one, you hit him in the back of the head. All right, if a motherfucker's going to slander you, punch him in the fucking nose. I guarantee you that he probably going to stop at that point. But Jeremy being like, oh, are you so woke because you punched me in the nose because I called him a pedophile? I mean, here's the thing, the whole woke thing. Okay, you know what? I remember, and I am old enough to come from a time where there was talk shit, get hit. You talk shit about someone, they find you in the real life, and they might kick your ass. Phil has no comment about that, because guess what? Phil would have been running away like, oh, I'm an alcoholic, don't hit me, Jaha, wah. Like, motherfucker, you want to fucking say, even, there was probably a non-zero portion of Quartering's followers who might have thought that he wasn't joking, and he just might have said that because there are stupid people. So,
So now, here's the question. I don't know about any of this, right? So he's gotten all of this internet prominence and popularity, making this rage bait, drama bait, culture war content, right? It's blowing up. He's getting 11 million views a month on his channel, so he's making big bank, okay? He makes a joke tweet. It's obviously not real. He's saying, he's trying to call out this other guy's hypocrisy and says, well, here, let me make a tweet now with absolutely no evidence. It's obviously false, but here you go. Here's an accusation towards you. How do you like it? For some reason, this guy takes it seriously and goes and attacks him, okay?
Oh my God. He called that dude a pedophile. You don't do that jokingly. You don't do that jokingly. All right. even if you were best buds, you do not do that jokingly. That shit people will, there's a reason people will basically say to the wood chipper with you. All right. That shit that people will go on fucking vigilante justice on. Like, while assaulting people for political beliefs is deplorable, Quartering did talk a lot of shit between the politics. And it's not like he was respectfully aggressive. Yeah, that's like it, Ramen. Like, I'm sorry. And Phil is like, well, he said it was it's slander. Like, you fucking Quartering thinks he could just say whatever and there's no consequences for his actions. That has kind of been one of the things that Quartering has always done. That's why that whole thing with Magic the Gathering blew the fuck up, is because when people finally told him to knock it the fuck off, he wouldn't, and he's like, okay, get the fuck out of our group space. Yeah, when Phil cries slander for being called a pig roach. Like, this motherfucker, you saw that he got called a pedophile. I don't know the person who Matt Fantastic or whatever the fuck his name was. I don't know the person who he was talking about. I don't know what kind of sexual deviancy it was. I don't know if it was like a sexual assault or if it was, something on that. But no, you don't. You just don't. Because that'll get someone attacked. And no, I'm sorry. I'm going to say it. If a motherfucker decides to do that to me, it's on. It's on sight. All right? And if I fucking started doing that shit to somebody else and I slandered them and they were like, it's on sight for me, I understand that shit. Yeah, there are things you do not do, even jokingly. Like, I'm sorry. No. Being called a predator, which Phil is, I can see him calling slander. Yeah, I think Phil is a predator. And I'm sorry, the fact that, I will say, I believe more than likely Phil's a predator and defends predators, because it took 3 adults to finally get him to be like, all right, fine, I will ban Derek. And Derek was like, oh, Jesus Christ. But like, Jeremy was going for life ruination and thought he could just get away with it. And there's a point where, like, yes, I fully believe in freedom of speech. Jeremy had the freedom of speech to post that. Now, if he decided to get his ass beat, someone beats his ass because you slander them, well, you know what, that happens. And he could be like, oh, that's woke shit. Like, what the fuck happened? Do you know what happened in the 1700s? What are you saying, that someone that's slapping you in the glove and deciding to do pistols at dawn is fucking woke shit? No, you insulted someone. You know what? They want their satisfaction. They need to regain their honor. Like, yeah. 3 adults in his face and numerous detractors, and how many fans, mods telling Phil to finally ban Derek? Yes. For years, people were telling him to ban Derek. Like, Derek, I can't even remember if this was Derek or a fake Derek that was, acting like, oh, if someone kidnaps doesn't do anything, should they get a light sentence or something like that? Like, the shit that Derek was talking about, just, it creeped people out. The playlist, he was told about the playlist, and he did nothing. Until 3 adults, yeah, that was actual Derek. My soul left my avatar for a second. I couldn't remember if it was actual, because there's a lot of fake Dereks. Okay. Derek needs to ban. Yeah, no. Derek needs to not be allowed on the internet and needs to be kept an eye on. All right. Freedom of speech, but not freedom from defamation. Yeah. I mean, that's a Billy Mitchell, got Carl on defamation. Fucking, like, especially defamation in that kind of a way. Like, Jeremy did that completely to hurt that person. This wasn't a joke. This was, I'm going to slander him and, you know, that kind of shit. But it's like, defamation is still a thing. Like, you can still defame someone. You can, like, slander and libel are a thing, you know? And when you say something like that, and you just say it to try to be an edgelord, if someone decides, you know what, that's too far, and they decide they're going to beat the shit out of you, I mean, I do think you should have punched him in the face. Not the back of the head. Punch him in the nose. The fact the judge said he truly believes Billy cheated, but that wasn't up for legal action. Yeah, in my opinion, I think Billy did cheat, but I can't, it's going to be like that Dexter thing. I think he cheated, but you can't quite prove it fully. Like and it's like, yeah, I don't trust Billy when it comes to Donkey Kong. Sorry, I don't trust him. However, Carl fucked up and said shit he didn't have any. This is the thing. Everyone wants to be a journalist, but don't understand the thing is that, like, journalists, you know, like newspaper journalists and all that, and, you know, reporters and shit like that, they have to be very, very careful. Because if you don't put the right magic words in there, that's why when people get, you know, arrested, it's for an alleged crime. Because we're alleging that they did the crime. We're not saying they did the crime. It has been alleged. And if you say alleged, they can't sue you for slander or libel. But if you just say they did it without them being convicted in a court of law, you can get sued.
I don't think that's justifiable in any way, the attack. The internet is the internet, and it doesn't matter what people say about you on the internet. It's on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like...
And yet the fact is that, like, Bill, like, you say stuff on the internet, and yet the fact is you got mad and said that you would have slapped an 11-year-old in real life. Like, I'm just like, yeah, journalists get attacked all the time. Like, so many op-eds anymore because they can hide behind opinion. Yeah, like, they have to use op-ed. They can hide behind opinion. Journalists get attacked not in almost every. Well, also, especially in a lot of other countries where they might not have as much freedoms, or they want to suppress the press. Journalists are going to get killed because they might be about to say something that, you know, some either ruling power or some elite or somebody who doesn't want that shit to come out and has money or something to actually do something about it. We can definitively say Billy did not play an unmodified Donkey Kong. Also, Carl didn't lose for saying he cheated. He lost because he accused Billy of being responsible for he lost because he accused Billy. Yeah, Rami, it was not because of what he said about Donkey Kong. It was because of him saying something else, and, you know, that he didn't have enough stuff to. And defamation case was in Australia. Odds are he would not have won in America. Yeah, Billy probably wouldn't have won in America, but because Carl's in Australia, didn't know any bet and didn't know you also have to know the rules. Yeah, it's why I think Ethan Klein is going after fucking Ian and Anissa, because Canada's defamation, and actually this is the same thing, because remember what Ian did when he tried to do his fucking dragon scaly VTuber thing, and he put that fucking text on the screen and like half opaque, saying that, oh, Destiny, you know, it was shit where you're just like it was. I don't know Canadian defamation law, but that shit was skirting a line. That was skirting a line of that's defamation. And Ian and Anissa may want to hope that he decides to drop that, because that shit with all that ain't gonna go well for them. I get heated by the Billy thing because he had so many frivolous lawsuits, but because he won one, people suck his balls. He still suck. Oh yeah, no, I agree, Ramen. I agree. he sucks. I'm not a fan of. I don't know why the casino the casino buddies up to him because he felted Carl and all that, and they got some hot sauce out of it. But yeah, no, he's not someone like he is. Nah, he would. Like he's doing this, and you know he is basically kind of exploiting the fact that he's going up. He's basically trying to felt on people who they like even less.
This guy was having concrete consequences that were ruining his life because of a tweet.
Aussie Law hates everyone just
I don't
like
think he should be seeking him out in real life and trying to beat him up
just
like
doesn't
that.
want people there.
And I wonder if that shook Jeremy to the point where he's wondering, ooh, maybe I'm going down the wrong path because even though I'm making tons of money, this could happen. You could have one guy who's unhinged and come after me. And then that could be incredibly dangerous, right? However, no.
He's calling Matt Fantastic unhinged. I don't know. I'm going to go with your future stepdad, who I know is a fucking dent. I don't know. If you call someone a PDF file, you better be prepared to stand on business. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. You decide to go with that, the thing where it's like, We tried to go after ran the show because Garrett Bobby Ferguson parody and got mocked constantly for it. Yeah. Billy's gonna have to take his lumps, but the Carl thing was just Carl was dumb. But yeah, the idea that it was just an unhinged person. No. Phil wishes that he had the stones to come up and actually attack his detractors. He wishes he could. Even a dent knows you call something yeah, because here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. You call someone a PDF, like that's a stain that doesn't come off. Even if it's like, I will fully refute this and I have proof and all that, that stain don't come off. Someone is gonna be like, he got accused of being a PDF, and they're gonna think, could it be true? Like that hurts your reputation. Like that's shit where you're just like, if you, you say that, you stand on business. Phil would love to basically call all the dents PDFs and hide behind the screen. Oh, you see, no, it's just on the internet. You don't do that shit. Tracy, happy match because of the guy in Pixels. Billy has a lot of lol suits. Yeah, that I'm not surprised, Ramen.
Knowing what we know about Jeremy or the quartering, is he going to capitalize on this? Is he once again going to say, well, rally the troops, support me because this happened to me? That's the question. I think we're about to find out. I can tell you what I think. Okay?
That's why Phil doesn't dare leave the house.
Let's find out.
Support pouring in, Jeremy on August 9th created a GoFundMe for the purpose of suing Matt Fantastic.
That wasn't 5 seconds. 5 seconds did not pass. Again, I'm going to say this. He's supposedly a millionaire. All right? He's supposedly a millionaire. But he shops at Walmart, and he has to have a GoFundMe
calling a racist
to be raised to go to court to sue the guy.
Nothing because it gets
what do you need to GoFundMe for?
Yeah.
I thought you're a millionaire. I'm very confused.
I do not
like right now,
when
if
heinous shit
I were a
gets
millionaire and
thrown
actually was
around
rolling money,
everywhere.
okay, I'm good.
Because
for life, I'm making so much money on YouTube. And I actually felt like someone really wronged me or my family. I would just sue them.
Brazen.
I wouldn't wait for the GoFundMe funds to come in to do it. I would just sue them. Just saying. I just go for it. But at the same time,
here's the thing about this. $40,000, that is the fucking retainer. That ain't even anywhere. Like, here's the thing about it. Okay, let's say he gets this and sues Matt. Matt will basically countersue his ass because he's got a Twitter thing up there saying, oh, let's see if slander. Like, you're admitting you're slandering someone. Not sure that I would actually, like, it. Fucking.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
All the motherfucker has to do is basically say, hey, one, okay, why didn't he do a police report? Why didn't he send a police report? If he punched you in the back of the head, that's criminal assault. That's a crime. Do a police report. You don't have to do a lawsuit. Do a police report. No, because Jeremy knows in the back of his head, the back of his neck, the back of his mind, he knows that if he does that, then all the shit that he's called other people gets pulled up, and it will basically be the talk shit, get hit defense of this motherfucker called me something that will stained my reputation, and it's on. And I guarantee you a jury would look at this like, if that motherfucker called me that, yeah, no, it's on. And then Matt basically sues Jeremy for defamation because that tweet said, oh, I could do, let's see if I do slander. Also because Matt can just he pulls up the receipts for the person that he was talking about, not Jeremy, and be like, yeah, I was telling the truth and you decided to slander me. Well, fuck you. Phil loves to slander detractors. He's just lucky he doesn't use specific names and his word is not trustworthy, so no damages can be alleged. Yeah. Because Phil would not do any, Phil would fuck up. And if he could, he would fuck up and say some dumb shit that could get him sued. But, you know, he hasn't yet. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he did at one point.
This is exactly the pattern that we have seen with him, right? First, he gets in trouble with the Magic the Gathering. They're not going to fly me to events anymore. Well, fund me on Patreon so I can still afford to go. Oh, look, I'm banned from Magic the Gathering now. I can't participate in events. I can't do anything. Yeah. Well, pledge to my Patreon to support me anyway. Well, this guy attacked me.
Look at
pledge to my GoFundMe.
Trying to hide all kinds of stuff and failing.
$40,000 by $6,000.
He has money
Still,
for
Jeremy
court.
went forward with it. In the midst of filing,
Depends on
Jeremy
the
received an
district.
email from the Gen Con company informing
Francis
him that
County
he and
might
Matt Fantastic
legally
were
get
banned
away
from
with
attending
it.
future events. A decision influenced by the possibility of further retaliation at Jeremy at upcoming conventions. The results of the lawsuit, to some, would be similarly disappointing. Rather than reaching judgment, Jeremy and Matt settled. Matt's further retaliation at Gen Con company, informing $10 by $6,000. Still, Jeremy went forward with it. In the midst of filing, Jeremy received an email from the Gen Con company informing him that he and Matt Fantastic were banned from attending future events. A decision influenced by the possibility of further retaliation at Jeremy at upcoming
I'm not
conventions. The results of
surprised.
the lawsuit, to some, would be similarly disappointing. Rather than reaching judgment, Jeremy and Matt settled. Matt's apology in video form appears to be a condition for this settlement.
Hi, this is Matt Loader. Some of you know me as Matt Fantastic. Just prior to Gen Con 2018, I let my anger get the best of me and physically confronted Jeremy Hambley outside a bar in Indianapolis for statements he made about me previously. I unequivocally take responsibility for my actions that evening.
He smiled. I saw that.
To Jeremy for my thoughtless conduct.
Matt looked gleeful in his apology.
Yeah, looked gleeful. I saw that smile. He was gleeful. He only said that so he could basically settle. He wanted to basically say, sorry, man, I didn't do it earlier. That's a fucking not apology. But you know what?
Something that was not lost on those reacting to Jeremy's video. Quote, Matt is basically smirking at the beginning of his apology. He clearly doesn't think this is a serious situation even after losing. Since we will never know the terms of the settlement, I suspect from his smugness that he was not made to pay out much of anything. Probably not even the cost of Jeremy's lawyers. Since Jeremy only said, quote unquote, remaining funds would be donated.
No, I bet, in this case, all Jeremy was looking for was a public apology. And that's it. I bet that's all it was. He didn't want any money from the guy because he knew he probably wasn't going to get any because the guy probably doesn't have any. He just wanted the guy to basically kind of be...
Doesn't have any. Like, how do you know he doesn't have any money? Like, you don't know that, Phil. Like, what the fuck? You don't know that. The fact is that it was probably the settlement is we end this now or I don't start showing fucking receipts. Because yeah, like Jeremy he'd get destroyed. Discovery would basically show him just saying whatever he thought he wanted to. He could use free speech, but the fact is free speech does not protect you against defamation. And yeah, that tweet would basically be used as a countersuit. And, ooh boy, that could be something you may not want to do. So probably it was, instead of, you know, doing that, you know, yeah, he got the apology and probably thought, yeah, he got the, he's like, no, dude is not sincere at all. He just did the apology just to not have to pay. And I wonder if the fact is if Jeremy didn't even retain legal, he just took the money and
subjugated to him. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. If the guy attacked him, you know you're not going to get anything from him if you try to sue him in a civil court. So instead, just have the settlement be that he has to make a public...
Again, if he attacked you and you have witnesses, why did he not file a police report and press charges? Like, filing the police report would have the police investigate. The fact that Matt basically said it, that would be tantamount to basically, you know, yeah, we got his confession. He had to plead either no contest or guilty. Yeah, be glad defamation in the U.S. is much harder to convict. Japan, well known for telling the truth. Well known for telling the truth, but still losing defamation because that's the way it works there. Yeah, well, that's why you just, you know, that's why you need a, that's why all the companies need a loud American. Because they're the ones who will tell you the truth, and you can't defame them. Oh, we're going to defame? Okay. I'll punch you in the face. That's why companies have loud American to basically tell the bosses, you're doing something dumb. You just being dumb. This ain't going to work.
Apology, right? That's my guess. I could be wrong, but that's my guess.
Also,
By the way,
Japan's
someone just
court
attempted to tip me $20. However, it says that PayPal froze it, and it has it under review. So
Nobody gives a shit.
No one cares about your goddamn. And the thing about the Japanese legal system was, like, I don't know if I would really, listen, I've seen those Ace Attorney games. Like, the Japanese legal system's kind of fucked up. All right. Like, it's not enough that the defense attorney, you know, like in the US, you just, you prove beyond reasonable doubt that someone didn't do something. You know, you have to prove, you know, if you have reasonable doubt, that should mean that they go innocent. Because, you know, reasonable doubt. And if you prove beyond it that they did, that's what the prosecutor's for. The defense just has to prove reasonable doubt that they didn't. Yet in Ace Attorney, you also have to solve the murder. It's like, oh, well, if they didn't do it, who did? If you don't know who did it, we're just gonna convict your client because fuck you.
sadly, whoever it was that just tried to tip me $20, I don't know what happened. I don't know if you worded it weirdly, because sometimes if you word things certain ways, when you do a PayPal tip, they'll freeze their money. I have no idea if it'll be unfrozen or not, but thanks for trying, but sadly it didn't go through. I don't know what happened there. Okay.
That makes me sound like it might have been fake. Or somebody who's has a lot of fucking sock PayPal accounts and they're just like, I don't know about this.
Unquote. This was just the first of Jeremy's fundraising efforts, started in 2018 to reach an unsatisfying conclusion. The second was a fundraiser for exclusively games, a video game, tabletop, and arcade game media website campaigning as a space devoid of politics. Quote unquote, all games, no politics.
Yeah, the questionable tips is like it either comes through or it doesn't. Also, gonna say, without politics, is it without politics or is it without politics that you disagree with? Because honestly, nowadays it feels like without politics means it's without the politics that you find disagreeable. And on both sides, that's what it feels like. It's like, no, I mean, actual no politics, either side can get the fuck out. Who knows?
This guy, a Culture Wars, focused creator, but now he wants to do all games, no politics. Isn't that the antithesis of the content that he makes?
And this is Phil missing the point entirely. Think about it. Like, the idea when most of them say no politics, it means no politics that they don't like. Okay. And yeah, the same thing can be said to Phil. Like Phil, you don't like politics, in your chat, but then you did DS Politics, which one was awful. I mean, you hate liberals, yet you moved to a Seattle suburb. Like, come on. Come on. That would be like a dyed-in-the-wool Texas Republican just moving to Austin just cuz. Not because, they have work in Austin. Just moving to Austin. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you, if you're more centrist or right-leaning, why would you want to why would you go from Connecticut, which is one of the more conservative parts of New England, to Washington State, that's like pretty fucking liberal. Like, yeah, it's like, we're moving to New York. Well, yeah. Yeah, fence sit liberal. It was fence sit central, yeah. Wanted to shit on Trump, but glaze Trump in the same breath. Yeah. Thought giving food to a food bank was a political statement. It's like, yeah, what the fuck? Like, you know, especially because the fact is that, like, what was it? Panda Lee had other states in mind, like Texas or Florida. Like, Florida would have been a little bit, there's some conservative parts of Florida that are, you know, there's definitely some conservative parts of Florida. Florida's a bit of a swing state, but there's some conservative parts there. Texas, he would have had central air. He'd never have to leave the house. He could have gone to the Buc-ee's. Oh yeah, Agri, you're right. He thought giving food to a food bank was a political statement. Yeah, fucking hell. Thinks charity's general because he feels it is self-gratifying. Like, it's because, and just like when fucking Null and Ricada looked at his bankruptcy and Null said, yeah, he's got a big fat goose egg when it comes to charitable donations. Like, he's never given to charity because he hates giving money to anybody. He only wants money to go to what he wants, which are toys for him and fucking toys for him and alcohol and fast food. Like, this motherfucker, like, I guarantee you he, like, the Outback Steakhouse where it's like, oh, they overcooked a steak. It's like, okay, you ate it. The fuck? Just because you ate it, you don't get to get your refund. It's like, no, you send it back. And the third time, it's like, okay, you know, if the fact is they can't get your steak cooked on the second try, I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. If you can't cook a fucking steak, like, that should be a thing of, oh, we have a new guy on the grill. You got, like, you're at a steakhouse. Anybody on the line should be able to cook a steak.
It's a little weird. 5,390.
Yeah, what? That's why, you know, the servers always come back like a minute or two later to see how it is. Like, one bite, or you cut it open, and you're like, this is overcooked. Send that shit back. But not eat the whole thing or even eat half. No. You don't get free food if you've eaten it. Sorry. That's not how that works.
Backers, and he got over $159,000. This is the second major campaign now. Remember I asked last time, I said, is this how it works?
New guy, yeah, you're right, so Kurt. New guy.
Hey guys, I'm announcing right now this interesting new campaign. All right, I'm gonna go for it. Was it GoFundMe? I'm gonna open a GoFundMe. All right, you ready? Creators against reacting. Because we all know that reacting to anything on the internet is the absolute worst content possible. I'm staunchly against it, and we need to stop it. So I'm announcing right now during this live React stream, Gamers Against Reacting on GoFundMe. Send me funds right now. Oh, yeah.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
And he raised $159,000 for it.
And this really does show that how much Phil is kind of missing, is kind of off the pulse of everything that was going on. Like, at this point in time, a lot of things that, like, oh, get out of politics, like the XFL, get politics out of football, basically meant, you know what, you stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance, or for the national anthem. It's, again, as I said, it's, we don't want their politics. We want to put our politics in there and say it's apolitical. That's always how it is, you know? Oh yeah, no, he wishes he could do these grifts. And the part of the thing is that Jeremy is a marketing major, so he knows a little bit more how to grift folks. And the fact is, politics free is gonna get people who think things are too woke. They think they're too woke, so he would have gotten that grift. And like $153,000, and I bet you it did, but it's still, so is Phil. Yeah, Phil would love something like that, to be able to do that, because he would never make this. I mean, again, Project 7 reboot.
Wow.
But this just
Jeremy
shows
had
how Phil
experience
just
managing
doesn't
websites across several
understand.
channels
Just
with
is.
little overhead. This changed in 2014
He's so
when his page ran
smooth-brained.
ads for $5,000 per month for a full staff of presumably 4 to 5 writers and an application development team. This changed again in late 2018 when Jeremy claimed running a website now cost $30,000 for 3 months. He also stated in the fundraising that he pre-funded the graphic design of the website, the HTML coding of the website, the bulletin software, and the website's forum. The $10,000 a month was to pay for articles, editors, mods, social media managers, ongoing graphic design, merge creation, and server protection. The funding concluded with $159,443 raised. The website appears to have launched early 2019 to little fanfare. This is quantifiable because the articles have a view counter underneath them.
Yeah.
While some would get as high as
You're right, Aqua.
8,500, others
You're
would slump
right,
to
Aqua.
400
He
views.
wants the
Yeah, I can't
sponsor
see
so
a
he can
reason
screw
why
them
that
over.
particular article
He
right
wishes
here
he
behind me
could
would have gotten
charge
any kind of
50K
view.
for
I don't know.
Discord like Anita did.
A
Yeah.
fraction of the viewership
The problem
Jeremy was
is
receiving on his
that
main channel. Additionally, the
those
website did not seem
grifters,
stringent
they
in
don't
its
last
policy to
that
keep
long.
politics out. For example, there is this article covering Roblox reversing PewDiePie's ban on the platform. The article cited this image as the explanation for his ban, naming specifically a redirecting of unsafe and inappropriate sites/channels, alongside inappropriate behavior. Though this reasoning was dubious as the ban was reversed, and it specifically arose through an erroneous flagging system, the article cites the reasoning for the initial ban as a quote-unquote political decision while failing to expand on how it was politically motivated. Though most of the commenters do not question the writing, this user does. Quote, "Isn't that political? I thought this site should be free of this kind of stuff." A different user responds, quote, "Type text here, ellipses. Not really. An influencer was banned from an online video game. Was it for 2 political reasons? Maybe, but it's still interesting to know. And the writer isn't giving his opinion on the ban either." Unquote. Exclusively Games also had a YouTube.
Okay, at least you know what? I do have to agree with that. The article is not inherently political. The article is reporting on a factual situation that happened as a result of a political decision, but it's not a political article. It's not agreeing or disagreeing. It's just saying this is a fact. All right. At that one, I'll give him that. I think that one was kind of a red herring there, where they were trying to accuse him of something, and it really wasn't.
Channel where reviews could be found not adhering to the policy of no politics while claiming to be doing such a thing.
The reason it's called Exclusively Games is that its writers do not inject political agendas into their articles, which has become, sadly, as many of you know, all too common in the gaming industry today, especially in games media. So that's what it means. It means no political agendas. It does not mean no opinions about anything.
For the most part, fairly inoffensively done. The game doesn't get political. There's no girl power or anti-male kind of attitude to the game, which originally worried me.
By June 2019, the website was failing. The top articles were only getting hundreds of views. The same cannot be said for the quartering. Jeremy could be seen celebrating the growth on his channel in this video posted
It
July
would
1st.
be like if someone was like, "Oh, here's a horse to do bro for me,"
You know, about how many subscribers
and
they
oh,
care.
to
The only reason they reach out to me is
right
because my
wing
average
or some
views.
shit like that.
That's why,
Like, come
even
on.
though many of my videos get 100 to 200,000 views, which is
Yeah,
awesome.
he missed the point.
I'm still
Yeah,
getting
you
bombarded
notice his
with offers. I
constant
could probably do,
glances at the chat. You
ads
can't
every
unsee it.
few
Constant
days.
peeks.
Hey, dude,
Yeah,
I don't
because
have much money,
he doesn't
but,
have
you know,
much to
you know,
say.
but
He's just hoping
I'm
for
almost
the
like,
chat
oh
to
my God,
agree
I wish
with
I could
him.
refund that. I don't want people to stretch themselves to tip me. That's why I work my day job. That's why I'll never quit my day job. It keeps me grounded, and it keeps me in a situation where I don't have to worry about somebody
He doesn't
who's
have a
just
day
got
job
few bucks in the
anymore
bank,
because
you know?
the fact is
What is
now
his day job? I still don't know. We've been watching this now for what, hour and a half? I still don't understand. Because some people said it was some marketing thing that he does, but what about, I thought if the quartering channel is getting 11 million views a month, that's not his day job? Like, what exactly is his day job? I'm still confused about all of this. Where's the money coming from? You know,
is that
it just doesn't seem clear.
nowadays he doesn't have a day
That just
job.
makes me feel
But maybe
gross.
back then
6
he
months
did.
ago, the
I don't
community
know.
rose up and worked together to bring.
If
to
it makes my
fruition
ass hurt, then it's political. Yes, Mind of the
6
North
months
Star.
ago,
That
they
is
got together and
that is unfortunately one of the problems that I've had, and I have it with both sides. Where it's like, if it makes your ass hurt, it's political. It's like, okay, listen. You know what? If the fact is that, oh, you know, you don't like it, okay. But the fact is that, oh, no girl boss stuff. Like, okay. Okay. You know, I don't mind playing something if I can have, like, my thing is, make the story feel like I actually give a shit. Okay. How strange DSP is watching another Joon documentary when he got pretty angry saying Joon didn't get the whole story. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, well, because Aqua Saber, it's not him. Again, if he sees something that is for someone else, he believes it wholeheartedly. Remember, he basically accused fucking Keemstar of being responsible for that one guy's death when that dude's mother said Keemstar didn't. No, he had issues. Don't blame this on Keemstar. And he's like, you know, the mother's incorrect here. Like, fuck you. Like, yeah, and fucking side scrollers called him out on it, and he could not understand. He literally could not understand. LTG believes everything Reddale puts out wholesale. Like, it is, the thing is, Phil will believe everything that a detractor says is someone else, but not him. And he cannot, his brain is wired in such a way because of his narcissism and his autism, his narcissistic traits. Let's narcissistic traits, don't have a diagnosis, and his autistic traits. He can't understand that, you know, he's having a double standard. Yeah. Phil believes everything Red Dale puts out about Dale because it bashes Dale. Yeah. He anything, if it's someone else, he believes it 100%. He would fucking believe. He fucking believe if fucking Breaking Banquet said that fucking wings just the Geordie sprouted actual wings, flew up, and then gave a fucking, you know, diving elbow to Kelly, he would believe it. You know, it's like, His giant traits. I think I will, you know what, Corez, I agree. I think, in my opinion, I think Phil is heavily closeted. I think that Phil is probably gay or bisexual, very leaning towards men. And I feel that with therapy, if he actually, you know, was honest with himself that he was attracted to men, I think he would actually probably feel happier about himself. Like he hates himself, and he's a narcissist, but you also get this idea like he hates what he has to do for a living. Team shut up the lolcow set because the Detractor said it. Yep, totally true, dude. I know Keem Jack. Yep. Yeah, the fact that he's always talking about men's physiques, it's like, dude, I never knew a dude who goes on and on about men's physique, even if it was just like, damn, he's swole, I need to get working out. Like, that's what most folks who are probably straight or whatever be like that. Like, you see someone's like, damn, well, I should probably work out. Maybe I could get something near that. But yeah, just men. He hates sexy women, but oh, sexy men, you're just like, yeah, dude, you gay. All right. And I'll say this, ain't nothing to me, nothing wrong with being gay. But Phil is in the closet, and I think that is psychologically hurting him. I think he has he's a 12-year-old and a 6-year-old body. Oh, Ramen, I think there's a little bit of that too. He acts like a fucking like an edgy teenager. But I also think he gay. I honestly think that he is, because every time he talked about women, you could tell he was just playing thing. It's kind of like, if you know, have you ever watched the Godfather movies, especially like Godfather Part 2? You kind of see like Fredo might be a bit gay, but is hiding it. And his over-sexualization, especially when he was in Vegas, is kind of his way of hiding that he's gay. Like, no straight man keeps a photo of naked Kino boys that is printed out. Yeah. No.
July fundraiser.
And wanting someone to take off their tank top
writers is approximately $10,000. I am seeking to cover 6 months of content. 100% of funding goes into the content.
No.
I, Jeremy, have not taken a dime and will continue to draw no revenue for myself. Unquote. This received $53,000, raising the total fund raised for the website to over $200,000. A fundraiser that came during Jeremy's best performing months so far, maintaining 20 million views a month, helped an upload rate of 2 videos a day. This likely influenced Jeremy's decision to officially leave Unsleep Media, formerly known as MTG headquarters. Jeremy applied himself to the quartering, not only embracing its growth, but also its trouble with demonetization.
You know, it's not like 2/3 of my videos end up getting hit with the yellow check mark only after reviewing. By the way, I have over 1,000 videos. To give you an idea about machine learning, I have over 1,000 videos, and maybe 2 of them were confirmed after manual review that they weren't appropriate for advertisers.
That sounds like a Phil rant.
As unsuitable
that sounds like a Phil rant.
To come. YouTube, in taking more control of its algorithm, was reducing the effectiveness of subscriptions. Previously, being subscribed to a channel meant a notification was sent to the subscriber. This was changed and now required users to select a secondary option, the subscriber bell, to now be notified.
I still don't even understand this at all. Like, I'm subscribed to certain channels. I don't think I've ever clicked the subscriber bell on any channel. So I don't even know if I get all the notifications are not. I don't even. What is that bell? Does that still exist? I want to subscribe to someone. There's a big button that says subscribe. I just click subscribe.
You mainly work on YouTube, my brother in Christ. You should know this shit. Yes, the bell makes things much quicker. There are certain ones where I will subscribe, but no, it gets a bell if I want to know when this motherfucker, like, yeah, bruh. It would be like if I'm at my job and I'm like, that I've been to, like, he's been on YouTube for years. And it's just like, what's the bell and why would that work? It's like, bruh. You know what? No. Here we go. It's like, whoa, buddy. Like, come on, Phil. Like, yes, subscribing to someone, it puts it with all the other subscribers. Hitting the bell means that the bell icon right up there in the upper right corner, you'll see that shit. Or if they get a new video, guess what? It pops up very easily on your front page. Dungeon Soup, for whatever new chaotic barbarian gets his bell instantly hit. Or Aqua Saber, new Space King. That the bells hit, I know when Space King comes out. You know? Yeah, and the fact is that Joon says how the bell works, and Phil just it with in one ear and out the other. Like, Phil doesn't listen to anybody. Oh, Alpha Boosta back in the day before GW fucked up Emperor TTS. I know. Yeah, they fucked up Em's TTS. Which sucks because the fact is nowadays they probably would just be like, yeah, okay. I mean, because everybody knew it was a parody. This wasn't like, oh, this is really Warhammer 40. Everyone knows it's a parody.
Still don't understand how this shit works.
Hey, did you cover this? Did you cover how?
And because you work on YouTube, it is your job to understand how this shit works. This is your job. Okay, Phil? This should be like, you should, like, don't laugh and all that. Like, this is your job and you're saying, I'm incompetent at my job. This is probably why I was let go from the helicopter company, allegedly. Yeah, almost 2 decades of doing it. This is probably what I wonder if this is why he got let go from the fucking helicopter company, because it was just he just like, oh, you know, you could tell him something and he just won't retain it. Alpha predicted all the Primarchs coming back to you, so said got butthurt claiming he was ruining the IP. Yeah, he wasn't fucking ruining the IP. He was taking the piss out of it, and you know what? Was having fun with it. All right, you can have fun with fucking 40K and take the piss out of it because it can get up its own ass. All right, you can do that. Yeah, valedictorian material.
Riot Games had this lawsuit settlement the other night. Yeah, I did a video 3 freaking days ago, but YouTube doesn't care. YouTube is not only not notifying you, but they're actively hiding the garbage. I don't care. There's some smaller.
The garbage. They're active. Don't call your content garbage, Quartering. Like, this is definitely a drunken rant. This is a drunken rant.
Channels out there who think it's funny when people out there are struggling and frustrated, and I get it. I've been there. It's okay. Make your content. But the fact
he's drunk here.
This is exactly why I will never commit to making content full time, because YouTube's.
Oh.
Why the fuck you lying?
I mean, now he's committed to making content full time. But what are the oranges for? Yeah, helicopter company took all its improvements in policy and routines and said they'd look into it later. Phil really thought he did something there. Yeah, and the fact is that not only did he do that, them moving him around in departments showed that they were just trying to find someplace he wouldn't fuck up. Because if you are the guy who knows everything about everything, they keep you at the other departments. They bring other people to train you about things, or you learn from other folks. You know, the guy who knows everything at your company, like the first IT job I had, that was one of those dudes. He knew everything. He was an older man. He knew everything. He knew how everything went with everything. He had a certain role, but he knew many things beyond his role. And you know what? The fact is, you could go to him and learn the shit. And you went to him. He didn't go to other departments. The departments came to him. And that's the problem, Phil. That's the thing. If they're moving you to different departments, they're trying to find a fit for you. Yeah. Career improvement plan is code. Yeah. A career improvement plan. A career improvement plan is basically a performance. It's a PIP. He got a PIP. Performance improvement plan. That means we have officially said you are and normally performance improvement plan, you need to go because you could do everything in 30 and they're like, you haven't improved enough. Goodbye. Like if you get a PIP, time to go, because that is enough that they can then fire you, even if you are stellar afterwards.
System is completely, unequivocally, undeniably broken.
Jeremy was also having
it's the final write-up without being a write-up. Yeah.
What was this? I don't know when he's complaining about
normally,
this point right now.
Normally, PIPs are official. They are official write-ups. At least the jobs I've ever worked at, PIPs are official write-ups. And they are the final official write-ups. It's in there so that they can fire you for cause. Because if they fire you for cause, then you're not eligible for unemployment benefits.
Lost track of the timeline because it jumped around a little bit there.
YouTube is still allowing
now,
them
this is how I picture our king when he tweets late at night.
Going on for years.
What? Is he drunk? He's pretty upset. And
why are you? This man is obviously in a drunken rampage, and you're laughing about it. Bill, this is you on your wedding night trying to fucking felt trolls on your wedding night when you're on your wedding night, you should be, your entire attention should be to your new bride. You probably didn't fuck. I wouldn't be surprised he didn't fuck Kat on their wedding night. He was just trying to own the trolls. That's my opinion. Yeah, PIPs exist so they can show paperwork that you were not wrongfully terminated. Yes, Ramen, I agree. At least me getting shifted at the Bezos mine was actual improvement movements. Loved what I did there before I had to leave. Yeah. But yeah, PIPs are there to show paperwork. And that way, you can't sue for wrongful termination. And,
he doesn't sound like this. He's freaking out, so he's crashing out. I think he's drunk. Maybe not. I don't know.
That's not
it does seem like he has a history of streaming when inebriated, at least, though, right?
They don't do anything about it. I'm sick of this shit.
Phil, you oh my God, think about this. Okay.
No, it does seem like he has a history of streaming when inebriated, at least, though, right?
They don't do anything.
He's still smiling. Phil, you claimed you were an alcoholic at one point. That's why you tried to run away from your fight with Jaha and all that, saying, I'm an alcoholic. You've used it as an excuse for your behavior. And you're seeing someone else having an having an alcohol-induced fucking rant. Do you not feel pity? Do you not feel pity? Jesus Christ. Some detractors think Phil's a sociopath, and some of this stuff is there's a possibility that those traits exist in him. There's no empathy of what alcohol can do to you.
Think about it. I'm sick of this shit. You have no idea what it's like to put 2, 3, 4 videos a day and then have some dickhole claim your video and say, well, 10% of people will only fight this claim. I guess we'll just milk money off people who are clearly in fair use. And you know what, Marvel, you're part of this too.
Jeremy was indeed uploading 3 to 4 videos a day. He had, in just a year,
this is
daily.
Leanna waving her ass.
Here's the thing. I can tell you from exactly the same perspective he's been in. He's not wrong at all. The YouTube system is totally broken. It's one-sided towards some corporation who mass loads their content into the site, into this tool, this content ID matching tool. It doesn't properly vet the content to see if there's fair use or anything like that. It just claims, and it puts the actual responsibility of clearing up erroneous claims on the person who got claimed rather than on the company that's rich and is claiming the content. It's insanely frustrating, particularly if you're someone who puts out edited content, you put a lot of work into it, and then it just gets immediately claimed, even though you know it's fair use because it's a review or it's commentary or it's criticism, and you're not even using the entire work in what you're doing. Yet your entire video gets claimed as if that company that you were just reacting to for a second owns all of your work you did for the day. It is insanely frustrating. Okay.
Yes, that is the problem with being a content creator. You know, it's part of life, Phil. This is how it is. You don't like it? Put the fries in the bag. All right. You know, yeah, it's frustrating. You sign that up with content creation. And this is why they have royalty-free music. It's, you know, that YouTube has that so you don't have to use any music that, you know, has a license or anything like that. You could just use the stuff that YouTube and YouTube it, you know, and can do anything. But nope. Phil is just like, no, you know, it's like, yeah, it happens. It sucks. I've seen people, you know, say that the content ID system sucks for a long time. And you know what? There ain't nothing you're going to do about it. Just deal with it.
Okay. But my question is, who's he complaining to?
Streamer mode exists.
This is a public stream to his viewers, right?
Licensed music.
They didn't make the YouTube system. Okay. They're not responsible for how bad the system is. Maybe every once in a while telling them just, you know, this system sucks, you know, it can hurt. But it sounds like he's really upset and he's screaming at his audience for this. And if he's making 20 million views a month on YouTube, arguably, even if a third of his content is getting erroneously claimed and therefore he loses that revenue, he's still doing well. Maybe he's not doing as well as he should be doing, and he has a right to be frustrated, but I don't know why he's yelling at his public audience about it. Like, I've talked about it over the years to my audience, especially at times when, like, things are rough for me financially. I'm like, damn, you know, guys, I'm a small guy, and to have my...
it went a little too fast. I didn't hit the pause button. Yeah, someone was like, I can't believe that this guy would lash out at his audience. It's like, Phil, it's like... And then, you know, something like that would go right over Phil's head of like, yeah, he's yelling at his audience like you've done. You know, get the spoon. I'll mail you a spoon. You can eat shit out of my ass. Like, that's why people with day jobs don't care about streamer mode. They know it gets claimed as long as the vid stays up, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I mean, I couldn't do content creation full time. It would fuck with my head. You know, there are days I have anxiety. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I would have like this kind of weird anxiety paralysis of, you know, because the fact is it's not, you know, it's not steady income. It's not, I don't have benefits, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Kick Chat is worried about baseball scores. You know what? Fine. I like baseball. I like watching baseball. And going to the park is nice.
Content like this hurts a lot. Nice. But for him, he's a huge dude. Yeah, and he's getting the same frustration, but he's screaming at him like, you know, it's not make or break for him. The sky isn't falling because his content is getting claimed. So maybe it's just, maybe this is him, you know, again, he's drinking and he's doing a stream where he's inebriated. But, and now he's venting to the audience that really can't help him, and it makes him look bad, right?
If Jeremy has bad anxiety, that
sucks. Jeremy began to have some unique opinions.
Really does suck.
He said in an interview with The Independent that he was so bored of talking about the film. Instead, he turned the discussion towards his views on
I've had anxiety.
Mr. Weinstein's alleged victims.
If you don't have that kind of anxiety,
he's tired as a white man for being blamed
consider
for
yourself lucky. You don't want that.
Perhaps just the ramblings of a man who's too old to care anymore. But nonetheless, there's a lot of truth in what he says. Now, there are how many victims in Harvey's life,
I know folks who have generalized anxiety.
Very ambitious people who are adults.
People who I know where it's just like...
If you read between the lines here, what he's saying is people
think
knew
of it
what
as
they were
like,
getting into
it would be like
if
you're just riding your car in the red on RPM.
But nonetheless, as adults, they made their own decision.
More than just for a little bit before you change gears.
So this is 2020, right?
Yeah,
and
it's not fun.
To be honest, I don't know the entire situation with this guy. I guess, will Joon cover it now?
Is a former film producer, one convicted of R-word and sexual assault. Though Jeremy appears to be sympathetic towards Weinstein, he did not extend his sympathy to composer Michael Giacchino, who on February 18th, 2020, tweeted about King Kong.
I'm sorry, I missed that when I watched the Joon documentary. He was sympathetic to Weinstein? Harvey fucking Weinstein. Yeah, and so much he's critiquing Jer for doing drunk videos and streams. Yeah, like he still drinks on fucking marathons. I miss the fact that he was sympathetic to Weinstein. I'm like, how? Like, no. Like, I get that people would be like, oh, well, you know, they wanted to you know, get their career. Like, Weinstein was big enough that if someone said no, he basically could blackball him from the industry, especially in the 90s. And just because you have that kind of power, I don't. Oh, no, not Phil. Aqua Saber, not Phil. Not that. I don't think Phil was. Jeremy was. Jeremy was sympathetic to Weinstein. Like, dude, no. Like I'm just, no. Listen, I don't care what political thing, no. Like, Like, I get it, the casting couch existed. But that doesn't mean that it's okay and we just not care. Like, no, the casting couch shouldn't fucking exist. People shouldn't have to have their, I don't know. My opinion, you shouldn't have the casting couch. You shouldn't have to, someone shouldn't have to do sexual favors to get a fucking role on a movie or anything like that. That's my opinion. I know. A fucking glacial take. No one should have to do that. Nobody should. No one, man or woman, should have to be doing sexual shit to get a role. Unless it's maybe porn. But if it was porn, you don't fuck the director. You just want to see how you fuck. I don't know. Boycott Hollywood. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, why would Jer be sympathetic to a Hollywood major fucking player like Weinstein? Career ruination because they don't suck off Weinstein. No wonder he got convicted. Yeah? Yeah, like...
On coming back to theaters. In a reply, a user mentioned that King Kong was Hitler's favorite film, to which Jakina responded, "Fuck Hitler." Jeremy then quote tweeted this, responding with, "And there we have it. Yikes." While it
Okay. Jeremy, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Yeah. Like, the performance evaluation should be, my thing is that for porn, it's like, you don't fuck the director. The director should just be watching and seeing, okay, are you actually, when you fuck someone, are you actually, able to be photogenic? Oh yeah, no, I know Korath, I know why he did it, but still, it's Evie. But also, nowadays, everybody's got videos. Everybody's got like their own like videography. So you have a video resume. You don't have to watch somebody fuck. You're just like, I got a videography. Here you go. Use it or don't. But yeah, no, this thing. Okay, someone said, oh, King Kong was Hitler's favorite movie, and the reply is fuck Hitler. Okay. Again, cold ass takes from PassTheRemote. I don't understand why someone's saying fuck Hitler after a reply of Hitler's favorite movie was King Kong. I don't see why that's a problem. Someone has an opinion, fuck Hitler. I don't get why quartering is like, yikes. What? I don't get it.
It appears that Jeremy was taking offense to Giacchino's dislike of Adolf Hitler. Jeremy, after swift backlash, stated, quote, "The context is that it's another comics pro with stunning and brave takes like fuck Hitler. But you're not interested in that. That's why you didn't add me. You just wanted to try and smear me as a quote-unquote Nazi. Fucking clowns every time," unquote.
Like, maybe if you want to say that, oh, it's you could have put that context in the tweet and say, oh, wow, another person. That's a brave and stunning take you had there. It's like the take H.P. Lovecraft novels are garbage and never look. That take are garbage and never look because of what he named his pet. Yeah. Like, yeah. Yeah, he named his pet. It's like, yeah. He's also from the 20s and died in like the 20s. Listen. That is what he named his pet is not, I don't think, is conducive to whether he's a good author or not. It's completely different. If you like, I think he's kind of racist because he named his pet in that. Okay, that's that's a take, and I don't have a problem with that take. All right, that's your opinion. But yeah, like this is what it was. Is I believe that yikes was a fucking drunk tweet, and this is a sober tweet trying to explain it.
Jeremy continued to attempt to correct his messaging. Quote, the context is obvious in the thread that it's another comics pro arguing with fans and making stunning and brave statements like, quote unquote, fuck bad things. You don't
like, this is why you know, why don't you just put the Eric Andre thing? Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave or something like that? Put a fucking meme of hot take alert or something like that. I live near old people who say Oriental when talking about Asians in general. I don't fault them because they're raised in the 20s and 30s. Wow, 20s and raised in the 20s and 30s, man. And you got some 100-year-olds at that point. But yeah, like, the thing about it is folks who are older get set in their ways. And yes, okay, 100 years. And yes, sometimes they don't mean it as a fucking slur. They don't mean it. And it's it's the king of the hill thing. Are you Chinese or Japanese? Like, Hank didn't mean that to be racist. He just didn't know. He didn't know all the different countries in Asia, and that Khan was actually from Laos. He's Laotian. He's from the ocean. Like, it was ignorance, not hate. It was not racism. He's just ignorant. They're just stupid rednecks. They're stupid hillbillies. Which is why they're like, you know, and it's why when Dale's like, then tries to get Cotton and say, oh, Khan's Japanese. And then Cotton looks at him and is like, nope, he's Laotian. And it's like, yeah, Khan knows the different Asian races, so he can be more effectively racist to Japanese folks. Okay? You know, he'll fit him in.
don't care about truth, though, just perpetuating lunacy.
I mean, for what we're seeing here, this is a history of him getting on social media and doing these posts that aren't, from an outsider who doesn't have the context to see that tweet, is like, damn, is he, like, angry that this guy doesn't like Hitler? That's weird. Because, you know, I'd say most people probably don't like Hitler. They probably think that most of the choices he made in life were pretty poor. And he's not someone to look up to or defend if someone doesn't like him. But in context, okay, but there was no context in the tweet, right? So...
And Phil, you've had tweets like that as well. Yeah, oh, your great-grand had to stop herself when talking about black people. She'd say, yeah, that is not, you can't say that nowadays. You knew the hard R was bad. Well, the hard R, if you use the hard R, you're using it as a slur. Like, the hard R was a slur. Like, your great-grand, the other word was not meant to be a slur. It just, you know, no, fell out of favor. Too bad he sucked at painting. Yeah, maybe if he was better at painting, you know, we wouldn't have had to deal with him. Yeah, like, yeah, no. Like, she, like, yeah, with it, she knows the hard R is definitely a slur and used in you're being, you know, a dick when you're saying that. In other words, yeah, no, you didn't mean, you're not meaning anything by it. It's just, that was just that was the politically correct term at the time. And, you know, it's, sometimes it takes a bit to think. Although I will say, I think the NAACP might want to, I think the NAACP, you might want to think about changing its name. Just because, you know, you, just because folks can't use that phrase no more, you know? So it might be time to kind of update the name or say, or either, that's my opinion. All right. If it's not cool, understandable. NAACP probably then might want a name change. But that's just, you've been hard and you aren't even black. Yeah. Believe me, I've had friends who have been F-slurred, and it's just like, geez. Would threaten everyone except Jesse Jackson is gone now, so a lot of that fire's small. Yeah, I mean, it's a smaller thing.
It's very confusing that that's the case, that he's doing this over and over, and he keeps getting called out for it, he continues to do it, okay? Like, I just don't understand why. And there we have it, folks. This is another example of blah, blah, blah. Instead, he just says, and there you have it, folks.
I mean, Phil, you keep getting called out for things. You keep doing it. Like,
just give the context. Finish the context, because not everyone is going to have the opportunity to see what you're saying completely in context. So finish the context.
Unquote. Revisiting the original tweet shows that Giacchino was not at all arguing on the topic of comics. Actually, there is no mention of comics anywhere within the tweet exchange. Jeremy's strategy, whatever it may have been, to change how others viewed his intent, did not work. Just 2 days after the Hitler tweet was posted, Jeremy on Twitter stated, quote, "Amazing how this fuck Hitler tweet has taken hold with people completely incapable of understanding my point," which was obvious to—
I do want to ask this. Okay, this is an important question. Maybe you guys in chat can answer this for me. Is Jeremy, like, known for getting into this heated stuff on social media, but keeping it out of his videos? Because this is all taking place on X. Well, back then it was still Twitter, right?
This is because
I keep thinking to myself,
drunk.
If you want to be taken in context, make a video about this. Immediately say, this was out of context. Here's what I really meant. This should be where everyone knows. And then tweet the video.
He will never have
the video can't be taken out of context. You see? So, because the problem is with these tweets and everything, you can't get your thought out. You get a half thought. People misconstrue the thought. They think there's sarcasm when there's not, or there is sarcasm, but they can't tell. Just make the video to explain yourself, right?
Like, easy. Fuck it. If the fact is a tweet that says "fuck Hitler," you believe is sweeping for the left, or it is a leftist, you see that as a leftist, a dog whistle, then I'm gonna have to, with James Harrison, like, that does kind of mean you're sweeping for the Austrian guy who got kicked out of art school. Like, yeah, it's like, yeah, not everything has to be recorded or streamed. But the thing, Sonic, is everything he does, he feels he has to have it streamed because that's how he is. He's known for Eliza Pancake's real. He's known for retardation. Yeah.
People misconstrue the thought. They think there's sarcasm when there's not, or there is sarcasm, but they can't tell. Just make the video to explain yourself,
sarcasm,
right?
can be
Some people say, no, he does make these videos.
Understand.
Because this is confusing. Why I wouldn't even respond. If someone was accusing me of doing something heinous right now on X, Phil said this insanely awful thing, the first thing I would do is make the video, post the video, and then put it on X. Now you can't call me out and say I didn't say something because it's right there, black and white, here's my video, right? So I think that he could have done that, but I don't know what's going on that he claps back like this.
With all these tweets.
Drunk. By the way, every time that there's a tweet and then another one after the tweet and another one after the tweet, no one reads the second tweet. You understand that, right? Everyone just sees the first tweet. No one clicks tweet 1 of 2. That has zero effect. No one's going to click and
to his
read the second tweet. They're only reading the first one. So that's really bad.
Because he just wants to hear himself talk.
Retweets is fucking stupid and cringe. It's about virtue signaling. If this was not what dude was doing, okay, my point still stands. In what world is this unknown? Now I got morons posting my address to Twitter replies. Wonder where they came from.
So he's seeing massive success, right? He's making tons of money. He's getting great views doing the culture war stuff.
Yeah.
He closes down.
There's a reason sometimes that you have
He's
to
trying
put,
to do new endeavors like this non-political gaming website.
/sarcasm
culture war stuff,
under
right?
sarcastic
but
stuff,
especially if it's he's falling into these ground traps. These little things of engagement and crap. You know what I mean? He probably would have been better off if he never responded to the whole situation, ignored the whole thing, rather than even addressing it. Because when he addressed it, he gave it merit because he felt like it was valid enough to warrant a response. If you just ignore it, it's going to go away. People are going to get bored of this nonsense and move on to something else. But he keeps engaging with it. And every time he engages with the topic, it gets blown up further. You see? So that's how I think his mistakes were with all this social media stuff. Maybe he's the kind of guy, he should have just stuck right to the videos and not do the social media stuff, which pretty much is what I do now. Like, I don't engage with social media almost ever. I just post my schedule up there. Anything you want to know about me, you want to talk about me, come to my stream. You want to hear what my thoughts are, watch the video. I'm not giving you free shit on social media that then you can spin out of proportion and say I said something I didn't say. Come to my channel. That's how I handle it. But I'm a small-time guy. Maybe he felt like all this engagement farming on social media is beneficial to him. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it was, does it?
I'd be a complete fucking idiot or liar to say I was quote-unquote defending Hitler. Like, I respect the hustle, but you'd have to be a fucking idiot to think anyone was unironically defending Hitler. I just can't imagine people are this stupid. They have to just be willfully misrepresenting the point, right? Unquote.
Shout out to Dream Spirals, who just gifted a sub over on Kick. Thank you, Dream Spirals, for the support. I appreciate that very much. You know, we're about to the halfway point of the React tonight, so I guess I will take this moment to do my gratuitous plug and break, because we're going to keep going for another hour. But I want to say thank you to everyone who's here. We got a decent-sized audience. I'd say probably about the same size as last time, which I'm happy with, because I was wondering if we were going to see a significant came out. This flat man for the $2. First name 20. you're enjoying this algorithm, everyone, let's
Jeremy stating clean.
ready? Let's continue.
So Jeremy
we're
linked to a video
skipping
by
that shit.
That covers Jeremy's tweet. At the time Jeremy posted it, the video had 82,000 views. Present day, the video sits at nearly 2 million views. With Twitter further examining Jeremy, his views came into question. Specifically, these 4 recent images. The first one is Jeremy stating that though he considers himself to be pretty progressive, he believes transgender people have an advantage in sports. The second is in support of someone who is labeled a homophobe, going as far as to call them a hero. The third shows that he believes
it's all rage bait culture wars. It's what it's always been. This is what this guy is doing, and he is excelling at it, and that's why he's getting 20 million views a month on his channel.
But you can't be a rage baiter and then when people call you out be like, oh, dude, if you're gonna be a rage baiter, you're gonna be edgy, people gonna call your ass out, and you gotta have a thick skin about it. This is the thing. Bill can't, Jeremy, like, he wants to say that, oh, that was, and then if somebody, calls him out on it or basically says, oh, then you're homophobic, you're like, I never said anything like that. Listen. Either stand on business of what you say or don't. Okay?
transgender people transition as a trend, and the fourth is an image of 2 men kissing that is captioned with Jeremy stating, quote, if you want to raise awareness, you have to make people want to throw up in their mouths, unquote. On March 12, 2020, Jeremy announced he deleted all of his tweets. This same day, Jeremy uploaded a video titled, YouTube is destroying my channel and I have proof.
I just to be honest with you all, I've been very
culture war is culture war. Phil says he wants it to be away for it, yet jumps right in when a bad game is bad for all the DEI focus and terrible game.
YouTube channel, the videos that were supposed to send notifications. YouTube sends 3 notifications in one.
There are a lot of games that are bad because terrible gameplay or
100 and 150,000.
What was that one?
Which should have done really well.
Was it Concord?
The third video, which should have
Concord, because it had just awful designs.
Antagonizing people on Twitter. I'm done with it because I just lose. Even though most of these idiots were just coming at me with flat out lies, I got embroiled in it and I gave them what they wanted and I lost course. I'm not
correct. From everything that I've observed, that's exactly what happened. He wasted his time. He gained nothing from it. Well, maybe he's learning. Good. Maybe he's learning from it.
Maybe he's learning.
I'm making very real changes.
According to
maybe he's learning.
Jeez! You flunked out of tard school or something?
This whole thing, the whole last chapter of this documentary is showing that he didn't learn a goddamn thing. Hero shooter with terrible designs or hero shooters oversaturated and fallen out of favor. Yeah. Well, also because it took them like 8 fucking years. Like they started it right after Overwatch. And yes, hero shooters have fallen out of favor. However, Marvel Rivals figured it out. They're like, you know what? We are gonna basically we'll give you the Gooner bait. All right, we're gonna have the Gooner bait for the ladies and for the men. And then you're gonna have we're gonna have also you get to play as all your Marvel heroes. We're gonna give them nice skins. Like they had a fucking like Aqua Teal. Did you see? I think I posted in the Discord. Did you see Cowgirl Rogue? It's like, oh yeah. It's like, oh nope, don't touch, don't touch. It's like, ma'am, you are going to kill someone. Someone's going to touch you and they are going to die. Oh yeah, they started before COVID. It's not just going to be 2030. The fact is, it's going to have to be when all of these things, like fucking when all of Jim Ryan's dumb ideas from Sony finally burn up in flames. There's a lot of manipulation going on in Marvel Rivals. Like, listen, I'm not a big hero shooters person, but I mean, I know you had Overwatch, you had TF2, and it knows what sells except femboys. And no, China don't want femboys. I mean, listen, femboys are not, no. I'm like, I get it. Femboys aren't my thing, but there are people who like femboys. But China don't want femboys. China don't like the gays. They don't. Like, whatever. But that's the thing. They know that it's like, okay, get the ladies that are very curvaceous and go for it. Hooking players onto the pro. Oh yeah, no. I mean, don't want femboys. Meanwhile, Hong Kong. The ladies love femboys sometimes. You got based Tema wanting her burly, bold men. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. There's the thing. Sometimes you want your big burly, your big burly bald men, like what's his name? The guy with the blonde mustache from Full Metal Alchemist, something like that. Or sometimes they want the femboy. Hey, you know what? There are people who are into flat as justice, and some who are into opie, and some who are like, some who, they like, they like Tracer, and there's some who like May. That's just, okay. Different strokes for different folks, And when it comes to Goonerbait, as long as these are characters that are, of legal age, give a shit. Muscle mommy versus thick. Yeah. And that's the thing. And it's like, there is no right or wrong answer. It's like, May on the way, I like my meat on the bone. Yeah. And it's my thing about, like, when it comes to sexual partners, as long as they're consenting adults, I don't really give a shit. I don't. Because it's not my business. Now, if the fact is that, as I said, they better be consenting adults. You miss one part of that, I got a big problem with that. So, some people are omnisexual, quad ninja, lizard sexual. Yeah, some people, it's like that. Like, again, consenting adults. As long as it's consenting adults, I am.
Jeremy's social blade, this is the dip he was speaking of. A viewership decrease of 2 million, going from 14 million in February to 12 million in March.
My channel seems to be quarantined in some way that I haven't been able to detect yet, but is supported by all sorts of anecdotal evidence that I'm going to share with you to help share not just my videos, but other people's videos in this space. And I need you to give me feedback, because YouTube is slowly killing us. They're slowly pushing out independent creators, which is why I have a BitChute, which is why I have a library account. I'm a founding member on
destroyed your
Library,
BitChute.
I'm a financial supporter of Library and BitChute, because I know this is what's happening, but we still have to fight back.
Yeah, tell me what to react to. It's like
frustrated and tired. Please help not just me, but other independent creators continue to.
But yeah, this whole thing is tell me what to do.
All right, because everyone who
so I can
reacts
stay
like
in
this,
the
everyone looks at them
algorithm.
too. I'm not immune to this. I'm not above this. I've done it. There's been times when I was doing really well
This
for myself,
is a bag.
and I saw a decline in YouTube. And I would say to the viewers, I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know if it's that you guys aren't getting notifications. I don't know if you guys are not interested in this particular game or whatever. Like, this totally happened to me. I would say this actually happened to me around 2012, 2013. Now, keep in mind, I'd only done YouTube full time since like 2011. It was always a hobby until like late 2010, early 2011. And then all of a sudden I noticed between like 2012, 2013, I would do certain game playthroughs and they would just not get any views. Compared to, like, it used to be a point where anything I did would get views. It didn't matter what game I played. I could be scratching my ass on camera. I'd get like 20,000 views scratching my ass. Okay? Then all of a sudden that kind of went away. And it could simply be stagnation. It could be you're doing the same kind of thing for so long and you're not doing anything fresh or different. People tend to get tired. They move on. If he's been doing this culture war stuff for 2, 3, 4 years straight, people are getting tired of the same shtick. They want something new and fresh, and they tend to move on. It's stagnant now. And what I would do the same thing. I would go to my audience and I would say, man, I'm disappointed because I thought that I was going to continue on this trend of growth, and now it's kind of plateauing. And what does that mean? Because I had aspirations to move, and I had aspirations to do this and do that. And if it means that my income is plateauing now and my views are plateauing, maybe that means that I can't do any of that stuff
before he moved.
And I don't know if it's really fair to share that with your audience. Okay.
He definitely had no idea why it was happening.
14 years later after the fact.
He didn't want to change
But I don't know
himself.
if it's fair to share that and to put that on your audience, because that's a
you
thing for
did.
like
You've done that,
right? Like, really, in reality,
you have
why
literally done that. You have basically been like, tell me what to play. Like, and people have told you it's not what you play. It's about the streamer. And you always hate when they say that, because it shows that the problem is you. Yeah. Barely 300 to 400 on anything now aside from Rage. And look at even this, even reacting, he's getting 204 people. Like, he won't get it. He won't get that there is no game on this planet. GTA 6 will not bring people back. Elden Ring was a small bump and it kept falling. The only reason that the Kino arc kept him afloat is because basically the Kino fans basically Troll donated to him to artificially inflate everything. That's it.
Why am I not growing anymore? Why did I go down in views this month? Okay, you should try to figure that out before you put it on your viewing audience and be like, well, it must totally be.
Yeah, because it's not reacting more. It's still standing on his soapbox while he does every day with pre-stream.
I don't think that's the case. In this case, from what I'm seeing, from what he's showing,
doesn't want to do
there's no
gaming anymore.
Pattern there.
He wants to find a way out.
2-3 videos a day. They're getting
but
stagnant.
He doesn't have a way out.
I mean?
Reacting wasn't his way out.
My content, if I play a super popular game, like I just played Resident Evil 9 Requiem a few months ago, sky high views on the playthrough. Why? Because it's a hot game, big game from Capcom. Everyone wants to see me play the hot new game. Then I try to play another new game, and it's a smaller game, and it barely gets any attention whatsoever. Well, you know, them's the break. Sometimes you got to ride with the industry. Maybe the topics he was covering weren't that interesting at the time, and that's why his views were stagnant or declining, right? The weird thing is, like he's saying, his one video did get views. So we got one video that's getting the better views. Maybe focus more on that content that's bringing you the views.
The fact is, when you start trend chasing,
my experience, what he went through.
Yeah,
because I've been there, like, hey, everything was working. This work ethic, this schedule, this was working. Everyone liked it. Now all of a sudden, it's not working anymore.
Phil needs to. If he's got a trend chase, he needs to strike while the iron's hot. But he doesn't want to do that. There have been times over the years that YouTube has changed the algorithm, and when they do, they usually don't tell anyone. So overnight, you might have a video that used to be hot, and now no one can find it. I've had videos that for years were insanely popular and would bring me in 20, 30, 40, 50,000 views a month. The whole mission he has to stall because he's under 100 views shows
just. And then all of a sudden, overnight, someone finger snapped, and those videos now get 0 views. No one can find them in the algorithm. That does happen.
Because, Phil, one, this also kind of makes me think that a former whale, or perhaps a current whale, used to ViewBot, and they might have been tapped and can't ViewBot no more. Somewhere in the cold, distant Canadian wilderness, abhorrent solemnly into the night. Yep. Whoa, buddy. Like, but this really does show that Phil doesn't understand, like, you know, when you're someone like Jeremy and all that, where he basically got on the culture war thing, he has to stay there all the time. Like, yeah, they didn't come for his commentary, okay? Because, seriously, I've seen him read articles. Fucking Helen Keller could read articles better than Jeremy. Yeah, so what under 100? Start the game and complaining it's taking too long. Yeah. But that's the problem. It's why he keeps doing this thing. Oh, we're going to wait until people show up. Like, no. Like, if he set the new pattern of, we're not waiting for people to show up, we are just going. And if, you know, that way you can figure out, okay, no, you need to be here when it starts, or else you might miss something. But he doesn't want to do that. He wants to act like, oh no, because it's all stalling. He wants to stall and stall and stall and stall because he doesn't want to play these games. He wants to find something else. He believes that the podcast will get him all the money. And it's become that way because no one wants to watch his goddamn awful ass hand-holdy gameplay anymore. Yeah, anyone who cares about the schedule will show up when the stream starts. Yeah. The clown makeup won't come off once on. Yeah. And this is the thing. Phil he's always desperate to find the magic bullet that will save his business, and there is none. Not anymore. There's no magic bullet because everybody who has ever interacted with him, I think everyone who's interacted with him has regretted it. I don't know that the Kino Casino got what they invested out of Phil. Asmongold got fucking ass blasted by the fans because the fans are just like, yeah, he's a retard. And he's like, oh, I didn't know he was a retard. It's like, really? Didn't want to do any research on that, huh, buddy? Okay. Yeah, way too many. Yeah, and that's the thing. There are people who do it much better. I mean, fuck, I mean, there's so many VTubers out there. And guess what? Some of those VTubers, they do it better than other folks. You know, they do it better than, you know, it's the whole thing with the corpos is that you get behind the corpos to get an audience. Excuse me. And now it seems like once you kind of bristle against the management, you leave, but most of the audience still stays with you. Yeah. Side scrollers got a bump because they knew he was going to lie. They knew he was going to lie. They blasted him over lying. But that's about it. Like, they're the only ones. Like, quartering, everyone fucking, you know, oh, quartering when the whole softball interview of where did the load go? Like, okay, yeah, no one gives a shit about him. Like, no, everyone knew, like, whatever. Like, all the things he kept trying to do, even Mike Klum probably spent time and money trying to get that documentary off the ground, and it was obvious Phil just did not want to show him everything. He wanted to still hide things. And at that point, he's like, yeah, no, not gonna fucking do that.
But his new content getting a declining active viewer base, it may be that, quite frankly, people are just tired of the same shtick. They want something new. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
The fact Gundam predicted Jill would pay for doing a song.
Is it the end of the world that he was getting 14 million views and now he's only getting 12? No, he's still doing well for himself. So why are you really like talking about it and complaining about it?
That's an interviewing cuck.
To push back against
Why?
obvious bias for mainstream media by YouTube.
Despite Jeremy's evidence, that largely consisted of users not getting notifications for uploads.
Even if it was a political person, like for a politician paying to do a softball in it, no, that's a fucking cuck. I don't care whether you're fucking Hassan Piker paying to talk to Bernie Sanders or fucking, you know, Nick Fuentes paying to hang out with Trump. That's cuck behavior, in my opinion.
Multiple times in the following years, making it a useful tool to track when he's feeling despondent. His channel, with its improved performance, should not have brought him.
Mike Plum is,
games was a different story.
I'm sure, is a Keemstar plant. I don't know, like that Bookie documentary was kind of.
Do I continue to crowdfund it or admit defeat?
I think the thing was, I don't know that it was. I think he wanted to do a documentary on DSP. People were like, oh, okay, but Phil wouldn't play ball and actually be open.
I paid a severance to my video editors. I paid a severance to all the major writers, which I of course proved since then. A 1-month severance for some of the bigger salary people. Why did I have to finally pull the plug? Well, I had been paying for everything out of pocket since basically January, which was almost
allegedly, in my opinion.
Month, depending on which months, you know, how many articles we publish in a month.
The figure of $10,000 to $12,000 a month was different than the $15,000 Jeremy tweeted about. With 12 months of operation cost should have
also Jeremy's got his wall of toys. All these reviewers back in the day had those wall of toys or wall of DVDs and shit like that. I was like, come on. I so wanted Plumdock for one thing, seeing Phil in the wild. Show us the day off, show us how much of a pussy he is outside that office and how little his day off really is. Yeah.
One thing that we can say, or at least I can say, maybe you don't say this, is that at least going through this, the one thing that I think Jeremy has going for him is that he keeps trying different ideas, even if they're expensive, and even if they don't work, you know, he does give it a try. He is trying different things. He's not just this one guy who's pig-headed doing one thing forever. But I don't think that many of his ideas have been very good outside of the Culture Wars one, and maybe the Magic one.
I don't agree with Phil on this. I think that Jared's flushing his money down the drain, just trying to
a site with no politics. But you're known for
another trend. He was way too late to wall of toys. Yeah,
it doesn't seem to make sense.
But he is trying different things. The fact is, Jared is just throwing money behind things, trying to do something else that'll stick. He's chasing that IT channel where he got paid like 6 figures or so for it. That's what he's always chasing. That venture capital will swoop in, buy the quartering for millions and millions of dollars, and he'll be set for life.
Jeremy complied, and Ren, an additional quote-unquote employee, was hired. From what Jeremy gathers,
focusing on background while still when more than half the stream no one sees it. Yeah,
he had a mental breakdown, a bawling breakdown on Skype for stealing not my money but your money. The people had backed the project. It was $645. He would have gone right on stealing my money, stealing your money, had I not figured it out, okay?
To add to Jeremy's financial strain, he was dropped by sponsor Dollar Shave Club in June. When he did not receive a reply from
you think Mike is doing nothing? I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen any of the documentaries before or after, so who knows? There's a possibility that he's just doing other documentaries in the wild. I don't know. Like, maybe he is, maybe he's not. I don't know.
Jeremy was not having a pleasant time on Twitter, to the point that on July 27, 2020, he announced he was leaving altogether.
I'm not a small channel anymore that really needs that video to go viral on Twitter to live. Right now, I'm concerned about being a better husband, better work-life balance.
He
and
only
removing
had a
toxic
boogie
elements
duck. That's
that-
it.
From what I'm to understand, he just deleted his Twitter today, but not really. He deactivated it. So it's May 10th, 2026, and he was still tweeting, and he just deactivated it. So I don't think that this really worked.
And he was also looking up later in that week. He was also looking up articles on Twitter because he has backup Twitters.
About having multiple gay dads.
2,300 likes. A lot of people hated me on Twitter. Also, I have 2 dads. I'll have you know I have 2 dads. One of my dads is black and gay. Also has this dad. I don't know. Maybe he has 3 dads. Someone makes sense to me. Now, this is one of my dads. All right?
It took 5 days for the courting to return to Twitter. Apparently not under Jeremy, but under his employee, Maggie. Then
5 days?
3 days after that tweet, Jeremy was back tweeting as the quartering. Quote, yeah, I came back to Twitter. Are people not allowed to change their mind? Not very progressive. This was tweeted on August 17th, 2020. The same day of one of Jeremy's most well-known live streams, much to his displeasure.
You never know. Maybe I'll
Oh god, him playing games. He is bad at playing games.
For pizza without me, and I'm angry about it. So I'm gonna win this round, and I'm gonna pee. If I don't win this round, I'm gonna pee in my own basement.
Jeremy, inebriated, scorned, and suffering
Sir.
pizza, sought to take his revenge. The object of his derision would
What did the floor do to
I
you?
gotta pee so bad. I wanna
Don't
lose.
pee on the floor.
But I don't want to lose. I have to pee so bad though. It's hard to describe how angry my bladder is. You guys don't know. It's gonna.
Why
explode.
is your
My bladder's gonna blow.
bladder angry?
Get up! Get up! No!
Oh no.
Also, look at he moves stuff around.
I've literally never lost that round.
Did he just?
Why does
that?
He sounds like me. That's totally something I would say. Either I
You
didn't
know,
lose,
and
I didn't
people
lose, or
don't-
I've never lost that before.
Lost that round.
Yeah, and Phil, they don't like it when you do that because the fact is you act like an asshole to anyone who you play fighting games with when they win.
In the drain.
Though Jeremy deleted the live stream, Channel Virus Community uploaded a 5-minute supercut of the event.
Why? I mean, why would you delete the live stream? There's no point. Everyone knows that anything about
Because
the live
he was
stream is
drunk,
immediately stolen
Phil.
and put everywhere on the internet. If you ever have an
The
embarrassing
reason
moment, it
he
cannot be.
deletes this stuff is because he's drunk and he's trying to hide it away because he doesn't want people to see it. And if he can do that, he can then say, oh, it's out of context. Oh, it's AI or it's fake. It's deep faked or some shit like that. Whatever the fuck, it doesn't really matter. But he's like, the fact is that, yeah, like he on the basement floor, like what the one, if it's this is your basement, how do you not have like a half bath here where it's like this is your studio, you have a half bath or something? Like, I don't get that. He peed in the floor drain. Why? He's not peeing on the carpet like a dog. He's not Gamer Stevie. Yeah, I stopped drunk ranting on Discord. Used to leave people 48 messages. I learned to not get shit post online instead. Yeah?
Delete it. It is there forever. There was no point to deleting it. It's not going to help.
On this video with, imagine thinking this is unknown. In the hundreds of comments responding to the quartering, there is only a single comment of support. Between the basement urination and the Twitter debacle, there could be an explanation for why the quartering was acting out in August. It could be this graph, showing his views slumped from 23 million in July to 13 million in August, a period that Jeremy claims his channel was dead.
We went through that whole month back in August where, like, I mean, it was dead. The channel was basically dead and gone for almost 3 weeks. And I think
13 million views is not dead and gone.
And people liking the
but
videos. And so now I've gone back to being a little more aggressive.
well, you see it. He's got like video games. He's got comic books. This does kind of feel like a, you know, he's just trying to.
On October 21st, 2020, the H3 podcast released Content Court: The Quartering, a nearly 2-hour-long video covering the quartering's history of blunders.
He is triggered about the redesign. He doesn't like that the new updated version of the character.
I feel like it's like a how to do, fellow
He also
kids.
mentions that he wasn't a fan of the original, but he's extremely triggered by this new iteration.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
The title is Disgracing She-Ra. That's right. Disgracing She-Ra and Strong Beautiful Heroes. I see he's achieved a almost 50% dislike ratio on this one, even from his own fans. So
Jeremy has a habit of accidentally owning himself on Twitter.
Is he gonna say that She-Ra reboot was too woke? Is anybody? Do we tell him? Do we tell him? He's like duty streams. I could fire up a lot of Hollywood old videos while in the shower, then ignored him the rest of the day. Yeah. You need to assert Thomas in his basement because his wife was getting plowed upstairs, allegedly, in my opinion. Well, she went out for pizza. The pizza bowl. He's a flagger. He's a flagger. He lies and gets people's channels taken down and deleted. Allegedly. But then he said that he'd do it to null. But like,
you use the word cuck. Your Honor, if I may interject and submit to the court. When we were looking at these.
So wait a minute, this happened when? 2020, you're saying?
She-Ra reboot was garbage. Story was constantly She-Ra was going to be with Katra in literal prom episode. I mean, my thing about it, whether the reboot was garbage or not, to basically be like, oh, She-Ra went woke. Is anybody gonna tell him that He-Man and She-Ra in the 80s, the Filmation series, are gay as fuck? Like, He-Man is very, very gay. All right. She-Ra is pretty fucking lesbian. Like, it would be like if Jer watched Nightmare on Elm Street 2 and it's like, oh, they went woke on this. Like, dude, it was gay back then. The fuck are you doing? The original team was, yeah, the original team very pro. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. He-Man is pretty gay. She-Ra was pretty gay in the 80s. Like, yes, the straights didn't know. Most straight folks didn't see it. But you look back and you're like, that's gay as fuck. It's like when it's like if you've ever seen the little shitty sci-fi movie Rotor, and like who is basically this cop robot who's like going berserk. He's at a fucking bar and one dude just literally rips his tank top from his sleeve so it just falls down, and you're just like, that is the gayest way of taking your shirt off. Like, that comes off as super gay. It's basically Life at the Outpost, where the Scat Brothers are supposed to be the straight version of the straight version of the Village People, and it's like, I don't know. I saw that music video. That's gay as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, He-Man reboot is terrible, but not because of woke. Yeah. But, you know... Skeletor is an undead wizard that worships Satan and doesn't afraid of anything. But does he sound like this? Meh. He's gotta sound like that.
So this happened way back when in 2020. We're talking almost 6 years ago now. What prompted him to act the way that he just acted recently with Kino Casino and with a lot of other creators who were clipping the Kino Casino stuff and all that? Because they're already talking right now. They seem to be talking about a lot of the stuff that I'm hearing now is in the discussions, right? They're making fun of his content. They're making fun of his work ethic, that he's a fake, that he's a grifter. Now they're getting into personal insults, right? So this is 6 years ago. Did he react the same way that apparently he's been reacting as of recent? And if that's not the case, what prompted the difference in reaction between back then and now?
You know, if you wait, they'll actually tell you it's because Kino Casino started going against the bull. Was it Adam something or other? Adam Sellers? I can't remember the dude's name. But who had a criminal record, but also was very much in the kind of, you know, bull cuckold community, and which really fucks up Jer's, you know, I found God kind of grift, because the fact is that's really not a kink that is Christian approved. Like, no, that's not a Christian approved kink. All right. So it's going up against that, and he got a bug up his ass, probably because, you know, his friend basically said, you need to get this off. You get it off the damn internet. And that's why he's gone on this. That's my opinion. That's my guess.
6-year change, right? I wonder what has happened because I have no clue if his metrics
Again,
have gone up, down, left,
not
right.
much of a
he's
hot
changed
take.
The product he's putting out.
But
I have
that's
no
a
idea.
pretty lukewarm take.
This is 6 years ago.
Never laughed so hard in my life. I fell over.
Fun fact, on May 1st, 2016, Philip started off his day with a hearty breakfast of orange juice, bacon, and eggs.
My wife asked.
Pay attention.
Why her lotion was down in my office, and she refuses to believe that it was for a bit, in spite of video evidence. Yeah, dude.
This video also covered Jeremy's Hitler tweet, him peeing in his basement, his mini videos on Brie Larson, and more. Jeremy, furious, responded on the same day of its upload on nearly every platform at his disposal.
He takes basically the same boring old like little 10 greatest hits from the far left. You know, the whole yikes. We're gonna take every joke.
Is H3 is he considered far left? Again, I don't know. I'm not in this space. I don't even know. Is he considered left? I didn't even know that. If that's the case.
Extremely out of context. We're going to look at really old videos.
Though Jeremy was displeased at Ethan Klein of H3H3 not providing extensive context, Jeremy himself would not even watch the
Oh, Jeremy said he didn't give context, just like Phil.
Really, really lowbrow, low energy stuff.
Like, I'm sorry,
really
you pissed in your you pissed on your basement drain.
Then I kind of have a problem.
Why do you not have a half bath in your basement? You are a multi-millionaire. This is your studio. Have a half bath. Don't need a full bath, just a half bath. A nice toilet with a bidet.
You know, because he can't stop talking about my wife. I think he's probably
H3 is the big Jew, yeah.
You know, funny and kind, and
like
she hasn't been with Keemstar. It's sad how.
So this is the thing, like
this I might not like
very similar.
I don't know. I found
where he called out the casino and said, "Listen, you can make fun of me as much as you want. I find actually your content funny.
Ethan's content nuke on Hassan funny.
Where you cross the line.
It may not always,
right?
you know, I don't politically agree with.
So what happened? This is 6 years ago.
Ethan,
and now the same thing is occurring 6 years later. But the reaction is he's angry. He's making a reaction video about it. That's true. But what prompted all the different reactions?
Dude's content court, and he's got the stupid British curly judge wig, which is dumb. I think it looks dumb.
Channels, supposedly him getting the Casino Clips channel taken down, saying it's ban evasion because supposedly he got Andy Worski's YouTube channel retaken down. I mean, there's a lot of things here. I don't know if anyone has definitive proof of any of it. But it's kind of weird that it all happened. I've already talked about this weeks ago on DSP Gaming.
Yeah, King Lonnie is like,
so it is weird that 6 years later the same thing has happened.
Like by looking at that, you could see that the email is like, yeah, he did it. YouTube knows who did it, and the fact that apparently now, their editor, being in Ireland, apparently threatening legal, got these things done. Now, YouTube is just like, get felted. We're not giving it back. Fuck off. But they can reapply for a channel.
To his comments about her disbelief that he was not using her lotion to masturbate. On Twitter, Ethan asked Jeremy for a timestamp for where in the content court he insulted his wife. Jeremy instead responded with, quote, Ethan, I appreciate the free promotion and your concern about my dick size, my sex life, and the lineage of my family. This video is defamatory and desperate.
Lineage.
You and I both
It's
know if you or anyone
lineage.
else, this would be creator-on-creator harassment and a strike. You've fallen so far, unquote. Jeremy on the Incredible Solvemine channel would admit to not watching this video once more.
I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it. Who the fuck? 2 hours? I mean, 2 hours.
It was in the stream that
there's insane amounts of content made about me. I watch none of it.
He did spell it. He did spell it lineage, but it should be.
I wouldn't even have time to watch
I believe lineage is the correct word.
But I also don't react to it.
Sorry,
you know what I'm saying? Like I know
lineage
someone
just doesn't seem
another
right.
documentary got made about you.
Maybe
today.
it is right.
Care.
I don't know.
Bill,
But
there's a Christmas special about you.
Right.
I don't care. Who cares? Right? Just another thing, another stupid thing. So I just ignore it. If I want to react about it, like I'll watch it to know what was in it before I react, and then I don't even know what I'm talking about. You know, like just ignore it. If really you feel like you're above it, it's not a big deal. It's just nonsense. It's someone being disingenuous.
I'm not
just
a big political person. If you're entertaining, you're entertaining. I couldn't care less of people.
Right? H3 and his viewer base are not
Joon
supporting
was
viewer
making
base,
fun of it.
right? They're not.
Passive.
So in general, people who are making defamatory videos about me, that's also not my viewer base. So who cares? Let them make content for these people. They'll believe whatever they want. You're not going to convince them
he was
otherwise.
making fun
so
of
let them have their nonsensical bullshit.
H3's
you know what I'm saying? And then ignore it.
Ethnicity in a passive way.
Listen, it was hard to learn that. It was a long time of me making content and trying to find a way to do it right and not get triggered by that crap. And now I just pay no attention to it anymore. But if you're going to,
why is there wallpaper?
Like, a whole video about it.
The hosts in Rule 63.
Watch it or don't. If you don't watch it, then don't.
I don't understand that.
That's my advice, and that's what I do now. But this was 5 years ago, 6 years ago, actually.
That, despite campaigning on Ethan and talking about his wife, he acknowledges that it was not.
I don't get that.
My wife,
but you know,
times, not like in a disparaging way. It just brings her into the conversation, which I find kind of shitty. He brings her in like in a negative way, in a negative way.
As Ethan also brought up Jeremy's Hitler tweet, he now reframes it as being a joke, though the joke is not entirely clear.
How the fuck are they so stuck on this? It was obviously a fucking joke, and like they.
This is the thing on Twitter. They said, what did you say again?
I said,
it was really obvious.
Yeah, of course it was. It was like
But
another Hollywood person said Hitler bad. And
Where's
really
the like? I'm sorry,
like,
you can't just say it's a joke because guess what? Then I will say if it's a joke, it ain't funny.
Brie Larson, set to last 24 hours. Oh, good. There's one. Right, okay. I'm just going to put the little stopwatch on my screen. I'm going to hit go, and then I'll talk for 10 minutes.
You can't figure out why there's a flabby, snorting light bulb chick man in the corner. I don't understand why female Count Dankula is putting the Pringle fueled flamethrower, and it's not actually hitting the light bulb man.
To add to Jeremy's stress, though he was uploading more.
So even his own friends on his own podcast were making fun of him for the memes, right?
Yeah, because it's obviously him saying it's a joke is obviously a retcon.
And that. Thank you for $20 this and that.
Like, it's not a joke.
There we go. He says, I'm here. I've heard so much outrageous things about you from detractors. If I ever saw you doing the quartering type content and being fake like him, I would stop watching you in 2010.
That are running kind of towards the camera
and harassing women for clicks.
They are not. I don't like those sprites. They are not good.
I mean, I'll be honest. When I started,
it just shows that Mario is not supposed to be looking straight at the camera.
Commentary was the over-sexualized content and stuff like that. And I just don't do that stuff anymore. I've completely changed who I am as a creator. For the better, I feel.
That's why girls are icky.
Yeah. Anyway,
and
thank you for $20 Thank you so much this and that. I also just got a $5 tip from Astronaut.
Basically Phil.
Thank you, Astronaut.
But she was also funny.
An Astronaut says the following: I'm late for reacting to the work, but I love
this
more.
Channel.
Well, as long as people keep showing up, engaging, and supporting it, we'll do more of it. We'll do more of it in 2 nights. Which now, what? Sunday night, we'll do it Tuesday night. We'll continue because it looks like we're poised to be about halfway done with this documentary. We're going to do another half an hour or so tonight. See how it goes. Thank you, everyone. Everyone who's here, thank you. Anyone watching on demand, thank you. To those who supported tonight, thank you very much. If you like this, please support it. Thank you so much. Engage with the content. Let's keep going.
His viewership was no longer increasing.
Hold on, Vassild just sent a whopping 2,000 kicks over on Kick. Thank you, Vassild, very, very much for 2,000 kicks. That's the most kicks we've had tonight by a mile. Also, Suku has been sending some kicks occasionally over the night outside of the original 500. I just want to shout that out. They just sent another 10. I think it was 50 earlier. Thank you to Suku for that. Thank you so much, Vassild. I appreciate that.
Oh. Mew, you're in the wrong place.
Okay.
There we go.
Very nice. Okay.
We stand Mew in this channel.
He was uploading.
Because you upload like fucking 4 videos a day.
Yeah, 7 to 10 usually every day. Because I usually do like 2 to 3
there we go.
Midwestly too. I'm getting fatter and like my heart can't be in great shape, because I'm spending so much time sitting at my desk and like, but fuck man, when it's like you get on that fucking heroin drip of AdSense revenue every single day, it's like, fuck, it's really hard to get off it unless someone forces you off, like you quit cold turkey, like getting demonetized or something,
Though Jeremy saw endless growth, the more traction his videos got, the more opposition he received. Just a day after the content core was uploaded, the Quartering is a Nazi subreddit was created, a small but growing group of Redditors who greatly disliked Jeremy. Conversely, by the end of 2020, the Quartering surpassed 1 million subscribers. Rather than focus entirely on covering articles, Jeremy continued to make videos giving attention to his critics.
And by calling it that, that ain't gonna get anybody to actually take a look at what he was saying.
I don't care about that, but these people are obsessed with it. It's hilarious. Like, look, when you have no mortgage on your beautiful home, you can pee in it wherever you want. And the fact that they think this is some kind of own is weird. It's never something I denied.
Jeremy, on the incredible
Again,
would admit
I'm just, why would you pee?
He calls me one night.
What is with this show? Why is he talking about all this stuff on his show? He told a Walmart story. Now he's gonna tell another story? No, stop. If you can't control yourself on the show, then don't do the show. It must be, because take a look, that feed at the bottom, they must be making endless money on the show. That must be what it is, right?
It's
like the more ridiculous and risque and over-the-top stories they're telling they are. They're making
he's an
ridiculous amounts of money. That's the only thing I can think
too much alcohol.
Look at the money rolling in. The whole bottom of the screen is ding, 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 ding,
why
ding,
tell people
cash
this?
Yeah. Right? That's the only thing I can think of. Why else would you be telling this stuff nonstop?
All he had to do is say that he had a half bath right
tip.
next to him where he took a piss in.
And he says, yes, I did mean not harassing women for clicks. My sister is actually a feminist. We've watched your Heavy Rain playthrough and laughed our asses off at the club scene. Cool.
Of course,
yeah,
Heavy Rain.
I really have been honest.
You know it's a troll if they bring up Heavy Rain.
And be a different kind of creator in the last 5 to 10 years. And I really do think I am now with the kind of stuff that I do and my commentary changing. So
yeah,
I have no desire to go after anyone.
Yeah, it's a therapy session because he has no friends in real life, probably.
Okay.
Morning, I happen to have people. I'm just fucking obliterated.
I remember.
It's Mark, so I'm like, I gotta answer.
There's a guy who claims he has to.
And I'm smoking a cigarette while I'm
like 30 times a day, he has to touch his bottle of Xannies, or else he has a fucking panic attack. Which I'm like,
so I just start pissing in a bucket.
That's something wrong.
I start pissing in a bucket, and a dude comes out. My buddy comes out. He's like, "What the fuck? You're pissing in the garage?" All I hear is like a 10-second silence from Mark. Mark's like, "Do you need me to call you? Do you want to call me back?" I'm like, no, he's just joking. He's just joking. I'm not really pissing in my garage.
Why do you keep pissing in random parts of your fucking house, man?
Like, I'm sorry. Why would you piss in your house? Like, even if you mop that up, it will smell.
I've been drinking since like 5 or 6.
And the fact is that
when I
there
get
are
rested and I could sleep in a little
chemicals
longer.
in
And then, like,
urine
oftentimes
that
I'm
will,
standing out there with the dog who's peeing,
you
and
know,
I'm
break
also peeing.
down,
And then
smell
she,
bad, could
got up
even
one night and saw me out
corrode
there taking a
things. Like
leak
it
next to the dog
is
who's also taking a leak.
maybe not a
She's like,
strong one, but
"Bro,
it
why
is
did
an
you come
acid.
inside?" I was like, what do you mean? What's so? I'm right next to the dog who's pissing in the lawn. What's the difference? Sometimes I'll take my dog out. He's the
How many stories? Wait a minute. There's another story of this. Oh my god. A history of drinking and peeing. Wow. I mean, there's a lot of crap on the internet.
Is your
about,
backyard
you know,
fenced, good
the
sir?
thing is, that's what you see me reacting this
Because
way.
if
I'm sure
not,
there's people
you-
who've heard stuff
that-
about Dark Side Phil over the years and they react
like
exactly the same.
that's
So, you know, it's none of this is like
that's,
horrible cancelable stuff. This is the kind of shit that people do
shit
laugh
that
at you on the
people
internet
go
for and
onto
make you for, and it's
lists
harmless.
for.
Like he's actively telling the stories. It's not like these were leaked stories behind the scenes that he tried to hide for years. He's actively telling the stories, right? So you would think this is okay, make fun of him for this. It's fine. He's telling it, you know.
I'd be on a leash, and like I gotta piss too. So I'm like, you know, I'm gonna piss, and then he's pissing, I'm pissing, and like if he gets done first, he's like, what's going on over here?
Okay, how long does this segment go on? Can we go to the next? Do we have to hear more stories about pissing? I'm tired of it. I don't hear about now. I think I have to piss because he's talking about pissing so much. I think now my body is. Oh, I heard the word piss like 87 times in the last 2 minutes. Now you have to pee. Damn it!
Kind of hold him off while I'm pissing.
Bill, you were all about the poop part. You can't handle the
Jeremy
piss
facing
part?
undue stress released the video
Come
in
on.
February because his channel performed poorly the day before.
Again?
Every year.
Yeah, always drink. Well, especially if you're drinking a lot of alcohol, drink water or something.
It goes by very different names. but
Because
I don't know
hangovers
that
are a
this
lot of
channel
times
has a lot of stuff
extreme
going on.
dehydration.
My channel.
Hold on. I gotta do something. Ready? Give me 1
Why
second.
does he
I
have
want
a
you to look
plumber's
underneath. I'm gonna turn my
hat?
camera off for a second. Take a look
More
under. Okay?
hose, plumbing services.
Minds,
Why?
Twitch, Parlor, Rumble, BitChute, and he's also on YouTube. Are there any ways that he doesn't accept contributions? Like, I mean, surely he has a PayPal as well, right? Surely, and a Venmo. Of course, he must. We already know he has Kickstarters. He has GoFundMe's. We know that he has a Patreon. Maybe.
Bill, do you want to go down this road? Bill? How many different ways do people have to contribute to you? Super chat, super thanks, super sticker, membership, kick subs, kicks on kick. When you had Twitch, you had bits, you had subs, you had gifted subs. You have fucking tips that are, you know, through PayPal itself. Like, what the fucking hell, dude? You have a bunch of stuff. Like, obviously, Jeremy's doing this so he could kind of be on all these things, and in case someone tries to deplatform him, he can go to other places and be like, my channel is under attack by the woke left. Oh, and fucking Throne. He got shit on Throne. I'm surprised he didn't have like a what was that, coffee? Buy me Ko-Fi account? I can't remember what it, the one where he's like, oh, you could buy him a coffee. I'm surprised he didn't have that. Or he didn't have, there was this one years and years ago, I don't know if it's still around, where it like stream treats, where a streamer could literally have things that are on there and you could donate to basically DoorDash them food. I'm surprised Phil doesn't do that. I have no idea if that's still around anymore. The last time I saw that was many, many years ago.
He got rid of his Patreon because it's not on there.
Yeah,
We know he had
Ko-Fi is mostly
Patreon at
for
one
artists.
point. Okay,
He would
what
use
else?
it.
Does he accept mailed money? If so, does he have like a PO box you can mail him envelopes of cash? Does he accept Bitcoin? Does he? What else? Cash App. That's right, Cash App. We can't forget Cash App. There's got to be more. Can you have a carrier pigeon fly funds to this man? Because I may be interested in doing it that way. That might be the way that I decided. I understand about diversification. I get it. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, especially when you get attacked on the internet for things you say you do. For example, you don't want the one way where you get most of your income to be shut down. Now you have no other way to make money. I get that.
the horrible
but I do think it's a
ticker.
little
Like, you look
excessive.
at all the different
Vine,
stuff.
Twitch, Parlor, Rumble, BitChute, YouTube, Patreon, GoFundMe. I'm seeing a pattern that perhaps there's a focus here. And of course, you understand, I also accept contributions. So it is hypocritical for me to be saying this right now. But I would like to point out, I do have a leaderboard, but my entire screen is just the leaderboard and me. Okay? You don't see half my screen is not one of these giant overlays. Pay here. Pay.
This is like, I don't know about Parlor, but Rumble and Twitch and BitChute are video hosting. I think Parlor might be that as well. At Minds, if I recall, wasn't that like an alternative social media maybe? I can't remember. I'll be honest, I can't remember. Yeah, meanwhile, Nightbot Like it really is. Phil, you do the same thing and you are now bitching that other people are doing it. Yeah, look at every stream description for all the dollar. Yes. It's like, what the fuck?
If you want to do that, please do. I'm not going to complain, but I'm just calling it out. I've also seen this with
I
other
need that money.
podcasters.
I
Right?
really,
called
really
this
do. I need that
already many
money.
years ago. Their entire it's like 3 tiny little webcams, and their entire screen is like Dollar
got
Shave
bot
Club,
bricks.
water pick
There you go.
toothbrush, men's butt wipes. On the screen, it's like, dude, is this a podcast or am I on a fucking website for to buy products and see shilling? Like, what is going on? At some point, it's like cams and their entire with other podcasters, right? I called this, who was it, Painkiller already many years ago? Their entire it's like 3 tiny little webcams, and their entire screen is like Dollar Shave Club, water pick toothbrush, men's butt wipes. On the screen, it's like, dude, is this a podcast or am I on a fucking website for to buy products and see shilling? Like, what is going on?
Like, here's the thing. I get that over shilling is annoying. But I'll say this, for folks who do YouTube and stuff like that, do content creation, I would honestly, I'm gonna say this, personally, I would rather see them kill a product than just ask outright beg like Phil. Like, yeah, if Dollar Shave Club is willing to be a sponsor, then you put that up there, okay? That means that that's more that you don't have to pay, you don't have to ask your audience to do. Phil is just mad because he can't get that.
At some
He's
point,
mad he can't chill like
to
that.
have content be the focus of content. Does that make sense? That like you're doing content because you feel like you want to put out a product that someone will enjoy today, and then maybe if they liked the product, then they'll contribute. Not the product is the contributions. Does that make sense? It drives me bonkers. And these people are way more successful than me, so maybe I'm doing something wrong.
The product is the contribution. Phil, if you don't have enough in your King's Tax, you take a gameplay up in the back woodshed and put a fucking 12 gauge to its head, and boom, it is off into the void, into the shadow realm. Fucking hell. Every person I know who has a Gamer Subs code, mention it at least once per stream. If that. The bigger people have the code on the stream, but don't mention. Yeah. Like, who is it? Cha-Cha. Who I sometimes catch some of her videos, because I saw her when she was working with Fillion, before Fillion. I think Fillion had like some of the major things, the Epstein files, and that's why she vanished or something. I don't know. You know what? I think she was a nuclear scientist, and then like with the 10 nuclear scientists, she just vanished. But yeah, Cha-Cha has a Gamer Subs thing and has a prepaid one, and the thing is, it's like, dude, whatever gets you the bag, like, I would prefer that, especially when it's like, I could see this for free, there isn't any, you're not getting, guaranteed money behind it. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have to take advertisements. I get it. I understand. Fillion got, yeah, it's true. Fillion probably got deported back to the Philippines. Yeah, got deported back to the Philippines. Yeah, domed when he claims he is fine for money. Yeah, like, the thing about it is, I don't care about. And here's the thing: Phil did shill. He shilled those fucking gamer loot crates, which were. I'll be honest, Gamer Subs. I don't like. I know people do that, but I'm not like some kind of caffeine thing. I don't know. I don't really. I'm trying to be better at my caffeine intake. Trying to be better, trying to be more healthy, but I know there's like, and guess what? Yeah, you can get different VTubers and different things. It's like, okay, and VTubers have merch, and that's fine. Free. Phil claims playthroughs are free and the content is free, but if support's low, the playthrough ends. Yeah, they're not free. It is very much, it's free. Give me money to keep it free. It's like, yeah, no.
Maybe my methodology has been wrong all along, and all I should have been doing is thinking about how do I get money today before I even think about what content I'll put out to do it. Maybe that's what I should have been doing.
You're like what? A third of your fucking Copecast is the schedule. A third is money. Like, this motherfucker is completely unable to, to do any kind of self-reflection. Aqua Saber, you're right. Holy shit. Fillion could do. Yeah, Philly. Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think Fillion backflipped too hard and accidentally got deported back to the Philippines. It's like rip Fillion. Now having to live as a Filipino boy again. Backflip so hard, destroyed the VTuber suit.
Endlessly. From day one. Because everyone there is doing better than me. The guys from Painkiller already do better than me. Jeremy does better than me. So maybe I'm the fool here. Or maybe not. Let's continue.
Being affected very negatively by this most recent one, cutting views by as much as 50%. Now,
Also, I love that he has these boxes with this hideous glare.
No.
Can you not have the glare on there, Jeremy? Jeremy, come on.
Video or views in a day is way bigger than just a few boring topics. And I put out a tweet about it this morning, and more than a dozen other creators.
I will say this. I feel like now that we're halfway into the documentary, we're just about at the halfway point. I do feel
someone said you almost
like
ascended.
He got way too comfortable making content either really tired or really inebriated or both. I don't think he's really inebriated right here, but he sounds tired. And when you're really exhausted and you're not going to make as good content, and you're going to tend to sound more whiny and more agitated.
I like
know
treating feelings.
If I'm here and I'm already tired, or I'm bad mood, not going to make content,
she was,
then the content's not going to be as good, and it's going to maybe come across not in a way where I'm
in
going
real
to
life as a Filipino boy. She was a nuclear scientist, and then they.
And it seems like the further we're getting into this documentary, we're realizing he just was very comfortable with doing that. But that's not like this video. What is the point of this video that we're watching right now?
Like, more than likely, Fillion's working on a rebrand.
Is this going to help him in any way, what he's doing right now? I don't think so. I mean, if you know that there's always an algorithmic reset.
I think Fillion's working on a rebrand. Might even join a corpo.
And do something at the beginning of every year to surge more interest, right? Do a new project or an event or something special so that you can get yourself back into the algorithm when you're getting kicked out. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Don't just make a video bitching about it. I'm upset that this happened. Try to do something for the business that will propel you back into the limelight so you'll get more attention for yourself. He's good at doing that. I mean, he's good at the culture war stuff and getting that rage bait content. But like, what is the point about crying about the algorithm over and over? I don't think it's really going to fix things, you know?
Out to me, confirming the exact same problems. It is super stressful. When this stuff happens, I pace around my house wondering about how to change my financial decisions, etc. And my employees wonder, and they see this type of thing. Mental stress.
Well, this whole thing really does kind of show that Jeremy basically does have a razor-thin profit margin, in my opinion.
YouTube is the most difficult job ever. But what I am saying is the mental toll that
the fact literally everything is wiped. People suspect total rebrand. Just the account exists, nothing else. Yeah, I think she's rebranding.
Again, I'm saying this. He's not wrong.
I mean, she didn't have access and ownership of her own model, so it's probably a rebrand.
Kind of transparency when they make changes to the site, when they make changes to the business algorithm, and it hurts
people. Miss her,
genuinely are working their butts off.
That's fine,
because they change everything.
and she'll come
what
back
worked for you yesterday won't work for you
and
today.
everybody will be happy, and then she'll collab with like
because his audience
all her favorite folks and do stupid things again.
You can't control that. You can't speak to YouTube and get them to listen.
And like fall over
venting
and
to your public viewership probably
accidentally flash her audience with her.
Instead, you should maybe talk to your colleagues who are seeing similar problems and work together to try to do some kind of a collective solution, or perhaps again something to drive an increase in interest with your content during this time period.
He spread himself too thin with all the business ventures. Yes.
To your audience, I don't see how that's going to help anything.
That's one of the things.
Jeremy released a video on his channel's viewership.
See, this is something that Phil, I don't think, really understands, is that, when you, like, it's the problem that people have when there's like, oh, things have to expand, and like, even private equity, where it's like, number must go up forever. It's like, you can't do that. Sometimes the number is not going to go up. Sometimes you just need to kind of stay where you are. It's one of the reasons why Costco has the hot dog as the loss leader. And if you try to raise the price of the hot dog, the founder will fucking kill you. As the CEO said. And the CEO knew the founder was fucking serious as a heart attack. Then what's the other one? Arizona. Arizona has done everything they can to keep their prices of their cans at 99 cents. They don't want to raise it. Everybody's like, oh, you could raise the prices. They're like, but we own everything. We don't have lines of credit. We're privately owned. We don't have lines of credit. We own everything. We own our production. So we're fine. We're not going to, bring up our liability to do that. It's like, and that's a fine business model. That hot dog story is so fucking good. Yeah. $1.50 for a hot dog, I believe a hot dog, chips, and a drink. Like, yeah. Or like those pre-rotisserie chickens you'll find at the grocery stores. Those are always loss leaders. And you know what? For like $5 or $6, yeah, you know, like here's the thing. If you know, I think if you're having a hard day of work and you don't want to cook, that at least then you just got to put some sides. All right, do some mashed potatoes or something like that, and a rotisserie chicken. That's more than enough. Rotisserie chicken, good. We went to said hot dog to get said hot dog laughing. Yeah, but that's the thing. That was a loss leader, just like the rotisserie chickens and all that. Just like how consoles used to be, they were loss leaders. The games are what were the gravy. Yeah. Like, it's like the known percentage of loss you know is done to theft. Yeah. Well, actually, also, apparently Costco has a lot less theft, a lot less employee theft, because they actually, you know, they pay their employees a good job. Like, people want to keep their Costco employees because it's good job, good benefits. And because of that, your theft goes way down because ain't nobody gonna, they're not gonna fucking, you know, they're not gonna risk that. Sorry. Getting late and my brain is fried.
February 2021, and despite it being the shortest month of the year, February outperformed the previous 6 individual months.
Your local grocery store selling the 99-cent cans for 65 cents. That might be a loss leader. They might be selling them at cost. Who knows?
It begins with Zombie Kills, a controversial Twitch streamer that Jeremy made multiple videos covering. She was allegedly being harassed.
Did you see that? Phil was like sniffed. Like,
claimed that she was swatted, naming and blaming Jeremy for the event. And as
it was this weird thing where his nose was like, did he sniff something?
Came out in support of Jeremy while denouncing the Twitter user. Jeremy covered this situation on his channel, and the Twitter user deleted her tweet. Jeremy then released a video recapping the situation, emphasizing that he needed financial support during this time.
For myself,
he's got the creepy crawlers.
Just for the
sorry, I was trying to remember what that was.
Jeremy would transition this.
Okay, hold on. No.
But we are now
Add that.
47% fees.
Jeremy would transition this into
no.
Covered this situation on
there
his
we
channel.
go. No, stop. It's the creepy crawlers oven. Why do you have the creepy crawlers oven? Why? Like, okay, yes, there was also a pink one that was, you know, what was it? Like, I forgot what the women Easy Bake Oven. That's it, the Easy Bake Oven. The girls had the Easy Bake Oven. This was for creepy crawlers. You know, where you'd put the thing in, it was basically just a light bulb, and the light bulb's heat would do that. Purple and green, I think I forgot. I was like 10 years old. Yeah, no, this one, I remember having a creepy crawlers that was orange and green. Because what we had with the creepy crawlers, for those who don't know, yeah, you'd have like little kind of like liquid plastic, and what you do is then like basically the heat of the light bulb would then basically cause the chemical reaction in the plastic or whatever to kind of harden into, you know, whatever it was. Nothing like the smell of burning plastic. Yeah. It sped up his eyes dart all over the place. Again, darting eyes, that kind of shows that somebody is kind of like, he's seeing the corner demons. But yeah, sorry. Sorry, that just hit a little bit of my nostalgia. Like, oh, hey, it's fucking creepy crawlers. So I used to use those all the time, and then we'd I use them in Halloween decorations and shit. I know that there was also the Easy Bake Oven. It's like, it's the same principle. But I don't know why you would have that. Like, listen, I liked it back in the day, but I would never, like, that thing for me is long gone, and I would never go and get another one. Not unless I had a kid who really wanted. I don't even know if they make creepy crawlers anymore.
Another way to contribute, it's a Patreon alternative subscribe star. Another one. Another one. Here we go. So wave your hands. Okay.
Regardless of if these fools
Did this motherfucker try to quote DJ Khaled?
Jeremy also makes it clear that this was financial support for his business.
Not anymore. I mean, that's what I thought. I thought not anymore.
This is a screenshot of Jeremy's subscribe star from February 24th, 2021. There are 3 goals on the right-hand side.
I'm so exhausted looking at these kinds of screens. Like, okay.
Phil, this is what you did.
All right, I did. For a long time, I had a Patreon that
Too
was a
many
big
suits
focus.
over
I stopped
easy
being
bake
focused. It's like a
burning
legacy
kids.
thing now.
Aw.
I have like 20 people a month who give anything to my Patreon at this point. That's like a few
I think
bucks
I
each.
probably
It's just
got burnt a
people who
little
love me
bit
for
too.
so
My
long, they
parents were
contribute.
like,
I
don't
do
be
nothing on Patreon
stupid.
anymore.
Wait till it
Okay?
cools down,
When you contribute
dumbass.
to me, I directly shout you out on my streams. I tell you, hey, let's buy games, let's do things. These, I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine my entirety of my existence on the internet is having these kind of goals, and if we hit this amount of funding, we're going to do this, and we hit this amount of funding, we're going to do this, and then we're going to...
Patreon, when it started, your Project 7 reboot. Philip. Food poisoning. Yeah, there's zero self-awareness that he did this. And everyone knew he fucking did this. Yeah, Patreon's choice. Yeah.
Start this website, we're going to do this
Patron's
project, we're going
choice.
to do this,
You're
we're going
right.
to do this. What? It's too exhausting. It's too much. You're asking and asking and asking and asking and asking. And it's always something else. Does it ever end?
Does it ever end for you, Phil?
What are you talking about? How dare you say to look at the mirror? What mirror? I don't have one. Hold on. My phone is kind of reflective. Ah! Scared me. How dare you make me look at myself?
Phil, yeah, Patron's choice, react videos, save the house. Like Phil, like you don't get to do that when you still do that. Like the people are bringing this up because this is stuff that you've done, and you don't be like, yeah, you know what? It's one thing if he didn't do it anymore and he'd be like, yeah, I did that in the past and it was a bad thing to do. But yeah, the vest goal, the hat goal, the glasses goal, the tips goal. And you're like, well, the tips goal doesn't exist. Yes, it does. It's an invisible number, but it exists. Like, Phil, you do this. Like, that's my problem. He literally, he thinks that if he laughs at it, it gets him out of having to, you know, think about, yeah, he does the same fucking things. Oh yeah, under 150, snuggling support was not good. Yep.
Again, I get it. Again, there's parallels, right? But it would be hard to make a documentary about me like this. There was one. There was a 4-hour documentary. Was it like this one? Was it literally, and then Phil asked again, and then Phil asked again, and there was another project, and there was another...
Phil? He brought up the Save the House and how you said everything in that big old marathon was going to go to paying off your back taxes, and you took out $500, and Joon called you out on that, and you sent a fucking gish galop response. You sent like 300 fucking words response when all you had, when you know, all you said was, I misspoke, which really means I lied. That's the whole thing. Yeah, you don't get it. You bitch and moan about money. Jer wanted, but you do exactly the same thing to it. Yeah, the fact is that, yeah, this is the whole pot calling the kettle black is invented for shit like this. And Phil can't understand. You do the same thing now.
Other thing, and there was another thing, and there was another thing. No, it was like Phil was an asshole in the Street Fighter community, and Phil had his accident, and you know, it was dumb shit. It wasn't anything like this. Is just like endless fundraising, and it's just, I'll be honest with you. There's some things that I'm laughing at and I'm enjoying, and I am liking that I'm understanding the history of this man to know what's going on right now. But I'm actually starting to get exhausted. Is the rest of the documentary like this? It's just so here.
Like, Phil, did you not look at the fucking subtitle of it? 20 years of grifting. You're doing the same thing he bitches about. You get to all your socials in the stream, you must be begging too. I don't give. Listen, I don't do this for the money because I don't get any money. It's easier that way. Because if I got money, I'd have to give money to people who are on my stream. No. It's like, no, I have my 9 to 5, and I'm very, very happy and very lucky to have the job that I have. I'm very fortunate. But this really does show that Phil doesn't understand that he does the same thing, just, yeah, on the lesser extent, and he can't understand that everybody's like, you have no self-awareness. You're doing this. And the fact that people called you out. They called you out on the WWE Champions because you were playing it for a while. And then with, you know, with Asmon, you try to say it was like 10 to 15,000, but for fucking Wingo, you said 50,000, 50. And Wingo said, yeah, that's enough for like a Chevy Tahoe or something like that, like some truck. I don't know. I'm not a truck guy, but like Wingo knew immediately. And I'm sorry, a new truck? Jesus, that's a lot of money. Like, I don't even believe that is truly the high. I think if he never spent a dime in WWE Champions and had it in one fell swoop, and had it in one big lump and be like, okay, it's going to vanish, but you have one big lump, it would have been enough to clear out his mortgage. He could have paid off his mortgage free and clear and then used that $2,000 a month mortgage. He could have put that into sweaty JPEGs. Like, think about that. He could have paid his mortgage off. In my opinion, I think he could have. I mean, we're getting to almost 10 years. I think he could have. 50K upfront is life-changing. You know you're under Keem's thumb for 6 months or a year, but so be it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that Wingo did. It's like, yeah, okay. You know, he gets his money. Now, I have no idea if Wingo's Wingo's probably not telling the truth about how much money he saved, but who knows? He lives in a poor part of the Carolinas. It's possible. But it seems like he at least is at a point where it's like, okay, if I decide I want to go, I go, but I don't have to, you know, I'm taking a break for a few months and then he comes back. Like, yeah. And yeah, 50K upfront, that's for anybody, that's life-changing money. Fuck. I mean, for me, that would, you know, pay off the rest of my car note, and I could actually then maybe have a nice down payment on a house, you know? A decent enough down payment where, you know, I don't have to, but no, Phil wants to be under someone, he never wants to be under anyone else ever again, not answer to Keem, be forced on a schedule that isn't his. Yeah, he doesn't want to do that, and therefore he will basically become irrelevant. At this point, Keem ain't gonna take him. I don't think he will.
Was the next thing he did to raise money? Here was the next thing he did to raise money, and then there was money, and there was money, and money. I'm tired of it. I'm hoping something else happens because it's either money or complaining about money.
Sorry, I don't think that sigh caught in. I did. Phil, I would say the same thing about you. That's what it's always about. It's not about your terrible ass gameplay because you're always looking at the chat for money. You know, you're always looking for money. You're always wanting more money. Like, as soon as 150 becomes the norm, you want to go higher. I mean, the fact is, you want every marathon to get you over $1,000, and that shit ain't happening no more. The bullshit with Boogie alone is exhausting, let alone Phil's constant bitching and crying. Yeah. And I think he also has to deal with fucking Amber Lynn Reed. I know she left, but I think she immediately got demonetized again. So honestly, I don't know. Basically, ALT and Kinda Sav are my only real gateways into Amber Lynn Reed. And I don't think Kinda Sav has streamed in a while. Oh, he's no longer dealing with Amber? Yeah, I'm not surprised. She had an ego. She had thought she was a diva. And it's like, hey, you came there to get money. Iron Chef Sakai was right. Even if you gave Phil 2001 stream, he'd immediately get, okay, guys, you need to get to 2100. Yeah. It's as soon as you get to a goal, let's get another goal. It's never enough. It's never enough. Think about it. If Jax Raxer gives him $150 in a tip, he is immediately kind of scolding him for giving it so early because he wants other people to donate. I remember when he said that. And then there was the whole thing of, oh, he gives him $150 in a super chat, and he's mad about that too. Yeah, he did that. Yeah, I remember he did that. It's like, what the fuck? Like I watch some streamers who have donathons. They have a bunch of rewards and goals and tiers and all that. and they have a little timer, and you know, you give whatever you give, even if it's like a resub or bits or whatever, goes to the timer, and they get a certain point, they do all the things in there, and there's like a dozen or so rewards in each level, and some of them are like death streams. They're like 12 hours, or like this is people I've seen them stream for 36 hours straight. I don't know how. But you know what? They are also always grateful for every penny they have. And they work very hard doing a lot of content to try to make sure that you know, their streams and their Patreon, when they do podcasts and stuff, are worth it. You know, and you know, that it's a hustle. It's a hustle. And I respect the hustle when you put the work in. And I can see, oh, that's where that money goes to getting good ass microphones, good ass audio interfaces to make that fucking audio, make that audio so good. Imagine getting fin-domed by a flabby pig roach gout viper. Yeah, like most people would prefer getting fin-domed by, like, you know, a sexy goth chick or something. I don't know.
At this point. Okay, let's continue.
Part of the staff members are funding the courting website. While there is a percentage attached to them, there is no clear number attached to the goals. It is not possible to quantify how much Jeremy was earning, but it is possible to quantify support if only through how many likes and comments his post received. This post, published February 22nd, 2021, has 16 likes and 5 comments. On March 5th, after making the video requesting support, the same post has significantly more interactions.
YouTubers that do VR stuff, you know, when they show off a much better VR model, yeah. Yeah, because those VR models cost a pretty penny. I always get people who are like, oh, yeah, I always get fucking art grifters coming in trying to be like, oh, it's like, dude, I can't afford a new model. And if I was, I would probably go with someone who actually, like, someone like either like, I don't know if Ann has somebody making his models, or probably Bill. Probably William. I'd probably ask William who makes his avatars and if they are taking commissions.
The wealth he was incurring, the support he was receiving, was diminishing in its effect as he began taking more time off and was forced to face his life outside of work. Jeremy did not like what little purpose he found. Even 2D models, good ones cost a bit. Yes, I know. I know, like the corpos can basically, it's just part of,
you know, I guess it's like a midlife crisis, so to speak.
I think it's part of what they, you know, part of what's taken out of their pay.
I've also been freaking grinding on YouTube for basically the last 3 years.
But the thing about here's the thing that I like, and by doing, you know, a more free one that I go through Vroid, I can make, you know, I can make different hoodies. Like I have this one. You can't see it because I'm leaning back in my chair. I'm trying to, you know, you see, I got the Third Street Saints.
Started me thinking about, like,
yeah, any LW show, you'll see how long it takes to make an op. Yeah, you can't.
I mean, you don't have to work so much. But then you can't have a
know. Yeah, Ludwig does so much good work. Ludwig did a lot of ones for me. I'm always very happy. Because Ludwig never asked for.
I had no time off. And that was many years where I had to work that hard.
He never really asked for anything in return of it.
I can work probably, you know, 5 to 6 days
a week.
Sometimes
I tried to, like,
time with my wife, which is very nice. And again, thank you
all.
I
appreciate you all for allowing me to have that. As part of thanks, and try to help out when I can.
He's complaining about how much he's working, but also he has a jet. Like, well, then stop spending so much. Stop living this lifestyle of this insane amount of money that you need to keep going. Because it sounds like he just got stuck.
This is one of my favorites he did.
Of always, what's the next grift? What's the next project? What's the next thing to put money into? And yes, this has allowed him this life of affluence behind the scenes. But at the very same time, it's completely grinding him down to dust.
Because I fucking love the model.
He's always drinking too much, or he's overly tired. It could be a combination of the two, and that's driving him into problems on Twitter and social media. That's now affecting his work. And so when he sees a tiny decline in views, he flips out at it because, man, that means now I might have to work even harder.
It wasn't in Unity anymore. It was in Unreal Engine.
He built himself
all the models were out.
He actually walled himself in with bricks. You know what I'm saying? And all you had to do was say, I have to just basically
I think I sent one for Ludwig to use, which was Halara.
Does that make sense?
I think Ludwig would like Halara.
I don't need to have 3 businesses that I'm running at a time, each ask, I could just have one. I don't need 3. That's okay. Close this one, close that one.
For Shinigami,
just
for
have 2
Ann.
employees. Just focus on that. Make that
the
best
secretary. I don't know if Ann ever used it or not. I don't think Ann ever played the game.
He says it's the algorithm, and he says it's these people attacking him.
Yeah, they data mined all the models.
Which is driving his growth because that's what gets people to rally around him.
So, you know, once I had that, I'm like,
every time the algorithm affects him, he asks for more money.
He did make a previous one.
So the only thing that's really killing him
I got the model.
is him.
Make one.
He's killing himself.
I
the
do
way
kind
that
of
he's
wish
overworking
I
himself, and he's constantly looking for the next
my model
bit.
I basically decided I'm going with the blue eyes because of other things where I use the green screen. So
that is not unique.
It is what it is. But still,
I feel alone
like
all the time.
And I went with the coat because I like the. Seriously, this is like I just love this design.
I wouldn't say that I have any close friends. Like they may think we're close, but like I don't view them in that way, and I don't mean to be mean. I'm also a workaholic, so it makes it difficult to,
That's why I always in my streams I always try to shout out. You see, he's got little he's got the feet. I always try to shout out Ludwig in the description of my streams because Ludwig,
you feel like you lost out.
did a lot of this and never really asked for anything in return. So
this was a video of lucidity.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Boom. He's done it. He's hit it on the head. And it's exactly what I just said.
He used the model as for the game. I don't remember.
His own prison, and now, like, what do you do to get out of it?
Because I always, when I saw that, I'm like, you know what? If I could get that, I think the secretary would look very good as Shinigami.
Instead of that, let's have a moment of clarity. Let's see what's really going on. Here's my real question for him. At this point in his life, what, 2022?
For the secretary.
Does he actually like what he does for a living? Any of his projects? Does he like his videos on the quartering? Does he like trying to do these side projects? Or is it just he's been this endless grinder?
Typical professional content creator, no real friends because all friends are for money. Which is weird because then you see people like fucking Markiplier where he has actual friends. I mean, like it feels like he is actually a friend of like Jacksepticeye because he did put Jack in Iron Lung. Jack has a role in Iron Lung. Like the thing about it is that some of these, like, and then again, I also feel like Mark just kind of like, you feel like, okay, he kind of fell into being a content creator, but he feels like he feels honestly like a dude you just like to hang out with. It looked good. I like that model. Yeah, no, it's a great model. And the fact that, it's like, oh, we're getting magical, the little Scribblo just has a magical girl transformation. That's basically a fucking Sailor Moon magical girl transformation. And then to get your fucking mystery sword, decides to fucking go full revolutionary girl Utena. Yeah. Yeah, PewDiePie understood, like he got off the internet. Now he's being a father. He's living in Japan, living his life. Focusing on being, a father. And yeah, JonTron the same. Yeah, I haven't really seen much of a JonTron video. And I think part of it's just like he's probably taken time off since his kid was born. I would love to see JonTron back, but if he's got the money and he wants to retire, I'm not going to do them. He doesn't do them anymore. Did he say he's retired? Did JonTron say he retired? Because I mean, he's had long stretches of not doing them in the past. I don't know. Maybe he decided he didn't want to do it. He just got his Christian wedding and living with his wife. I mean, hey, if he's got the money and he don't need to do it no more, that's fine. Go live life. I would love to see him every once in a while. Just do even a short one. Just like, hey, it's John. And just, make fun of something. I like his stuff. I wish he can come back. Yeah, the flex tape vids still make, yes, they do.
But doesn't like anything he's doing at all. Because this is, I will say this, tons of the
and
criticism.
I'll say this, once he got away from video games,
can definitely be applied
he
to me,
started having a lot of fun with his stuff.
Video that I put out from last week, I called it a grifter, comments on a grifter, right? Because I've been there. I've been in that position that he was in, and I know what it's
Phil,
like.
you make me angry,
Phil! Here, at the end of the day, well, I'll say there's two key differences.
Yes, I have that on my sound.
And difference number one,
once he got away from Ego Raptor,
I actually like my job. Like every day that I'm sitting here and I'm showing all
the fact that he
any kind of content, whether it's
he
chilling
also,
a podcast, or having a conversation, or playing a game, whether it's a chill, relaxing
his
game, like
his wife was part of the crew.
Or we play more challenging games, like
British
or competitive Street Fighter Online,
in his crew,
something more relaxing. No
they
matter what
got
it is we're
together
doing,
and got
I
married.
genuinely like doing it. I want you to
and
understand.
I think
never
had like
put as much time and effort into what I do.
I think he was
that's the kind of guy I am.
Orthodox,
I would never go crazy balls to the wall for something
like
I don't have
Greek
passion
Orthodox
for.
or Eastern Orthodox. I don't know for sure, but
the fact that this guy has gone in so many different
looked like an Orthodox
church. The only one that's really stuck was the quartering.
Okay,
but now he says I got to put out 5 videos a day.
But I'm glad.
The algorithm is killing me.
He's having.
I don't think he enjoys the videos.
Honestly,
in fact, I would almost
JonTron does seem like a dude you could meet at the bar and he just,
money for him. Maybe he
kinda
actually never
you know,
two flying shits
talk
about
and,
Brie
and
Larson.
that kind of shit.
But all he knew was that
sounds
if he made
cool.
another video about Brie Larson today, it would get the 100,000 views he's
May
looking
not
for.
always
and it
agree
would
with
pay
the
bills.
politics, but you know what?
Okay?
But you
for me,
can
it's
probably
like,
tell
I like what
about
I do.
something
I
funny and
genuinely
all
enjoy
that.
being here every day with all of you. I want you to understand that. That's number one. And number two, the other thing that he's saying, so the
All
day when he
his
comes
YouTube
to
friends
his
were
job,
at
which is
the
5
wedding
videos,
except
and they get
Aaron.
good views, and they hit the
Oh,
algorithm, he gets a
wow.
dopamine hit. On a day when he comes to the job and he makes the 5 videos and they don't hit the algorithm, he doesn't have a dopamine hit. Okay, but that's your work life. What's going on behind the scenes of your work life? What I'm hearing is that this man has absolutely no work-life balance whatsoever. He is a 100%.
You don't have that either, Phil.
Is that this man? What's going on behind the scenes of your work life? What I'm hearing is that this man has absolutely.
Why did he mind hearing? Did he mind hearing so he could do like, oh, I'm gonna hear their brother. You know, my arms don't work because I don't have the leap thing installed. Oh, I gotta hear that brother. One last middle finger to Game Grumps and no one faulted him. Like, yeah. Bill, why did you have to do the Hulk Hogan ear thing? Like, you don't have to mime this shit. Like, what the fuck?
Absolutely no work-life balance whatsoever. He is a 100% grind away, pump out the content, and that dictates his life. He didn't actually draw the line and say, oh.
And Phil, that's what you did. You've done that. Like, before you started streaming, that was what you did. You would finish a game super fast, bring it back to GameStop, get another game, and do it again. You were pushing out like, what, 50, 60 videos a day? Or was it like 10? You were pumping out like hours of content in like 10-minute chunks. And you were spamming their inbox. Yeah, it's performative. He's not really reacting because he's not being fucking...
All right. Success to some extent, but there has to be a limit to my success where I'm going to say outside of this amount that I'm going to work, there's going to be this amount that I'm going to spend with my wife and or friends or family. And this is going to be my private life. And this is something I can 100% attest to because I've been there.
But he then still does it. He's like pumping out all these hours of gameplay. It's like
miserable.
And just uploading them. Like, he doesn't even set them right. So they...
Now, I've drawn that line. I have time with my wife every single day. We have at least one full day off. If not more, I like to have more. There are weeks when I have 2 days off and I have a whole day where I don't do any work at all. And there's
Phil, most people who work a traditional job get 2 days off. You know, if you're working full time, you normally get 2 days off. You know, now maybe not always together, but you normally get 2 days off. All right. So you saying I have a day off, like most folks don't work unless they're working like multiple jobs. They don't normally work 7 days a week. Yeah, he has a day off with his wife. Like, yeah, she only cooks. And probably because I think Aqua Saber, he doesn't cook because he was the one who would do like turkey dogs and shit. Like, it was obvious he wouldn't put any effort into his cooking. So, bleh. So it's like, okay, fuck you then. And, you know, because the thing is, he doesn't want to cook. He wants to act like he is. Like, think about it, the whole garbage disposal thing where he's chopping up the vegetables while his fucking no, it wasn't anniversary. It was his Valentine's Day sushi was getting cold because he had to chop vegetables at that time. Instead of, oh, I have this, let me eat this, and then chop up the vegetables and then throw the old vegetables, which I guess he chops up these vegetables, doesn't use them, and throws them in the garbage disposal. Like, that's fucking wasteful as shit. You don't have to do that. Yeah, he makes it sound like work. 1 day off with his wife. Yeah. Like, here's the thing. I used to have, you know, where I worked 4 10-hour days. I don't anymore, and I do miss it because I love that extra day off where I could, you know, that was, you know, it used to be, okay, I do my 2 streams, and then I also had another day where I could just relax. You know, I could just be like, okay, I'm taking this day off. I am going to now just chill. And my question, 4 10-hour days. Yeah, I work in IT, so that does sometimes happen, but, you know, I'm in a position now where I can't have that. So, you know, it is a trade-off. The 10-hour days are a bit longer and can be a bit rougher, but that extra day off and make up for it. And it depends on everybody. I do not care for the 12-hour shifts. Some people do those. I do not care for them personally. I think that's a bit much. Rip. I mean, you know, here's the thing. It's life. Yeah. And the 12-hour ones, I also had a long commute. So yeah, it was basically, I would go into work, come home, sleep, do it again. So at that point, I had a lot of my groceries at my work. So I would cook while, because it was a night shift job. So I would cook while I was there. And you sleep 12 hours an extra day off and you lose the entire day anyways. Yeah. 410s is peak. I do agree. Yep. Oh yeah. And I used to work, when I was a kid. I used to do, I worked for a pizza place, a pizza delivery place. And yeah, we had a designated full-timer who was, you know, your day shift person. But 2 days a week, she'd have off. And like, one of them would be like, one of them was a Sunday and the other was a Monday. And I always work the days on Monday. And she told me that she always does that. One, so she can have Saturday and get some money. But two, Monday became the, like going to the laundromat, going to the bank, going to anything that was not open on Sunday. She could do that on Monday and do like that. Yeah, Cora, that's life. But that was a long time ago. I don't mind sharing it because it's a long time ago, and I
Some days
try
I still
not
gotta do
to.
some errands, but I still get to spend time with her. And every normal day, I'm still spending time with her outside of the work. And I said that has to happen. That's something that it's non-negotiable because my life cannot be dictated by the online presence that I have.
But you don't take any vacations anymore. Like, Phil, all content creators will take some vacations. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, VTubers will say, hey, you know what? They'll take a couple weeks or maybe even a small sabbatical, a couple of months. Sometimes they do that to film content. Sometimes you need a break. Phil, no, So Curry, you take that back. I do not want to see Phil cook a ribeye. Oh, that would anger me. That would make me pissed. He would fuck up. It would be fucking Don Corleone. Look at how they massacred my boy. That motherfucker would mess a fucking ribeye. And I'm sorry, any steak, any bit of steak is a fucking work of art, and you must always respect your cut of meat. A mini hiatus is fine. Yeah, you know, here's the thing, Phil. You know, you could take a long weekend, take 3 or 4 days, go to Seattle, see some things, go in like, you know, you could spend it at a hotel, kind of do something nice for your wife out of the house. Like, let's get, I know it would be a disaster, but it would fucking, it would be a disaster, but I would probably just be like, it would be fucking, it's like in Roger Rabbit where Judge Doom is doing the shave and the haircut thing. I'd be like Roger, just be like, oh, motherfucker, like just shaking around like, oh, this is triggering the fuck out of me. What the fuck are you doing? I'd be like that until I fucking explode and spurg out. A ribeye is an expensive cut, but it is a beautiful cut. And part of it is also because it, as a channel that I watch, it's a cut that has a lot of fat, so the mistakes can be hidden. Like a fillet, I don't want to cook a fillet. For me, no. I'm going to a nice place that they know how to cook a fillet. I can't cook a fillet, so I'm going somewhere nice to cook a fillet. Like personally, I like me New York strip. I like me ribeyes. Those are mine. I love them. But yeah, the fillet, I'm getting someone who knows what they're doing. If I'm getting a fillet, as like, I think the last time I had was with a friend who I hadn't seen in a while, and we you know what? We were both watching at an Alamo Draft. We were watching a fucking it was the 4K restoration of Akira. on the big screen. I'll tell you, if you ain't seen Akira on the big screen, you're missing out. Oh, that looks so gorgeous. And we went to a place that was a little hoity-toity, but you know what? You could tell it's like, okay, this is the time to do like a surf and turf shit like that. Yeah. Yep. I agree, So Curry. I'm not touching the fillet. I'm leaving that to the pros. Fillet it doesn't have enough marbling. I will make a mistake and fuck it up, and I'm not fucking up something like that. But just not for me. No, I'm not doing that.
You understand? And the funny
We got
part is,
10
people
minutes.
right now on the
I unfortunately,
saying, where's your wife, Phil?
I'm
She's
gonna
right
have
now,
to
she's
scam
across the
everyone
hallway,
because there is
relaxing, or she's
no
downstairs
way.
relaxing, waiting for me to finish,
Sirloin,
so we can go
hot
spend some
olive
time together
oil,
tonight
black
before I go to
pepper,
sleep.
cook on some onions. Oh, yes.
And that's my life
I
every day.
tend to
She's
do
there in the
flank
morning when I
steak
wake up.
for
Except the
pepper
days when she's
steak.
at work,
Oh,
but
good
she's
shit.
there in the morning and we spend time together then. Between she makes the meals and we spend time there. We have a lot of good time together. We love it.
Like,
that's really what I look forward to. On my days off, I love spending time with her and doing stuff. Right? Really. And
But you know, here's the thing, Phil. Like, you know, if you're married, don't you want someone to have, like, I know that my parents are retired, but you know what they do? They go and do their activities, and then they'll spend like the evenings together. If they don't have anything to do, they'll watch some TV together, and they spend their time, and then they will go like out. They'll go and travel and see the world, because guess what? You got memories and stories. You get to see things you never would have seen. Like, I'm sorry, but if I was, because yeah, the thing about it that I think when it comes to unmarried man gives his opinion on a successful marriage, but I do feel that a marriage needs to have, you have to have things that you do by yourself and not just work, activities, groups, you know, things that you want to do. Like, oh, you know, you're going to go and, you know, you got a group, you know, like a book club or something. Oh, you've got some friends that you meet every once in a while, like that kind of thing, where it's like you can have fun, different friend groups and all that kind of stuff, and you can do things together. Like, that is the point. Because if you're there all the time, it's stifling. Like, we are social creatures. We should have social groups, and sometimes that means different friend groups, and that's okay. Simple person with a ribeye, salt, black peppercorn, rosemary, garlic, and butter. That is definitely that's a simple. Like, I will be honest, I do tend to use the Montreal steak seasoning. And then I do a reverse sear, but you know, whatever it works. The reason Leanna fell apart is because she got a friend group and it made her see the warning signs of DSP. Yeah, this whole thing is a red fucking flag that your partner is your only source of social interaction, of real life social interaction. That's a problem.
Now that I'm in a better financial position,
especially because Kat also basically wiped her social media free.
Because we can do it now. We literally couldn't have done it until the last positive changes we've seen in the last 2 years. Understand?
Asexual Cypher refused to smash her. Yeah.
And that's called work-life balance.
Which is
like,
probably why she gained some weight.
Of here that you don't need to know about.
I think that, and it's I don't think that any medical things would have had her balloon up to the weight that she is. I think she's eating her feelings. And I feel bad about that.
This man
has
completely lost the script. You're supposed to grind so that you have an end goal to grind for. Like, you grind so you can be.
You don't have retirement savings, Phil.
Sell off all of these businesses and you don't have to work anymore, right? Because the truth is, if you don't like what you do, that's what you want to do. Sell off the businesses. You have enough money.
Said you're going to fucking
the rest of your life. You're done. Or you're like me,
until the day you die.
At least find something you can do that you like. Because you know if you're going to have to do this for a long time, you better damn well sure you like what you're doing.
On stream.
And I see neither of those. There's no exit strategy here for this man, and he doesn't like what he's doing. It's a double whammy. So I can grind until one day I decide I'm done grinding. I retire. And I can step away from it, and I'll be the master of my destiny. But this guy,
you don't have any savings, though.
And it's torturing him.
Use everything. You are basically hoping that your parents die and give you everything, so that you can then have money for selling selling their house. But more than likely, they're going to give some of that to your cousin, who they adopted.
An unsatisfying personal life.
I'm just seeing.
Yeah, it'll be Tevin or Ann who calls the ambulance. Not a fan. Nope.
We're gonna find a stopping point. Well, let's see.
This was too much to bear, because 3 months later, he was already back to uploading over 10 videos a day.
By the way, if you don't know, I have a political channel where I do 3 videos a day, 3 to 4 videos a day. It's called Midwesterly. I do 5 to 7 videos a day on the quartering, and I'm happy to do that. But I have a really difficult time relaxing, allowing myself to relax. I was lucky enough to get a PlayStation 4, 5, and an Xbox Series X at launch.
See,
still. I've been watching.
This is the thing. This is the thing that Phil is. There's the mirror. Phil doesn't relax. He has to keep grinding because that's all he knows.
Now, I've worked on this mentality.
Not having to get a job takes priority over money and gin. Yeah.
Be able to enjoy something, but I'm incapable.
With Jeremy's continued instigation, the latter half of 2022 was full of ridicule. Creator Phil DeFranco, in response to Jeremy calling Megan Fox a walking sex doll, called Jeremy gross in return. The H3 podcast did yet another segment covering Jeremy in October with the highlight video titled, "The Courting 1 pooped his pants, 2 pees in his basement, 3 has crotch rock." Then again, November.
Yeah, so he was doing a live stream, and this turned up. Ela, what do you think? Reddit forced.
He has crotch rod, allegedly.
Well, I don't even understand what that means.
Yeah, I have to do some investigating.
Jeremy responded to this with 2 tweets. The second one reads, quote, "So weird of the tolerant left thinks this is an own. Real tolerant," unquote. Jeremy was even mocked by his wife for something entirely different.
Well, now, like, I used to, like, point it out.
Again, he's going to talk about this stuff on this pod. This show have better have made this man millions upon millions of dollars. If he again was talking about embarrassing stuff on this show, like, oh my God.
On TV all the time, like, there's 10 members of this cast and 6 of them are gay. Curious, I'd say, you know. My wife.
Yeah, Phil can't enjoy his hobby. He can't watch or collect movies anymore. He has nothing.
Is that cringe, Jeremy? Is that cringe?
He's too worried about the next stream, next game to quit, next drama on Twitter to talk about.
Before the end of the year,
Yeah.
on Kiwi Forums, a user archived Jeremy's recent rant about his loss of hair and the amount he works. At the end of October, Jeremy released another video claiming he was the target of YouTube's demonetization. Finally, in December, he made a video bringing attention to those mocking him and his IBS. Jeremy then closed the year by announcing his New Year's resolution to find a work-life balance,
Another
to not smoke,
Carhartt
and to
hat.
lose weight. While it is possible he did stop smoking, it is certain he failed with the other 2 resolutions. By 2022, it had been 3.
Okay, so that was actually, we were talking about 2021 all along. I thought we were been in 2022, and I was wrong. That was all 2021 that we just covered. Okay. I think this is a good spot to end because we're starting 2022. As you can see, we're about the 1 hour.
Is this the hand-drawn thing of Phil's fucking desk? Is this what you drew for your with your new command center? Look out, an urban style individual. Yeah, like, again, and the problem is he continually doesn't actually look at the self-awareness, and he just continues to be like, yeah, no, it's like,
and 50-minute mark. So we actually are more than halfway through the documentary. I would say that tonight went well. I don't know what you guys feel, but, you know, based off of, you know, my criteria of success, it went well. I don't know what you 50-minute mark. So we actually are more than halfway through the documentary. I would say that tonight went well. I don't know what you guys
barely halfway through the documentary. Not well into halfway. No, you are barely above halfway.
Guys feel, but, you know, based off of, you know,
that looks more like his Connecticut condo. You know what? I could see that.
I would say we got a good crowd. We had an engaged crowd. We had a supportive crowd. I think that tonight actually was better than last time because tonight we got more into the meat of the quartering and what he does, and it was more interesting than learning about the backstory.
I think that his studio,
right? I think so.
Like,
so what we will do is, number one, this will become a video on demand that you can watch after the fact. On the
I know that his condo, townhouse, whatever the fuck you want to call it, has 3 bedrooms. I think he picked the smallest bedroom for his office. I think he picked the smallest one, or the one that's the weirdest looking. Because I wouldn't be surprised that the others, I think the others point in the other direction. But, you know, I mean, that's just how it is, you know. If he had decided to buy a fucking, you know, single family home in a cheaper area, he probably could have gotten a bigger room that he could have done that. He could have had, you know, where he doesn't have to go downstairs. Hell, you know, he could have decided to, you know, have a full-size bathroom and just stay downstairs and never go upstairs. Basically send Leanna upstairs to the cornfields. Yeah, the relaxation room, which is next to the office, the most stressful room for... Yeah, I don't get the relaxation room. Like, this just says that Kat doesn't have a room of her own, or that she has taken over the living room. We don't understand it. Office is just a nook around the corner of the living room because I'm I'm forever alone. I sit in my underpants screaming at Phil without a door. Yeah. Nah, I get you. Like, but this is the thing about it. Like, and him getting that new desk was definitely the time he could have rearranged everything and had everything be like, okay, we're going to redo everything. But nope, he had to keep the desk in the exact same position, and now everything looks awful. Like he has to basically tiptoe around his desk to get in and out. Yeah, it's not a relaxation room. It's Ket's area for her mini PC, which is Phil's old one, because she didn't want her stuff in the living room. Yeah, and a relaxation room is just that she can do her stuff there, and Phil's just going to watch her, because that's not creepy at all. Like, that is how they spend time. He watches her do things. You know, he does not really, he wants to make sure she doesn't have, like, that's why, you know, it's all retail jobs, because you don't really make a lot of friends in retail, because it's a stressful thing, you know, people dealing with shit.
Channel, it will remain archived. All of you can watch it. Thanks to everyone who was here, who
or
supported
when she's
in any
at
way.
work,
If you're watching this
he
on
can
demand
go
after
in
the fact,
there
and
and
like this,
spy.
please like it and leave comments. It's very
You can
important,
see
because this channel has
that.
been defunct for a long time, and that
I can
engagement
see
will
that.
hopefully
Him
get some more
spying
people
on
to
her.
notice it again, because it has been pretty hard to get people to notice anything
Also,
on this channel.
well,
if you
here's
can
the
do it.
thing
Okay,
also.
thank you. Thanks to everyone who was here
He
live
wakes
supporting.
up like an hour
Let's
before
reconvene
the stream,
tonight.
if at that.
We'll do it all again this coming Tuesday night, which will be May 12th. All right, it'll be the Quartering React Part 3, which it appears is going to be the years of 2021,
This took a
2022,
little
maybe
longer
even
than I had
2023,
expected.
and then of course the keynote
Even with
art, which is the
1.5
current
speed, I
How they just
forgot how
passive
long
making
this
fun of them, tearing them
takes.
apart,
I
and,
am
you know, getting into the
fucked
current
up.
stuff that's going on. Okay,
There's
likely 2 more
no
nights.
way
I
I'm
don't see
getting
how we're
through
going
the
to
other
do this
two
in one more
parts.
night.
I think we're
That's
just
half
gonna
the
have to do a
documentary.
part
So
per
probably we'll do
stream.
it again Tuesday night. Again, if that goes well, we'll finish it on Thursday. I'll give you my final thoughts and all of that, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, and the problem is,
All right,
is that
sound good?
yeah.
All right, I hope
the
you liked
fact
it.
that
I
she
hope that you guys
probably
enjoyed.
isn't smart enough to put a password for her stuff.
I'm liking the long form reacts when there's a reason to do them. I feel like we need to find these pertinent ones, right? These when you get to one that makes sense to do, they're pretty good. And to be honest, it breaks up the constant gaming, because, you know, I like gaming, but it's good to have variety content as well. All right.
Yeah,
so
she should be home by now.
For chilling
But
with me.
she hasn't called. It must be the flood.
Let's
Yeah.
take a look here.
The idea that she hasn't called immediately,
What are we doing
like
for
that's
hosting tonight? You
red
guys on
flag
Kick want to be sent
behavior.
anywhere particular? Who's streaming right now? Take a look
Excuse
here.
me. Like, that is some, like, yeah, that is fucking red
Matt
flag
TV.
behavior.
All right, guys, I'm going to send you over to Matt TV. Have a good night. Remember, tomorrow, we're doing the DSP morning
Like,
show.
what
Sorrows
what
continuing on the
is-
first stream. And finally, Mouse PI for Hire returns on tomorrow night's late stream.
What
I hope to
is
see you then. Have a good
what's
night,
gonna
everyone on Kick.
happen
Bye-bye.
if she dies before Phil? What's he gonna do?
All right. And for those of you on
That
YouTube,
was insane with the
thank
flooding.
you guys. Again, I hope that you guys
He knew
enjoyed
she would get home
watching
late. It
and
called her
chilling.
anyway,
Again,
and
if
then
you can engage with
bitch
this content, it would help a ton.
then
Thank you
bitch
for
that
the support
DoorDash
tonight.
canceled.
And we
Yeah.
will do it again this coming Tuesday night. We'll
All
continue on.
those
Okay?
terrible flashing lights.
All right, everyone. Have a good night. I'll see you all in the morning.
It's literally jingly, jingly, jingly. It's jingling keys. Like, yeah. Like nobody
For the morning
cares
show,
about these
Sorrows. Peace out.
RGB
Bye-bye.
lights. Like, I'm playing Pocopia, and they have a gaming fridge, a gaming bed, a gaming chair, a gaming PC, gaming lights, that they're all RGB and they go color. I was like, oh my god, Phil should. All right, yeah, no, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to scam. I cannot. I don't think I'm gonna be able to last for another part. Also, this fucking thing. This title card. What the fuck, Phil? I'm sorry, you don't. You showed your legs. All right, you got fucking chicken ass legs. You got fucking Dale's legs. You know, like, you ain't hitting the leg machines. And even if you were, like, doing curls, I'm gonna say this. Doing curls doesn't really do a goddamn thing for your strength. Curls are vanity muscles. Like, if you want to get stronger, you strengthen your core, you strengthen your back muscles. That's how you get stronger. That's why you see fuckers in the strongman competition like fucking Mark Henry. He don't fucking have six-pack abs. That motherfucker looks like a fucking grizzly bear. He's got the dimensions of a goddamn grizzly bear, And yet the fact is that he will just destroy. Like he was a legit strongman, doing legit strongman shit. Yeah, he loves AI, but it's like, and I know that I know I've used some of them. I'm not the biggest fan of generative AI. I'm like, I don't think it's worth the amount of electricity and all that. And I do not want a data center anywhere where I live. Why is the bat signal? Oh, because the fact is that one of the prompts was to have him on a fucking corner of a roof like Batman. That's what he did. And then, you know, he didn't take that part out. So then he said, oh, have the bat signal instead be Joon the King's title card. But it kept the bat signal there. I mean, because if you look at him, this is definitely something that you would see Batman. Although Batman wouldn't be squatting here. Batman would be standing up straight brooding. And there would also be like gargoyles or some gothic shit. But yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't take out the things he doesn't need. Yes, Spider-Man is more like crouching like that. That's just how Spider-Man is. But then again, also, and here's something, Spider-Man, at least as far as I remember, isn't this super buff. Spider-Man is more lanky. Like, he is still cut, but he is not like big buff like Batman or Superman. He is much more lean in his physique for the most part. Meerkat did not swoop in and save us with a 630 stream. Yeah, I know. But I also don't have enough subscribers to do fucking raids or anything. Yeah, even Batman isn't super buff unless you're talking about absolute. Yeah, like Batman shouldn't be super. Like, he should be pretty well cut. But the fact is, he doesn't super buff. No, like. Your heroes shouldn't be super, because super buff folks, like, their proportions to the point where it's like, dude, you can't even touch your back. What the fuck? Oh God, what is this? This is Phil's title card for part 3. You see, he's got the Hawaiian shirt, but it's sleeveless, so you can see his muscular arms. It's literally that one scene of Homer Simpson where he's looking in the mirror, and the mirror he's got pecs, and he's just, you know, flexing his pecs like do 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 do. Yes, typical strong athlete build. Yeah, like you wouldn't. Yeah, like I mean, something like a fucking like a quarterback, or even like like even a linebacker would probably be a little much. But you know, sometimes the artist might go a little closer to a linebacker. But yeah, you know, you've got some definition. You've got a bit of, you know, a chest that's a little bit, you know, it's not straight like fucking Spider-Man. It's definitely got a bit of a triangular point, but not like, oh my God, he's buffing super shit. It's like, no, he's got to hide as Bruce Wayne. Unless you're going to have Bruce Wayne basically, unless you're going to have a new Bruce Wayne that's basically looks smacking like fucking clavicular or some shit. Like clavicle. I forgot what his clavicular. I don't know. But yeah, no, this is just bad. But it really does show that he just modifies the prompt and doesn't take stuff that doesn't work out. And he can't even use something like Photoshop to take that bat signal out, which he could. He could do that, but he doesn't want to. But yeah, all of this is pure fucking delusion, because he does not have any of these muscles. Like, his flexing is like, okay, Phil, do what fucking Broside Phil did and said to do, which is get a tape measure, measure your biceps when you're flexing. Yeah, the judge was like, oh, damn. No, it's like, oh, damn. Yeah, that was a fucking Chad-faced judge. I was like, oh damn. And then like Clavicular's like making fun of him. I'm like, dude, like I have no respect for Clavicular because, you know, doing all this shit like fucking steroids and shit like that. I have no respect for someone like that. His thighs, yeah, his thighs have 0% muscle. Yeah. Like, because all he's been doing is curls. You don't get leg muscles like that. You need to be doing like leg press. There's the leg press for the quads and then for the hamstrings. I forgot what the actual, it's been so long since I did weight training in high school, so I forgot what the names of the exercises are. But to kind of isolate those to get them nice thick thighs. And then you have like the actual leg press where you're on like a machine. I've seen motherfuckers do 2,000 pounds on that shit. You had like 2 people spotting because it's like, oh, damn. Because, yeah, if they can't get it, you need to make sure they don't. Because if that falls, oh boy, that ain't good. We've seen the recent update with Johnny Samaya. The lawyer he got from Hank dropped him, and now he has to get a brand new public defender. Yes, I heard about that. Well, that's part of it is because Hank has basically cut him off. And I've also heard that Hank might sue him. Hank might actually sue Johnny to get that money back. Used to do 4 digits on a leg press. Yeah. I mean, I was doing it with like, because I wasn't good at it, but I did football in high school to kind of try to keep in shape. It didn't work too well. I was still a fat lineman, but yeah, like your lineman and all that. Yeah, no, you doing 4-digit leg presses, like a max of 2,000. People are like, oh shit. And a fucking coach who, you know, ran the weight room like oh no, like he was the chillest dude and like, jeez, but you fuck around in the weight room. That was the only time I ever saw him yell, was when someone fucked around in the weight room, and they were gone for a week. They were like, no, you get the fuck out. Like he would sit there and watch everybody have a newspaper and all that, but no, you do not fuck up. You do not fuck around in the weight room. All right. You will hurt people. You will cripple people if you do that. Yeah. He did not allow. It was, think of the shop teacher in fucking South Park times a billion. Do not screw around. Like, and dude was built like a fucking rectangle, but he knew his stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Somali is fucked. He did 4 billion, now all old and flabby. I mean, here's the thing, you do them, you know, you'll still probably have some of the definition, you just might have some of the flab over it, but you probably still have the definition under it. You know, and if you were to work out a little bit now, you may not immediately do the 4 digits, but you could probably get back there if you wanted to. But it is late and can't do anymore. I have grossly underestimated how much I had to pause on this, even going 1.5 speed. I grossly underestimated this. So I will get this done this week sometime. Someone derail him more. No more derailing. It is time. Yes, sun is rising. It time go. Yes, it is. It time go. But I thank everybody for coming out. I know coming out early ain't easy for a lot of folks. I appreciate it. And I hope that you have a nice rest of the night and a nice rest of the day until we meet again.
Tip, we get a big ups to Darcy DeFlo and add a song to the playlist. No.
What is up, everyone? Hello, and welcome. Only mic was on. It's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello. Turn it up. Turn up my neck phones. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
What's up, Jamie? Yo, yo. Good to see you here today. Are you ready for this? Yo, yo. You know what time it is. Yes, Jay. It's time to go. Shout out to Almighty Frogga from Guadalajara, Aquatic. I'm cruising in my blue Corolla. I need that money to be a high roller. Trapped and made a controller. She's crying downstairs, so I have to console her. Swimsuit model with eating disorder. Spent $200 on her DoorDash order. Yo, just a fucking crook with a fucking crooked jaw. False flagging down channel with my puppy dog. I committed fraud, and I got low teeth. I'm a low teeth god. False flagging, mundane maggot. Phil's fat, Phil's a faggot. Phil's a loser, Phil's a beggar. Arnold, Phil's a nigger. Right? How do you say? Brunel's a nigger, right? Very nice. All right. Let us continue. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance to save the best streak. I'm going full mask off. It's not that deep. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance left to blow. You ready? 8 time go. 8 time flow. Flow. They thought I fell off. No. Like a prime D rose, I'd be dunking on these hoes. Turn you into T-part, striking a T-pose. So let me tell you now what the story is. They call me DSP. Notorious. I'm cruising and wrenching, fast and furious, with my homie Pastor Eric Miller.
He's quite curious. They don't have nearly what it takes to be a man. And since I took their manhood, that's mine now, so I ain't giving it back.
My trolls are always watching me, waiting for another disaster stream. They won't even give me a piece of peace or like a whole fucking team locking onto my stream like a detractor beam. And I can't get rid of them. I'm sober. I'm losing my mind. And I'm losing supporters. Detractors are bending me over. Just another time in this LudwigWorldOrder. And now I'm seeing so much clearer as I sit here staring into Dark Dave's mirror and all of my fears and all that I see. The raw DSP, bottom leader, cult leader. It's 3 a.m. and I still can't sleep. I guess this is all I will ever be. This is just how time flows. Until it time go. It's gonna take years of effort to try to dig myself out of this fucking hole. It really is. And it sucks. I hope that someday I'll get out of it. I don't know if I ever will. I may be living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, begging for fucking tips and shit on stream for the rest of my life. Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade.